Well, hello there indeed. Welcome back to the BlunderSpeaker Show. An absolute pleasure to have you here, as it always is. Please do come on in, or, keep watching your phone or something like that. But please do join me. Welcome. Come on in. Put your feet up. Get yourself a beverage. You know the usual. It is time to play some Spirit Island. Yeah, look, I lied. Like probably about 4 different videos in a row right now. I kept saying that this would be my last time playing three-handed 6-6, and I kept lying. I was lying to you. I was lying to myself. I lied to my wife and kids. I was lying entirely. Not on purpose. I guess you'd call it a white lie or something like that. But, whatever it was, I just cannot keep away. Yeah, it's just, it draws me in. I love the three-handed games. I love the interactions with the spirits. It's just the puzzle and the shape of the board is great because it's circular and it satiates my OCD, and all of those kind of things. So, yeah, look, it is just, it's a pleasure to have you here with me again. Of course, as I said before, there are some people who seem to enjoy this, and I've had one or two comments recently, not many, I'll say in truth, but a few of people kind of checking in and saying that they actually really enjoy this kind of stuff. So we'll give it a little bit more of a run until at least I have finished out this gauntlet of mine, which I just cannot finish despite trying really, really hard. So yeah, look, I have it's 3 combos still left to beat. I've probably been saying that for a while now in 1 or 2 little YouTube short uploads, and that is because I'm stuck right now. So I am playing today, as you've probably seen in the intro and the video thumbnail. It's Habsburg Mining Expedition and Brandenburg Prussia 6-6. So we'll talk about them in just a few minutes here. We are going to be playing with Emberite Behemoth, ThunderSpeaker in its base form, and Downpour drenches the world. So we have a debut for 2 spirits on the channel right now, which is Behemoth and Downpour. I have won at 6-6 with both of these 2 spirits on the left and the right here, so they are not still part of my checklist, but ThunderSpeaker is. So I still need to get a win with ThunderSpeaker. It's one of the last 3 spirits I have left to win with. So that is, if you haven't heard on previous videos, I'm trying to get a win all 6-6 combinations, including all spirits in the game. ThunderSpeaker, one of the last 3. Now, this matchup I have tried and lost 4 times in a row, which is starting to get really bloody annoying. I started out with ThunderSpeaker and Downpour, just the 2 of them. I tried it twice. And I got reasonably close. Like it wasn't bad, It wasn't like one of these, I'm just going to put it to the side because I can't win. I kept coming back because I kept feeling like this is pretty close to something. So I did that twice. Then I kind of got a little bit annoyed, and I thought maybe I'll draft something broken in to the team to kind of pick the whole team up, a little bit like what I did with Stone last time out with the Heat and Shroud stuff. So I kind of did the similar thing with these 2, and I brought in Heart's Vigil. And Heart's Vigil, of course, gives a nice kind of complement in a way to what ThunderSpeaker's doing with the Dahan. Little bit at odds at times, but also there are some synergies as well. And of course, Downpour moves Dahan as well. So I kind of built a sort of a Dahan team for there, but I lost twice more, and I kept getting really close. In fact, one of the games was basically a win. I had the game on lockdown, and I was never blighting again, and I got again for the second time quite recently, and you would have seen one of these on the channel already, the Force Blight event, the Light Web or something like that, whatever you call it. So I hit that again, and I had the game won, and it forced like the last 3 blight, and I lost. So that was super annoying. But I lost twice. And then today, I had the same combo with Heart Vigil on the table, fully set up, ready to play tonight. And then I just thought, you know what, I haven't recorded one in a little while. For you, I don't know where we are now. For me, it's now the 6th of September. But when this video actually goes up online, God knows. But yeah, anyway, the point being, it's been a little while since I recorded one. I wasn't planning on recording any more until I got to the last of the 28 in the gauntlet, because I'm definitely going to record the last one. But I was sort of planning to just get these couple out of the way, this one and then the next one, and then record. But because I've played this 4 times in a row, it's getting a bit annoying, and I thought, you know what, let's fire up the old OBS and have some fun. So I took out Hearts Vigil because I had them on the channel recently and I kind of wanted to get something else new. So Downpour's new and also Behemoth is new. But I also came to a little bit of a conclusion or realization or whatever you want to call it over the last day or two as well. In real time, where I am right now, in the last couple of days, there's been some interesting conversation on the Discord and also on the Reddit, which I have been very much a part of, slightly driving certainly on the Reddit at least, and I'm starting to sense a distaste among quite a bit of the community around a lot of the conversations, let's say, that the high level community discuss. And I say high level community here, it sounds very elitist, and I really don't mean it like that. What I mean to say is high level in terms of playing this kind of extreme mode difficulty. It's not like high level as in we're better players or anything like that. It really does generally involve experienced players though. So, there's that sort of element to it. But as I say, I kind of came to a realization that for a lot of other people, they see the 6-6 sort of community, if you want to call it that, as a little bit distasteful and taking away from the game in certain ways. Now, the conversations we were having were generally around things like game balance. One particular card came up quite a bit, which was cast down into the briny deep, and generally rules as written and whether or not there's space in the game for players sort of taking it upon themselves to house rule things. And for example, cast down the briny deep, we were talking about the merit of what would a once per game, should I say, threshold look like on that card? And would that be an overall improvement to the game? Those kind of things. I won't get into all the details of what we were talking about, but generally speaking, what I started to notice was a lot of people saying, they're a bit turned off by people talking about overbalance in the game and always wanting the game to be as balanced as possible and all these kind of things. There were certain other people talking about rebalancing the decks. They were doing some work on changing the cards and all this kind of stuff. So there's a whole bunch of things that fell into that sort of under that same umbrella. But I did notice, as I say, that a lot of people were like, almost like, leave the game alone, stop trying to overbalance it. Let us have fun. Let us play our cast down in the briny deep. I don't care if it's imbalanced at 6-6 level. Just, stop annoying me type of thing. And I was totally welcoming of those inputs. I think they're highly valid. And as I say, it sort of gave me a little bit of a realization that, first of all, I don't want to be part of something that takes away from the game of other people, very clearly. I'll probably talk about this on a podcast at a later date. Now's maybe not the right time to sort of jump into that and the etymology and sort of psychology around sort of what makes for good experiences and communities and all those other kind of things, right? But suffice to say, I don't want to just become part of I certainly don't want to become part of it. Let's just cast briny deep as often as possible and win as many high difficulty games as possible. That is not me. My sort of challenge that I'm on during this period is very much about exploration, trying out as many different experiences I can across, of course, all the 6-6s. And then, as I say later on, I drafted in all the spirits as part of that. So it's like I want to cover the whole broad spectrum of challenges that the game can offer and see. Yes, I'm pushing the game to the limits. Of course I am. But I don't want to just win by let's hyper optimize, let's hyper balance, let's hyper everything. Let's refine everything and distill everything into its finest sort of most perfect form, and then replay and reuse that template to win everything. Right? That's not me. And I presume if you watch my channel, you'll sort of maybe have picked up on that. But I also sort of, let's say, outwardly towards the community, I want to be known for trying these things and giving space for everything to have a chance. That's the sort of point I'm getting at here, in a very roundabout way. You know me, I like roundabout intros. What I'm getting at here is, as I was playing this game with the Heart Vigil on the team, I brought Heart Vigil into the team to try get ThunderSpeaker the win because one, I know it's a broken spirit, and then also I was reading, I was reviewing Red Revenge's tier list stuff, his axis matchup axis, that albeit being a bit out of date by now, still pretty relevant. And I use it to sort of check things a lot. And Heart Vigil had an S tier. He had ranked Heart Vigil S into Prussia and HME, the only spirit on the whole list that's S into both. So I thought, yeah, look, it works with the team, with the Dahan and everything else, but it's also probably the most likely thing to get me a win here. And as I was playing it, I tried it twice, as I say, and it was like, rush to the full max innate, full max left innate, because it's super strong. And ultimately, Heart Vigil is a bit of an action spot. It's a bit of a stat spot. I talked about that in the past, where you just kind of solve loads of lands and it just does really good. And then you hit the max innate and the game is kind of over. I actually maxed the left innate a bunch and the game was not over. It was very close to over, as I say, but it didn't quite get me over the line. And then I thought today, and I was thinking about, I'd like to record tonight, but I don't want to record and just do that. Spam the, max innate, be as efficient as possible, get as many actions out there as possible, and kind of just win through, quote unquote, the broken spirit. And I thought to myself, I'd like to try, because I'm already with the team with ThunderSpeaker and to a lesser extent Downpour, playing fair Spirit Island here. We're not using these spirits to play Cast Down in the Briny Deep on a loop. We're barely using major powers at all. Yes, ThunderSpeaker can, but ultimately, with the Heart Vigil on the team, it was very much about a lot of minors, a lot of actions, and kind of just going about it that way. So I thought, why not lean into that team? I'm finally arriving to my point. I took out Heart Vigil and I drafted in Ember-Eyed Behemoth because not only has it not been on the channel, it's quite fair. It's fairly on rails. To a large extent, on purpose, of course, by design, and we've heard Ted talk about that on the channel before. But it's just a kind of a bread and butter. It's get in there, use your innates, use your damage powers, and kind of just get stuff done. And I do like that. I like this spirit. It has its limitations, and there's only probably so many times I would replay the spirit in a row, or like let's say over a period. I do prefer the more complex spirits, of course, but there's something quite enthralling about just flip the Incarna and just jam the innate loads and do loads of damage. Like, I do really like that kind of thing as well. So finally, to close out, to sort of round out the whole point here, the intention of this particular game is to try play a little bit more fairly. Do a little bit less combo-y stuff, and of course I had the very high complexity team and all of that involved in combo-y things, and here it's more back to basics. ThunderSpeaker, defend 3. What do you call it? Ember-Eyed Behemoth over here, 2 damage out of Badlands. Like, we're kind of playing bad cards here, and we're going to see if we can beat 6/6s with kind of bad cards. Downpour, as I say, to a lesser extent, Downpour is a very strong spirit, but it's not a broken spirit in the same way that some of those other ones are. It's not Finder, it's not Fractured, it's not Stone. It's a bit fairer, and it's got Gift of Abundance, which is a kind of a broken card, but other than that, it does sort of tend to do reasonably fair things. So I'm kind of doing that as a theme for today, and I want to give this a chance. And if I do win, or at least if I would go long and if I make a real video out of this, essentially, if you're watching this and I do get this uploaded, I will be sort of pitching it as that. This is the fair angle of 6/6. Now, having said all that, I didn't pick a great adversary combination to have to beat a fair 6/6. With. So HME Brandenburg Prussia is definitely up there among the most difficult I've played, and it is probably no surprise that I keep bloody losing, as I say. But look, let's maybe breathe for just a second, because I haven't really done a lot of that during the last 15 minutes. So I am going to stop. Sip of water first. Then I'm going to open my drink. What do I have? Well, I have my fancy lemon again. I've got my lemon this time, not the orange one, but these are really, really good. I keep going back to them. Going back to the well. Isn't that what they say? So yeah, really, really, really nice. Let's have a little go at that. Listen to that. Listen to the sparkles. It's really good. Tangy. Very tangy. There we go again. A little bit of ASMR there. A little bit of goosey ASMR. Generally involves honking and other such things, but we won't be honking today. Now, where was I? I've gone round all around the houses here, 16 minutes in, and I've just been really, I don't know what you'd call it, it was a rant almost. But anyway, we're finished ranting. Yeah, what's the game we're playing? Eventually we'll talk about the game. Why don't we jump over here and have a little look at our BP and our HME card. Now we are going to be leading with HME. So this is the leading adversary this time around. We've seen them on the channel before. I won't spend forever going into them. But it's worth pointing out a couple of things here and why these are, as I mentioned before, very, very challenging in combinations. It's the ravaging. It's the mining land ravages. Once you start putting these in combinations with other adversaries, you just get loads of plastic. And where there's plastic, there's ravages. So you're just ravaging all the time. And then here, of course, when you combine this with Brandenburg Prussia, it's just ultra accelerated plastic and more lands that ravage and more blight and all these other things. So yeah, of course we're gonna have the salt card. It's gonna come up in spot 3 as opposed to spot 5 in the deck. So it comes 2 cards earlier, which is a nightmare. We have obviously the building boom and those kind of normal HME things, but the loss condition also it's relevant. It comes up, of course it does, and we'll have to watch out for it. It's not the hardest thing about this though. Actually, one of the very hardest things about this is HME 6, and I think I did say that as well at the time when we did our HME episode. The HME 6 placing the 2 explorers during Ravage is just a nightmare because it just makes everything into mining land. So it's really, really hard, and we're going to see exactly what that looks like momentarily once we do the opening explore. BP is BP, right? You get the 3-2-2-2 3-3-3 deck, and then you replace that middle 2 with the salt card. Now it is worth bearing in mind, or not really bearing in mind, but it's worth noting, if I reverse the order of this and I put Brandenburg Prussia leading, you would end up with the salt card in the second slot, which would go 3 salt 2-2, and then your 4 3s. So how horrible is that? Salt as the second card. It's a nightmare. So we won't be doing that, of course. So we are leading with HME. It does mean that we'll have an escalation on the first turn, of course, because we start with a stage 3 card. So all that kind of good stuff is going to be happening here. But that's the general gist of all of that. Let us come back here, not to the card cam. We'll come back here to Behemoth. We haven't had them on the channel, so I'll spend a minute or two just kind of talking about what they are and what they do while I shake the camera load. Sorry. So they are, let me have a look here. They're just a big old brute. A big damaging brute that just gets about the place. It stomps, it deals damage. It's a whole bunch of fun. They have Badlands involved. They've got an Incarna here as well. So they're kind of almost the teaching Incarna spirit that came as part of Nature Incarnate. So you can see there that eye symbol is of course the Incarna for Behemoth here. It just gets about the place. It does what its cards are. One of these is just it adds some wilds, which actually are really good in this matchup. If we can get the time to play one of these, it'd be quite nice for the salt card. They've got a card that deals damage, overcosted. It may be, but you kind of just need some damage. They've got a thing that sort of stops some ravage here. So this may come up. This may be relevant here. This may be a useful card. So 2 invaders don't participate. Push them to hand as well, which could maybe help ThunderSpeaker. And then we've got the Blazing Intimidation, which again just pushes some stuff around the board. So as we said into Habsburg Mining Expedition as well before, pushing bits and pieces around the board is actually quite useful. So I see a fair amount of use in this kit. I believe Red Revenge has it as an A and an A for the two adversaries in isolation. So what that actually looks like here, we'll find out when they combine. But you see the innate there. It's the it deals a bunch of damage, and essentially their special rule says that the or where is it? It's the Incarna. If the Incarna is empowered, you may repeat the innate once this turn. So we're gonna try to get to a point where we sort of flip the Incarna and we just kind of start dealing damage all over the board. And you have a special rule that lets you move as well. Your Incarna during the once per turn, and stuff like that. So yeah, look, it's kind of as I said, on rails. There is a version of this spirit, a build for this spirit that some of those kind of high level community talk about. They often talk about kind of wacky builds and strange things like that as well. So apparently there's a build for this spirit where you go no fire and you try to kind of forget all your fire cards, maybe go for major powers, that kind of thing. And then you don't really focus on flipping the Incarna and dealing the damage with the innate at all. And you just keep using this very powerful G3, which is gain a power card, add a presence, gain 3 energy. And because you're kind of throwing away your uniques and you don't really have them anymore, the discard a power card with fire is less relevant. You use less fire, but you don't care about your innates, that kind of thing. So it sort of turns into a just spam the G3 bot, which is maybe a bit boring. I might try that on the channel at some stage in the future. I have never tried it before, but I'm not really here to try that today. I think, as I said, I want to try to keep things reasonably simple and straightforward and see whether reasonably and straightforward can beat a very hard adversary combination. So that's all of that. We know what ThunderSpeaker does. We're doing the base version of ThunderSpeaker this time around, as I say. So that means we are going to have the manifestation of power and glory here. I forgot to mention the 2 games that I played with the Hearth Vigil involved. I actually swapped into Warrior, and I tried with Warrior, and it was much the same result. So we'll see. We'll go back to base here and see whether manifestations can do some work for us here. But we do have other cards here that are quite useful. Sudden Ambush, again, it's very overcosted, but it's also pretty helpful into this matchup because it can turn off mining lands. And of course, then the Defend 3, also pretty good. So these cards are not generally super strong cards, but they do line up reasonably well into this particular adversary. And then finally, we've got Downpour. And Downpour, if you haven't seen it before, is very much about repeating cards. So there you can see there their board is absolutely covered in water elements, and they love water because they're a bird that rains. So they've got a G2 option there that can let them gain 2 water and all that kind of stuff. So they're about getting loads of water, and once they have loads of water, you've got this special rule for each 2 water you have, you get to kind of repeat cards during the turn, or you get to gain 1 energy. Now those cards you repeat are land targeting power cards. You can see that there. So it does have to target a land. Also, they have, whenever they have a special a sacred site, it turns the land turns into a wetland, so that's something to keep an eye out for. They do a whole bunch of defending here. Left innate is all about defending per presence you have on the land, and the right innate will eventually let us to start removing some blight and gaining some energy. They are very much a defensive spirit, as you can see there, with some control involved as well, and a bit of utility, because they've got a really good gift of abundance, which we can look at here. It's going to basically give the target spirit either 2 energy or let them repeat a card. So that should be hopefully quite nice. As I say, nothing really particularly broken going on with this card, as there are in many other matchups or team compositions. Things like Gift of Proliferation on green works very well with this card, but that's okay. We also have then this card, which is quite good as well and pretty decent into this matchup. It gives some defend and also pushes some to hand. So it forces you to push the hand out of the land, but we can do some tricks with that potentially. We've got a card that can push and explore. Might come up. I didn't use this all that much in my games so far, but I used it a little bit. Foundation Sink into Mud. I played 4 full games and I never cast this card once, which is quite strange because I always cast this card when I play with Downpour. It's your land nuke. But this particular combination really isn't about land nukes necessarily. It's more about little bits and pieces, high actions. That's what this combination of adversaries is all about. It's about high actions and less about big power lands. So that's something to bear in mind. So that is kind of Generally, that's the wrong button. There's the right button. There's me. I'm back on the screen. I'm here. I'm ready. I'm ready to go. It's 25 minutes in. We haven't even flipped the invader card yet. But you know me at this stage. I am incapable of hurry. I take my time. I talk for ages. I don't know whether you enjoy it or not, but if you hear, you probably do. So let us go ahead now. And finally, after all of that, we're going to flip the opening Explore. Okay, now you're going to see how awful this is going to be straight away. We have an escalation. It happens now. It's the BP escalation. So for a reminder, it says on each board with buildings, add a town to a land without a town. Have to do that right away before I even place and explore. We have the opening board set up here. All of our land 3s have a town from Brandenburg, Prussia. We have an explorer in every land that doesn't contain a Dahan. And then we, of course, have this, the inner town land becomes bigger and it gains a disease as well. So let's start out and we will go with placing a town in this land because it's a land without town rather than building, so that's fine. And then on this board over here, we'll do the same into that land 2 over there, so that'll be fine. And then finally on the other board, our land 2 contains, it's a sand, so we don't want to do it in there. Otherwise, we can just potentially do that into... I suppose that Dahan land in there. That'll be okay. Because that will go maybe double explore if we hit wetlands this turn, and then we could defend it for 3 potentially next turn. That kind of thing. So we already need to be starting to think about, because we're gonna, not on this turn, but next turn we will be exploring with the what do you call it? The salt card. So we're already starting to think about the number of invaders in lands and thinking about when we get to the salt card, will we have HME6 turned off or not? So we'll start to talk through what that's going to look like now as I evaluate the board. But let's explore first and then we'll evaluate. So starting over here, we have to go double explore straight away, mining land, right? So this is what we're facing. So it's 2 in there. It's 2 in here. And then it's 2 in here. Now, I have my my presence laid out in a funny way on the board here because I actually changed some of the ordering of of how this looked when I was playing the game. So usually I tried to keep like my spirit panel aligned to where they are on the board, but right now you can see downpours here, but I have them over here on the left. So it's a little bit awkward. And when I talk about satiating my OCD, that's done the exact opposite of that. But I'm not going to get fussy and I'm not going to start spinning the board. And actually, am I? Can I just spin the board? As I said it, I might be able to just spin the board. So let me finish exploring first, and then maybe, just maybe, I can fix some of this by spinning the board. So 2 in here, 2 in here. Mining land, mining land. They're everywhere. Another mining land up here. Like all of these are ravaging on the first turn. 2 explorers in here. Like it just looks so bad already. Oh, I talked about needing my defend 3 in there next turn. No, I just need it on the first turn instead. So 2 of them in there. 2 of these in here. Like it's just horrible. 1, 2. I had a massive pile of explorers beside me here, and I haven't, and I didn't even have enough. 1 and 2. Now let me check and make sure that we've done that right. So 2. This already contained 1, so that's now 3. This already contained 1, that's now 3. This didn't, that's 2. 3 here, 2 explorers in here because it was a Dahan land. 3 here because it already had 1, and 2 here it didn't. 2, 2, and then 3, and then 3. Okay. And we did our Brandenburg, Prussia. So that is the opening explorer at least complete. Now, can I spin this board? That's the question. What happens if I do something like this? Let me have a look at the move you out of the way, move you out of the way. If I just do a little cheeky, careful spin of this board, is my OCD satiated? I dare say that's not awful. Yellow, yellow, red kind of up on the left, very much right side, Downpour. It's good. It's good. It's good. It's good. Touchdown. Okay, we got there. We got there. There may be somebody at home who appreciates that the same way I do. Having downpour here and then being over here was just not going to be it. I said I wasn't going to stop the video, but to be honest, already the thoughts were going. the synapses were firing. Is it too late? Is it too late? Can we stop now and fix it and come back? Okay. Now, that's the opening explore done. I want some more of that lemon. It's absolutely fantastic. Genuinely fantastic. I'm not even really into sugary drinks or whatever you call these. What do you call these? Lemonades or no, not lemonade. What's the category of drink? Fizzy drinks we would call them, but yeah. Pop in America you probably call it, or soda or whatever like that. But yeah, I'm generally not into them. I like Coke every now and then, that kind of thing, but like it's not really my sort of category or my style. But that is, I would drink like 3 of them in a row, no problem. Anyway, losing the run of myself. 31 minutes in, we've only just done the opening explore. Okay, now here is where we need to start going. Yeah, we're in trouble. As I said, I want to shut off HME 6. Now, generally, the general approach I've taken in the previous games has been, for the most part, just get every board up to 4 blight almost straight away, and then just turn off HME 6, because you cannot keep exploring with 2 explorers in lands and hope to survive. You will be slaughtered by the salt card. But at the same time, every game has gone really early, flip the blight card, get myself in a really precarious position, and then desperately rush to try stabilize the board. And then I just keep getting hit by bad events and blight cards and all the rest of it. So I'm wondering whether I need to slightly rethink the approach of just take blight on every board right away and just kind of, do that. But having said all of this, it's much easier said than done to just not take the blight. Because look at this board. Right now, let me just get some reminder tokens here and let's have a look at what's attacking me right now. We're going to remove the disease from this land, so I'm not going to count it because that won't ravage this turn. That's going to prevent the ravage. But those two are ravaging and hitting. On this board, it's that one. And then those are both disease removed. And then on this board, it's this one and this one. That is 5 lands on the first turn, ravaging and blighting. Oh, and by the way, they do the exact same thing again next turn. And that alone is already, and then of course next turn, then we just introduce all the other lands as well. But that is already alone a lot of blight. The question is, how much can I do about it? Clearly here we want to protect our Dahan as a priority. And we have only 1 land where Dahan are at risk on the first turn, which is, pretty good. Of course, then we've got other lands in other Dahan lands here, which is all fine as well. But on the first turn, this right here is an almost certain defend 3 from BlunderSpeaker. It sort of feels that way, doesn't it? Now, there is a nice trick that Downpour has access to. And I'm just scanning the board for it right now and seeing is there anywhere where that's relevant. So they have the Unbearable Deluge. And I mentioned before you can do tricks with Unbearable Deluge, whereby you kind of defend in 1 land, push the Dahan into an adjacent land, and then you can kind of, if you get 2 adjacent lands that are both ravaging, sometimes you can do this little trick where you kind of push it out, but then push it back in by defending both lands. So say for argument's sake, you know, this land, and then maybe if the land next door also had 2 to hand, if I was in both lands with downpour, I could go defend 1 for 3, push these 2 to hand in here, and then defend the other land for 3 and push them back in. And then I'd have a defend of 3 in both lands, and I'd get to keep my de hand to defend as well. So I'm just kind of scanning immediately to see, is there anywhere where that's relevant? Like right now, this is kind of the point I'm making in these 2 lands. They are adjacent and they both contain the Han, but this land isn't ravaging on the first turn, so I can't really do that trick. And I need to protect this on the first turn as well, so it kind of doesn't really work there. Otherwise, again, we've got sort of 1, 2, 3 lands all here that are all adjacent to each other and ravaging. But, you know, I don't have, for example, the Han in this land. Now, I could potentially get some there, in theory, with ThunderSpeaker. It's probably not impossible for that to happen. But the other thing I'm thinking about with ThunderSpeaker is that's a nice land to manifestation, most likely. So 3, 5, 6, 7. A manifestation in there could be nice. So, for example, manifestation plus words of warning on the first turn. That would give me access to the left innate. It actually gives me access to this first level of the right innate as well. And then on next turn, at least, I'll have the animal to also get the left innate. So that'll kind of, it's nice to be able to split. Sometimes you kind of feel like you have to go turn 1 words of warning and sudden ambush, and then you don't have the left innate on the second turn, that type of thing. But here I'm thinking that's not a bad play. Manifestation, can we, you know, for example, we could go defend 3 in here. We could add a presence in here with our G3. This is what I'm sort of thinking from here. Go 2 plays. That gives us a bunch of energy. Pays for all of this. We now have 1 presence in that land. We could then, in the slow, we could write an 8 to destroy 1 of the towns. And then we could gather some Dahan in and sort of manifestation the land that way. So gather those 2 Dahan in there would allow us to deal like 8 damage in the land. So that means that we could soak up the HME 5 in this land and probably still wipe the land type of thing. So that's kind of what I'm getting at. So it would be 2 presence, 4 Dahan, it'd be 8 damage, but I'd kill a town with the right and 8. In actual fact, at that point, I'd have 2 Dahan in the land, so I'd kill 2 Dahans with the right, 2 Dahan with the right nade. So I could definitely tank HME 5 in this land with the manifestation. So that's probably not a bad sort of situation. And of course, this land would be empty at that point because it ravaged and cleared. So I don't need to worry about keeping the Dahan in there. So that kind of solves those 2 lands as a tentative approach from ThunderSpeaker. And then on the following turn, maybe I can sudden ambush to pull in, like, that point I don't even know. Sudden ambush doesn't solve a ravage on the following turn, actually, because at anywhere on this board, if it's right now only 2 explorers, it's going to build a town. If it's 3 explorers, it doesn't contain a Dahan. So there's no way for that to on its own solve the thing next turn. But that's okay, we can get there eventually. So that's kind of 2 lands only solved by ThunderSpeaker, which isn't really great. It's not a very high action economy type spirit, as we've probably already mostly learned by now, but that's just kind of how it goes. So on the side of Behemoth here, the G3 is very strong. I do like the G2 as well, though. The G2 is not bad either. So we just kind of need to think here, what can we get done? We could, we can unlock a 2 damage with the innate in the slow, which is good. 2 damage against this adversary combination is actually really strong. It just depends, can we kind of get to where we need to be and deal the 2 damage. We're not going to be able to hit the second level of that with the 3 damage, so we can sort of rule that out now. And the 3 damage would help for land clearing purposes. But we can do something like, you know, in the slow, push you in there, deal 2 damage, and kind of solve the land that way after it ravages, of course. Actually, that won't work in that land because when we ravage with HME, instead of Blight Cascading, we'll have to upgrade one of those towns. So that'll be that won't be solved by 2 damage, but that one would. So that's kind of something we could do. But we, of course, have some fast powers here that can matter as well. So we have essentially 2 different ways to solve ravaging lands on the first turn with Behemoth here. We have Blazing Intimidation. Let's pull them up here and have a little bit of a look. We didn't look too much at them earlier. So Blazing Intimidation right now at range 1 can push 2 things to a land without your thing. So that's, you know, pretty good. That can either solve one of these lands containing 2 explorers and kind of just turn the land off for next turn. Or, you know, it can solve one of these ravaging lands potentially, and you know, they wouldn't ravage, but they would build. So essentially here we're talking about one of these kind of 3 explorer lands. If we push 2 explorers out, it means it won't ravage, but then it's going to build a town, and then that's a problem to deal with again next turn. So I kind of don't love that, because that's 2 actions to solve the land. It prevents the blight, but again, kind of want to take blight here. So this is where on the first turn, between the first turn and second turn, that cycle, as I've played the whole 4 last games, you just take a ton of blight to scale. Again, we'll go back to that turn, taking blight to scale, because it allows you to kind of focus on priority lands and then take a bunch of blight and then get yourself more set up. So for example here, just like play some slow powers on the first turn and then maybe hit the fast powers next turn, that type of thing. So the Blazing Intimidation dynamic I'm talking about here, it doesn't really work very well on the first turn for that reason. Because yes, I can solve one of these Dahan lands, but the Dahan lands are kind of where we want to start targeting defend powers if we can. We also have the Terrifying Rampage as the other card, by the way, that's fast here. 1 fear, 2 invaders don't participate in Ravage. So, the way this works, it's interesting. I'm certain that this does not turn off HME mining. You know what? I'm actually going to stop and just double check this. I say I'm certain, but I want to be 100% certain. So I'll give myself a second and I'll go and real check myself. All right. We got our answer. It was as I thought. So, Terrifying Rampage, where are we? We're over here. No, we weren't there. We were here. So, 2 invaders don't participate in Ravage. The way this works is if we target a land which is in the build slot, a mining land, so coming back to the board here, for example, just target any of them. This one here. 2 invaders don't participate in Ravage. Push 3 to hand, but there's none anyway. We would, it would still count as a mining land. So 2 wouldn't participate and 1 would. So 1 would ravage, and it would essentially stop the ravage. It's just a skip, right? In this particular sort of configuration. The reason it's kind of interesting is when you do this card or this type of effect into Russia, and Lure is a good example of this. Lure of the Deep Wilderness has a kind of a explorers don't participate in Ravage or are ignored during the Ravage, which is the same. They equate to the same thing. Russia, the rule where Russia matches the explorer or matches the Ravage with 3 explorers, it actually gets turned off. Whereas in this particular case here, if you do that, it doesn't turn it off, so it still actually counts as a mining land. It still ravages. So slightly interesting. There's 2 kind of very similar rules in the game, but they get treated differently when you look at this don't participate in Ravage thing. So that's all okay. Again, the don't participate in Ravage thing is, it's okay. What it just doesn't do for me though is it, again, it doesn't solve a land. It stops a blight. Okay, which, as we said with the Blazing Intimidation, is something that it does. It stops a single blight, but it doesn't solve the land because next turn it ravages again. So I feel like I need more out of these cards than just that. It feels to me like I can do better. For example, using the Terrifying Rampage next turn to stop an explorer and a town ravaging in this land would prevent a blight, but I'd also get the 2 to hand push, and I could maybe push those to hand in there and use them to counterattack and kill these 3 explorers. That type of thing. So that's gaining more. That's sort of trying to eke as much as I can out of my cards instead of just going blindly, okay, it's going to blight this turn, I'll play the card, I'll stop the blight. That's sort of where I need to be to really extract as much value as I can from this game, because a lot of my cards are quite bland like that, you know. Defend 3, manifestations, deal a bunch of stuff by putting a bunch of stuff in the land. So I don't have that much to play with. I don't have much finagling. There's not really all that much sort of cross synergies going on here as such. So I need to sort of consider all of that. So with that said, the Terrifying Rampage to me feels like a card for next turn. I pointed at one land where that could be pretty good. It's just probably exactly where it would be, isn't it? The only thing is, if I hit Sands Explore on this turn, that will put 2 more explorers in the land, and it would ruin the Terrifying Rampage on me next turn, which would be rough. But at that point, I still have it into a land, for example, like there. That kind of thing. So I'll still have a land for it. I mean, there'll be a bunch of lands for it, but again, the whole kind of push the hand sort of for the value can kind of potentially come up there. And again, of course, as I talked about with this thing over here, I'd need to be defending this land next turn, but that's where maybe I do some of this Unbearable Deluge stuff with Downpour next turn, maybe. So I think all of that is okay. The Blazing Intimidation, as I said, I don't really want to be pushing it, using this to stop or ravage this turn, because that's a problem I have to deal with next turn. I want to use the Blazing Intimidation to actually solve the land. A one-time solve, which would basically apply to, you know, any of the 2 Explorer lands, right? So 2 of them there, 2 of them there. If 2 options, this one as well, sorry, 3. So I have 3 places where the Blazing Intimidation can work. Now, doing it over in this land means I could push them in there and get them picked up by the big manifestations, which might be a thing. It's kind of a 2-for-1, isn't it? So the manifestations, let's have a look at what this looks like again. As I said, I'll pull 2 to hand in there, so I get to destroy 2 towns. So this doesn't ravage when it gets to the mining ravage. Then I go HME 5 in there, which will build a town, and it'll upgrade this into another town. So essentially, those 2 towns I just talked about get wiped out by the Ride Innate, which means this is gone, and this is the state of the land after that happens. 3, 5, 6. 2 of them in there is 7, 8. So that all looks pretty nice, it must be said. A solve plus I get the 2 things off the board. It's not bad. If I play that this turn, I can't play the Surging Lahar as well. And Surging Lahar is probably maybe get that in there next turn. We can see about that. As I said, the Terrifying Rampage, I think I want to keep that for next turn. So it probably looks more like this. Do, of course, have potentially a power gain here. I also might just want a G2. Well, no, I don't want a G2 because I want to play the Blazing Intimidation on turn 1, I think. The only other thing to consider here is, as of right now, with a G3, I can only go presence placement at range 1, which I could go in, like, for example, here or here. That doesn't reach this land, but I do have the Behemoth Rises. Once per turn, I get to push my Incarna once during the Spirit, fast or slow phase. So during the Spirit phase, I could move this to here and then place my presence at range 1. So I can access that land with a G3 if I'd like to. Then next turn, as I said, Terrifying Rampage in here, stop 2 things, push these in here is a reasonable thing. I've got a Dahan at risk over here for sure. That's a bit of a problem. And I've got one at risk over here for sure as well, which is also a bit of a problem. If I G3 on the first turn here and find a defend card right now, I might be able to go place in here, defend this land, then Thunderspeaker could play the sudden ambush on first turn. No, because that doesn't give me the innate over here. It's a little bit tricky. We have a Gift of Abundance, so we do have access to repeats as well, if we'd like them. So if I go G3 here and go bottom, and then next turn, at that point I go gain a power card and discard one. So I'm back still to 4 cards. Play 2 cards, and then next turn I could go G2 top, and then hit the second level of the innate, and then reclaim. That's one way to do this. G2 bottom to 3 plays isn't really great because that's giving me no energy. I could, of course, then G3 again. That's also an option here. But I think G3 on the first turn here and see whether I find that defend card I talked about is probably not bad. So let us start with this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. What do we have? Spur on. There we go. Spur on with Words of Fire. We found elusive ambushes. We found literally exactly what I said. A fire card, defend fire card, encompassing ward and infested aquifers. But there is literally no world where I'm passing Spur on with Words of Fire here. Surely. Elusive ambush is exactly what I was looking for. Defend is just so good in these games. The problem is Spur on with Words of Fire. It actually doesn't give me anything right now. In the first 2 turn cycles, it doesn't really affect how these spirits play, which is a bit unfortunate. Because turn 1, you go play 2 cards with Thunderspeaker for the most part. And then turn 2, you play 2 cards with Thunderspeaker. Now, I guess, in theory, what I guess it could allow you to do is do something like, you know, go to the top track with ThunderSpeaker and not unlock the 2 plays, but still give an extra card play. But that just doesn't really make any sense because it's so easy to get to 2 card plays anyway. And getting to 3 card plays doesn't really make any sense either. So what I was sort of thinking here was, maybe G3 and then G2 top to 2 energy next turn. I could also G3 again from here and then give myself extra energy on the reclaims. Kind of two different ways I've been trying this out in the last few games. But Spur doesn't make that much of a difference to either. And I don't really have a reason to just kind of randomly go top for that. So it doesn't really unlock anything for ThunderSpeaker until I get my cards back and reclaim and I get more cards in my hand. Then Spur could be really good. Similar for Downpour. Downpour has a very sort of templated opening, or at least there are 2 good openings for Downpour, which are the very standard way to play. One is open G3, which is the most standard way. It'll be open G3 from bottom, play 1 card, and then on the second turn go G2 bottom, and you've got 2 card plays for the turn, and you kind of play your 2 cards and you play a bunch of repeats. Again, Spur doesn't really do anything there because it's very templated. You play 1 card and then you have enough cards after you've gained the card to mathematically it works out. You go up to 5, then you play 1, you go back to 4, and then on the second turn you discard 2 and play 2. It's quite kind of templated that way. So Spur doesn't affect anything for Downpour or ThunderSpeaker on the first 2 turns, really. What it could maybe let me do is go, I don't know, like open G2, like maybe top, and then discard 2 cards, play 1 card, but then Spur a second card, right? So that's kind of something it can do. But then I'm out of gas entirely. And then I just have to reclaim straight away. And then I'm reclaiming back with 1 card play, and all I have open is my top tracks. That just feels weak. I feel like I'm stunting my growth. I'm essentially just only growing twice on the first 2 turns instead of 3 times. So... And then I'm still miles away from the 2 card play, so I'm just going to be reliant on the Spur. So Spur is essentially do nothing for 2 turns, and then it becomes good. And of course it becomes great. Don't get me wrong here. Spur is nuts. But it's a while before that becomes good. And as we said, the first 2 turns into this adversary setup is a whole bunch of problems. The elusive ambushes, as I said, could let me... Oh, no, because, so I did kind of correct myself. I can't actually swap the sudden ambush over here. But the elusive ambushes could give me something for the second turn. So it'd still let me maybe open like this. And then what? Then I guess it's next turn I have to give up on maybe the Lahar and play the ambushes and the terrifying rampage. And that brings me back into the reclaim cycle. That gives me the whatever, the G4. Which is probably not terrible. So I can defend 4 in... I suppose at that point I can defend 4 in there. Just make that easy. Instead of doing the whole trick with pushing them out, I could just defend the land for 4. Similarly, I've got... Well, actually, I think we said, we're pushing that out. But as we said, we've got 1 and 2 lands with the hand that we'd like to protect as well. So that's kind of also something. Oh, boy. Tricky. This is a tough decision. It's obviously not the other 2 here. I suppose I probably should at least go to the card cam with one of these cards while I'm talking. Elusive ambush is here, as I said. Target land with the hand. You can deal 1 damage or defend 4. The 1 damage thing won't really come up here, but the defend of 4 is highly relevant. And it's my element, my main element, obviously the fire. But spur on what words of fire is just a highly broken card. I might be mad here, but I think I am going to Elusive Ambushes. We've got lots of ways to move the hand and not enough ways to defend. And I think, unless I'm very much mistaken, I think that I can find a way between the three spirits to kind of get my actions going and get my economy going and sort of balance the maybe the G3 versus the G2 and get the little boosts when I need them and kind of just make my innates work without needing the extra card play. For example, if I compare this to when I had Hearth Vigil in the game, Spur was a snap-off keep. I found it, I think, with Downpour, and I kept playing it over. I was even giving up on the water element to take it with Downpour because getting to the top level of the innate is so impactful that getting the extra card play is huge. Whereas here, the extra card play is not as huge. You're not really getting the top levels of these innates anyway. So I think I give up the worst card here and take the defend card. And I hope that doesn't come back to bite me. But I'm taking the Elusive Ambushes. Now I have to discard a card here, as I said, which is going to be the Surging Lahar. So the Lahar is gone. It combos nicely with the innate, but we might get that later on. It is, as I say, a slightly overpowered card. And here we've got kind of, I think, slightly better control of the board. And we also, as I say, have the Exaltation here, so we need to think about where we're placing our wilds and our, for us and the other player, but that's okay. So I think we have a play. We take 3 energy here, 0 on the top track. So we've got kind of 2 spirits lined up here pretty well. We've got a plan for more or less the next 2 kind of ish turns. 1, 2, 1 in the bank. We will have the innate. So now we need to remember. So the innate. Ooh. Yeah. Better. Even better. This we can solve with the innate. No, we can't. It's the same problem. We can't solve that with the innate because it'll build a town and we can only deal 2 damage. So that's something that wants to get defended. So unfortunately, we push in here and then we add a presence and we can't solve a land with this. We could, for example, do something like throw that in there, let that ravage once, don't let the presence die, and then in the slow we could solve the land, but that's pushing us that way, and it doesn't help on this situation over here. But I suppose, I mean, we could just not get greedy. We could go in there, not flipped, and then we could do the Blazing Intimidation and just get the 2 of them out of there. Push them in there, and then that turns that off for the salt card. It stops the land exploring from the salt card. And then that will allow us to take the Blight in here, but then solve the land with the innate. And I suppose I don't really hate that. Gives up a little bit of this value over here, but ultimately we were pushing ourselves, we were forcing ourselves across the map to make that play. And really what we were doing is we were just getting, I keep doing this. What we were really doing at that point was we were only killing 2 explorers out of that, which was good, but I'm forcing the issue a little bit by doing that here. If I don't do it that way, I give myself much more flexibility. I don't actually do this during the fast phase at all. I can just grow at range 1 here somewhere, and then in the slow phase I can move that in. So either way, I wouldn't let it get destroyed, but I can still do that. And I give myself better flexibility by waiting. So that if I stay there and I just go grow at range 1, and then I do still feel like I grow across this way, then I have 2 different terrain types that I can add a wilds in, both of which are really good. So that kind of covers the exaltation as well. Okay. This. Oh, yeah. No. Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah, I can do this without moving this thing. So that's just range 1. So, okay, that's that. A little bit all over the place. It's been quite a while since I've played Ember-Eyed Behemoth. So you'll have to hopefully forgive me on this kind of stuff here. But yeah, so that's our turn there. Now, then we said we have this over here. We've got the kind of situation sorted with ThunderSpeaker. So we take our 5. 2 plus 3. Okay. We know sort of we've got all that going. The Voice of Thunder and the Sudden Ambush is back in our hand down here, so we'll do that. And then finally Downpour. We've got problem. ThunderSpeaker solving both of those. Ember-Eyed Behemoth is going to go solve, and then after that adds Blight. It'll solve that. So that will now be 1/2 Blight on this board. We can't get it up to 4 before this Ravage, so we won't, which is fine. And then it'll be 1/2, and then this can just Ravage twice, right? So this can go add a Blight, add another Blight. That'll be 1/2 3. This will have 1 as 4, and then ideally we stop. Easier said than done, of course. But, let's see. So that's all that. That's our 4 Blight on that board. On this board, we are going to take 1 here, 1 here. There's 1 already here. This will be solved. And then if we let this Ravage to get us up to 4, we've got a hand there. Like if we're going to take 3 Blight, we should definitely take 4 to turn off HME 6, you know what I mean? And we're not really going to be able to solve these lands. So similarly to this board, we're not really going to be able to solve our way out of this. So again, if we're going to take 3, take 4. Same over here. But a Dahan is at risk over on this board, which we don't love. So I don't know what we might do about that. We might be able to sudden ambush if we explore jungles. We might be able to go pull you in there and hit the sudden ambush. Probably do the same if we pull that into that as well. We could do that. So that kind of sudden ambush might get us out of losing a Dahan over there, which could help. The other thing is, okay, so that's fine. So that kind of gives us a rough idea about that side of the board. And then on this side of the board, we have Ravaging, we have not solved, and then Ravaging. So right now, if we do nothing, it's going to be 1/2 Blight, 3/4 Blight, and then this puts it up to 5. So we'd like to interfere with this cycle if we can. And what I said before was this whole on next turn, if I do the Unbearable Deluge next turn and I'm getting myself into this land and this land, that can go defend 3, I don't know, like push the hand in there, then defend 3 and push the hand back in there. So if I kind of started the whole cycle with 2 to hand in each of them lands, that covers both of those lands next turn, which is quite nice. Now I can get 2 to hand in there because we talked about it already with the Terrifying Rampage in that land. Push those 2 to hand in there really aligns with this plan. So that's nearly there. We'd just like to get 1 more to hand in there if we can. As of right now, we can't. But maybe with Dark Skies, Lucis, Stinging Rain next turn, we could go like, you know, I don't know. I'm not even sure. We don't really get a hand in there next turn. And we can't unlock the right innate either. Well, that's actually a lie. Depending on a draft here, we could maybe unlock the right innate. But anyway, I suppose what I'm getting at here is I don't have any surefire way to G2 for something here. So I'm going to G3. There's no obvious G2 combo. Sometimes that'll be set up on the first turn and you can G2 on the first turn into this particular adversary. You wouldn't really generally do that, but I have enough sort of in front of me to say that right now the G3 for the minor is better. So I will G3 for a minor. I'll go bottom. We'll keep this quite standard. We don't need to get fancy here. Bird's Cry Warning, Fire in the Sky, Gift of Power, and isn't that a beautiful thing? Gift of Power. Easy peasy. Get you in there. We've seen this on the channel before. It's the stone nuts in terms of elements. The rest of them are one cost. This can't be repeated. It should be noted here that we can't use Gift of Power to repeat, but we can use it to gather the hand next turn. So we actually have a very nice configuration for next turn here. So we'll throw the other stuff away. Some good cards, but none of them even close to Gift of Power. So I've now got myself in a situation where I can... Oh no, sorry, I was going to say I can Gift of Power, or I can hit the innate next turn. I could, by hitting these two cards, that would give me the second level of this innate next turn, but it wouldn't give me any of that Unbearable Deluge stuff. Which is a pity. So right now I have to set up 2 turns for Downpour, so I need to take a minute to figure out what the 2 turns are going to be, and then it's just templated, it's just fixed. So once I decide on this growth, I've already almost decided on the growth for the next turn as well. So I need to take 1 energy here, plus 1 off the top track. And I've 1 card play, of course. Is there anything we need to Gift of Abundance on the first turn? Not really. On the second turn, we could hit Gift of Abundance on the Elusive Ambushes, which is, you know, pretty decent. That could give us defend. Oh no, we're clearing that land. Can we get over here and defend 4 into 2 different lands, relevant lands? No, because we've got here and here. They're very far away from each other. So we can't... Well, if we G2, actually, no, this is a 0 and a 3. So we can't really. Unfortunately. We can't hit both of those lands with the thing. We could maybe Terrifying Rampage on repeat next turn, which is the Invaders don't participate in Ravage thing, which might be useful. Do that twice somewhere. It's also range 1, so no, that's got the same targeting problems. So we don't really necessarily have a great repeat next turn either for you. Sudden Ambush maybe, but I'd have to G3 to get that next turn with ThunderSpeaker. So not 100% sure I can find the right spot for Gift of Abundance here is the thing. I could just Gift of Power on the first turn. Not necessarily solving anything on the board. Like Dark Skies here, it can, you know, technically I can stop this ravaging with Dark Skies, but I also kind of want to take the Blight on this board, right? Because I want to go Blight, Blight. That's 1 more. Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4. So I kind of don't want to interrupt those with a Dark Skies here, necessarily. And Foundations also doesn't solve lands for us, because Foundations to destroy a building somewhere will leave 2 explorers behind, so it actually won't solve a land. So we want to go Unbearable Deluge next turn. we would like to Gift of Abundance. No, yeah, maybe we'd like to Gift of Abundance there as well. I think I just do play the Gift of Power on turn 1. Weird game, very weird game, odd opening, and I'm not even 100% sure who I want to give this to either. So there's kind of quite a bit going on here. Yeah, let's just play the Gift of Power then. So we open the bottom track, which means we can move a presence 1 and we can add a presence at range 1. So that's kind of something as well. Next turn we'll have, at the minimum the defend of 1 from this, as well as, maybe we can level this up to the 5 and 1 as well. So that's kind of something to also consider. It's interesting now that I found Gift of Power. That does potentially change the spur mats. So if, for example, I went top now, no, sorry, bottom, and I Gift the Power myself with Downpour, I go up to 5 cards. Next turn I can discard 2, go to 2 card plays, and then I have 1 more card in my hand. So I'd actually get up to 3 card plays next turn, and that spur does become relevant. That point then I'll have 1 water, 2, 3, like 4, 5, 6. Get a triple drench. And then I'd be reclaiming with 2 cards with Downpour, and I'd also at that point be reclaiming with Emberide Behemoth. So I'd kind of have access to the spur again, sort of thing. So I'm now wondering, and obviously this is all happening at the same time, right? So this is all simultaneous growth. So I took the Elusive Ambushes, but I hadn't grown over here and I hadn't seen that Gift of Power. And Gift of Power, not only does it enable that sort of play pattern for us, it gives us more velocity, because I potentially with the spur can get Gift of Power going again. It's a type of card that can be a little bit difficult to fit into your action economy because it doesn't affect the board, right? And because I'm getting hammered by HME and BP here, it's the type of card that's difficult to fit. But if I could, do this thing with next turn, get 3 plays, do some nice stuff, and maybe even get the right innate unlocked with Gift of Abundance involved, if I find a water sort of plant card or something, we can get things going, and then we can loop back in and maybe get 3 card plays again on the reclaim. So it feels like that's a sort of an engine, which would be quite nice here. I'm already sort of giving up on the first turn, as we saw, as it laid out. And the Elusive Ambushes will be good next turn, but I don't see anywhere where it's like fantastic. It's going to be just one of these 2 lands. Actually, that one is already solved, so it's not that one. So essentially, we'd just be tipping over and trying to solve this single land with the Elusive Ambushes. But we already said on this board we want to let that land ravage. So you know what? I've talked myself into it. Go back and give me that spur on with Words of Fire and stop passing one of the best minor powers in the deck. Take the card when it's given to you, Goose. Come on. Okay, we're taking the spur on. I changed my mind entirely. It's going to be great. I can't wait. So we play the Gift of Power. And I already wasn't sure who was getting the Gift of Power, but now I'm certain Downpour is getting it. So it's going to be lovely. So all of those things are nice. That goes there. We're not going to get any 2 element kind of gaining energy stuff on the first turn, but we don't care about any of that because we bank 2 because Gift of Power is 0 and it's broken. So all of that's good. So where are we going? We do know next turn we want to be in this land. So that's an easy move 1 because that's just, we want to be in there. We need to be in there next turn as well, but we can't go in there now, of course, because it's about to ravage, so that's kind of fine. So we'll move that because we know that's part of our plans. And then the other thing then is for next turn, is there anywhere where we'll need to reduce the ravaging amount? And the answer is probably just no. So I think we'll just avoid all of these ravaging lands for the most part. So place at range 3. what we might be able to do with that is pick one of these terrains that contains a single explorer. So then if it double explores right now, we'll be ready to defend it for 2 on the next turn. Which will be nice without having to dedicate a move into the lands. We might be able to solve 2 lands by doing that. So we'll take a shot at this. We're going somewhere that we can find a single explorer, which I don't want to waste a range 3 to go in next door there. So I don't think I'll waste that one. This we kind of have covered a little bit by Emberoid Behemoth, so I'm not sure we necessarily want to go into that land. Although we want to probably just protect their presence, don't we? But if we have to, we can grow in there. So I think I'll skip that one as well. Can I jump my way over here? Probably not. No, that's 4. It's range 4. That's no good. Anywhere else with a single explorer? No, maybe I just do go there. And that would protect this presence at least. Yeah, okay. That seems like an okay jump to me. Done. Give the power played. Have no innates over here. We have our 2 innates over here. All of this stuff is back in my hand. I like this plan. I like where we're going. It took me an hour and a half. We chatted for half an hour. We took an hour to take the first turn. But you know me, as I say, I've got 2 turns planned. So I'm going to do this quick. Then we're going to do the next one quick. It's going to be beautiful. We're going to, speaking of beautiful, have a big old gulp of a very tasty drink. Let's finally move to the first adversary phase, or stage, should I say, of the evening. We'll flip over well-prepared explorers, giving explorers +1 health. Yeah, I mean, you know, we don't hate missing on that one. Then we'll go, okay, invader phase. Pick up the box. We're going to build. So over here, that means we're going to ravage. 1. Over here, we build. Over here, we ravage. And then in here, we skip this. Over here, we never use our fast pairs. What on earth am I doing? Defend 3 in there. We talked about that. 1 fear. Push these 2, and we said we were pushing them in there. No, because that contains my my thing. Although, yeah, because I can move that during the fast. We know we want to move that in there, and now this will allow me to push these in here, because that's where I want to push them very clearly. Don't want to push them really into the big land, I don't think. No. I want to push them in here to turn off the salt explorer into that land. Now, if I hit wetlands here, we won't be chuffed that we did this, but I think it's okay. So that was that. This is slow. This is slow. We finally did our fast cards after we revealed the event and start building. We're halfway through the build, and then we go back and do the fast, but we did it. Dead. 1 fear. Oh no. The explorers have +1 health. I forgot. So that's super annoying. Oh no, we didn't resolve the event. Goosey boy, you're absolutely all over the place. I couldn't be more all over the place here. This is shocking. Dreadful. Right. This removed. This over here, build. This removed. So no blight taken here. Over here, build. Over here, ravage. Blight and upgrade. And then over here, blight. And don't hurt my Incarna, because it ceases to be a presence for that particular action. And then no build here. So that's all of that. I'm not even sure what terrain I want to hit here, but I don't think I want any of sands or mountains to hit. And I don't really want wetlands to hit either. So I suppose that by process of elimination, I believe we do want to hit jungles. So of course we hit sands. We're not in love with it. It must be said, we're not in love with it. It foiled my plan in here anyway, that's for sure. But look. Just one of them things. It's not awful, I think. It gives us our 2 explorers back in here. Remember the 2 that we were going to push in there? It gives us those back in, so we get full value. It's a combo. It's the Sands combo. So, okay, we hit the escalation. So the thing we need to do about the escalation. Now, just remind me of something. Yeah, I did the escalation on the stage 3. Now I've got the escalation on the Habsburg mining expedition. So I explore first, and then after we advance the cards, we do something. So over here, again, we're going to have to go 1, 2. Yeah, no, this is terrible because this is going to ravage twice on the next turn. It's awful news. So 1, 2, and that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 invaders. So on the following turn, that's a loss condition. It's all kinds of terrible, terrible news. Oh, do you know what? Here, I've lost it. I'm cheating. Because I didn't do HME 5. Now, well, we said we knew we were doing it on this board, so that one at least is not cheating because we said we were going town and then things. So we made a plan for HME 5 on that board. Now, after that, we have not yet seen what's about to explore here. So we need to make a plan for HME 5 on the other 2 boards without the knowledge of those things coming. And I dare say we didn't really have a great choice. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 goes up to 6 next turn. I'm just thinking, would I have chosen this land? I'm not going to cheat, and like if there's obvious lands here that are sands that I would have taken, I'll do it. I'm just looking at this. So I definitely wouldn't have done it here because I wouldn't want to waste the disease. I definitely wouldn't have done it here because we had a plan for this land. I definitely wouldn't have done it here because I was planning to clear that land. So it leaves me essentially 2 options. Either this wetland or that sands. So as I said, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I do the thing that goes up to 6, and then next turn it ravages and it goes to 7. So that just becomes a big, horrible, blighted land that goes to 7 invaders. And I think I would have done that as opposed to doing it in here because that just creates 2 problem lands. So I know now that Sands is coming, it's going to screw me, but I would have done that. So I need to play fairly here. I would have done Sands. So that would have been that. And then that would have been the town upgraded. We weren't planning on defending this next turn anyway. We were going to just let that ravage. So that's what I would have done on that board. On this board, it's different. So I have actually, by this stage, explored in here and in here. But, you know, I obviously have to do the thing first. On this board, 1, 2, 3, 4, up to 5, up to 6. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Up to... Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, if I do the build thing, it goes up to 5 and then it goes up to 6. Over here, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, up to 6, up to 7. So I have 2 sort of candidate lands for that. Where did we say we were getting to? We said we were going to go blight, 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 and then blight. So we planned to take the 4 blight on this board, meaning we were shutting off HME, and HME then would only explore with 1 explorer. And when that is the case, generally it's pretty good practice to get your single lands. I talked about this on my playthrough. This is good practice here because this is going to go add an explorer from salt and then build like that. That will be the salt impact on that land if it still only has 1 explorer. But if I now HME and upgrade it, it goes HME 5, then Salt explores, and then it doesn't build. So the only big difference there is a single point of attack and health. It's 2 towns and an explorer versus 2 explorers and a town. They both get solved by pushing one single explorer out of the land. It stops being the mining land, and Salt does not match it anymore. So it's almost the same thing. So actually in that land, that would have been what I would have done. Rather than make one of these really big and really awful, I would have done it on this turn. You can see here the 2 boards have different configurations. So I've got 2 different approaches for the 2 boards. And hopefully you see that as fair, because I would have done it in here, and on this board I had a good candidate to ease the burden. Like if doing it in here is 1 point of power of power and toughness is magic, attack and health. Doing it in any of these lands is a difference of 3, because I'd go build and then I'd go upgrade. So that's 3 attack and health as opposed to 1. You see the general gist of how that works. So that's what I would have done on this board, and then we knew what we were doing on this board. Now we hit the sands. Now we get screwed. Now we face the fate of the getting screwed here. So we go 2 over here. This on this board also no longer defends for 3, which is pretty rough. Although actually it'll defend for 3, but then my my innate will actually stop it killing us, which is fine. So okay, that's that. It actually works well in there. We'll see how that works next turn. So that's 1, 2. Over here we're going to go 1, 2, and we'll face the music of a big problem there, because that's now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ravage twice goes 7, 8, and then it's a loss condition. Over here we were letting that go anyway, but that again is also going to blight twice in a row, and then again on the following turn. So that's a problem as well. And then over here, as we said, we have a big problem. 1, 2, and then 1, 2, which now becomes a loss condition immediately, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it's immediately a loss condition. So we have to solve that before we get out of the fast phase next turn. It's the only loss condition though, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's the only land here. This one is 7, sorry, but it'll be clear. So yeah, that's the only actual loss condition at the moment. Then we move these along, and then we have to do HME escalation after advancing invader cards on each board in 2 lands whose terrains don't match a ravage or build card. Explore. And then right now, actually, I get a free hit on that land. So that now won't explore at all from the Salt card, which is great. And then it's also an easy choice in, well, actually, not in there, because I'm about to put a Wilds on this land, which also shuts off the Salt, which is pretty good. And then on this board, we have 1 and 2, both of which work quite well with the Salt mats as well. And then on this board, we have 1 which works with Salt, and then we have another which works with Salt as well. So we've got a whole bunch of lands that get to exactly 3 between the cycle of the Salt here, and between the cycle of all that happening, hopefully we can clear out as many of them as possible. And that's the other lands. That's not the lands that are actually the problem. That's just the 2 turns away problem. But again, as I said on my HME episode, you have to be thinking about HME like this. In the mats, the number of individual invaders in every land has to be part of your plan, while also dealing with this mess as well. So that is all of that. Before I do anything else, I am going to gift of power Starlight. And if there's any justice in the world, I'll hit a water plant card. What's a good water plant card? I can think of a few terrible ones. I can think of the one Voracious Growth, which I couldn't be bothered with here, really. That's actually probably not bad here. I don't know. What's a good? Is there any good broken water? This is the only one I would think of, which is Gift of Power, which we already got. But anyway, here we go. Gain a minor power card. Any player. There be monsters. Doesn't have water. Pull beneath the hungry earth. Costs 1, but it's not great, is it? Maze Tranquility. Now there's the Stone Nuts. And Sky's Herald, the season of doesn't matter. Maze Tranquility. It's the Stone Nuts. We'll take that and be overly chuffed with ourselves. Let's talk about Mez Tranquility in this thing over here. It's another zero cost water card. One of the best ones you can find with Downpour. Isolate the land. Each invader does -1 damage. Simple, but when you're repeating this card, look at the board. Each invader does -1 damage. Problem solved. In here, problem solved. Over here, problem solved. Over here, nearly problem solved. It's just like, it's so strong. It's so good. Zero cost defend type cards are really good with Downpour, and this is clearly very much a qualifying criteria. So that we are chuffed with. Now, next, over here, gather up to 2 peeps. 1, 2. And we gather our presence in there as well. Now, why on earth? Oh yeah, I forgot to put that in there, but we knew we were doing that. So that was in there. Now we have 4 and 2. First of all, destroy 2, excuse me, towns for every 2 to hand. Boop and boop. That's 2 fear. Excuse me. Oh, something caught my throat there. Sorry about that. So both of those things are done. Now we hit manifestations. 1. Deal 8 damage. 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. And with that, we will bid all of those invaders a very fond, may your manifestations always be powerful and glorious. That's 3 more fear. Get in the bin, every single one of you. 3 more fear, and that land is now nice and clear. We might not play manifestations ever again in this game, but it depends on whether or not I draft a major. We shall see. But that one was nice, and we're happy with how all of that goes. So BlunderSpeaker is done. All good news. Downpour's done. And then over here we have Exaltation of Grasping Roots, and we never considered which land we wanted to put that in. Just remember that right now. We have the perfect land here. We actually maybe just add the wilds in there twice. That's probably a bit greedy. Because we'll go prevent the Explorer. It will build with Assault, but then it'll only be two invaders. But right now, the rest of the board, we can do either in there or we can do in here before we move the Gather the Warrior. So I could add it in either of these 2 lands as well. We know Coastal isn't in our game, so that's not going to matter. This also might be an interesting land now that I look at it. So next turn, we'll be going. Just want to plan this out with Downpour because this matters. Definitely this. And then that's going to be this land, this land. Now, the Terrifying Rampage does not work over here anymore. So a Mez Tranquility in that land and then just clear a bunch of stuff sounds great. So we're probably certainly doing Mez Tranquility as well. But now we don't have this trickery with Unbearable Deluge. So actually Mez Tranquility now in here, here, and here. 3 of those next turn look really good on that board, don't they? I mean, they sure do. Is there anything that we can do with getting invaders in these? Or Dahan. We'd really like to get Dahan in that land. I just don't know how it happens. Terrifying Rampage pushes 3 Dahan, but it's not really exciting, is it? Have to deal with this land. And I'm wondering how on earth that happens. I mean, I guess we can sudden ambush to stop it being a loss condition. Sudden ambush getting over there. Yeah, so we have to do that. We have to sudden ambush in there. What we would like to do is put a bunch of Dahan in there, maybe first. So that sudden ambush destroys, like, you know, like if we push those two Dahan in there, then we sudden ambush the land. That would destroy 3 explorers. But the land is still ravaging for 3, 5, 7. So we'd have to defend of 6 to make all of that work. We could also Dark Skies, Loose the Stinging Rain the land, but that's not really a great solution because it just goes blight, blight anyway. So we would also like to we'd like to Mez Tranquility that land in theory. Or, you know, maybe Unbearable Deluge it twice. Yeah, Unbearable Deluge it twice is probably not bad if we get the trick I talked about with getting the 3 Dahan in there with the sudden ambush. So if I defend that for 6, it stops that ravage, assuming no event plus. But I don't think we're going to be able to play around that kind of stuff here. So we would have to Terrifying Rampage the random land here. Push those in there. It sounds just so bad. But we kind of need to do it to get Unbearable Deluge going. We also, by the way, here have 2 presence placements and a move. And I need to get into 1, 2, 3 lands. And this land. So I actually just can't even do that. Because Mez is range 0. So that's not great. There's a lot of things going on here and a lot of problems, I would say. What does Gift of Abundance allow me to do? If that's the 3 cards I play next turn. One thing here is I have 2 damage in there. I'm killing that. That's my innate. That's done because that's there's no thing to be done here. I also am going to Exaltation in this land. I'm just the way this all came about was I was wondering what's the other land that I Exaltation into here, and it could be relevant. What I was thinking was over here, if I defend this land and then maybe attack back and kill these, then it's gonna, if I prevent the salt, explore, then it goes up to a city and it only stays at 2 invaders. So just sort of, you know, that's a kind of a thing that could happen there. It's either that or I can put it in one of these empty lands or I can put 2 in that land. So there are 3 different distinct decisions here. This can give me Gift of Abundance out to the Terrifying Rampage, which I won't be able to afford. Oh, I will. If I G2 top, that puts me up to 2. I would be able to afford it. Terrifying Rampage twice. One could be doing this trick I talked about, pushing those in there. The other, I suppose, Terrifying Rampage back in this land. If we think about that, we can use this to push a Dahan in there. Stop this, because this is now a solve. Just stopping them for the turn will be enough. Which means I can use my move of presence to get you in there. And now I can go 1, 2, 3. And I can be in the 3 lands that I care about. And then Terrifying Rampage solves that land. So that's pretty good. I think that's good. And I can do that by, again, in this spirit phase, I can move you in there. Push that in there. That will give me access to this with Terrifying Rampage. And then I can do G2, which jumps me across into this forest, this jungle, and that gives me range 1 into that land. Now I'd have in there, Mez in there, wipe 2 of them, and then it ravages again because it's still got 3 invaders, and then it wipes 2 more. Beautiful. At this point, I'm thinking about not activating the left innate. So my presence will not reduce Dahan counterattack. I'll be in here, same sort of story. Well, actually, in this land, it'll be just wipe 2, 3, 4, and then there'll be 2 explorers left, which is a little unfortunate, but it is what it is. That's where we actually would like our presence to have a defend value. And then over here, we would do the unbearable deluge twice. So actually what we're doing right now is Mez in here and here. So we need 1 repeat of Mez, and then we need 1 repeat of deluge, because in here we'd go 3, 6. We'd pull 3 to hand in, they'd be dead, and it's ravaging for 7. Then we would fight back for 6 total, which would, yeah, it would basically like kill 2 things, and then 1 thing would be like left on one health or whatever like that. So I think all of that works pretty well. And that's using 2 repeats. We'll have access to 3. We could just use the other one for a, don't know, whatever, another energy or whatever. So I think all of that works pretty well. Pretty well. Yeah, you do love to see it, just a little bit. So with all of that said, now this will not be hit by a, sorry, we push that back in there. This will not be hit by a defend. It will not destroy any of those invaders. That'll stay as 3. So we don't want to put the wilds in there. I think maybe I just hit this with a wilds. Stop it exploring, and then just stop it being a problem for probably ages in the game. This one, if I hit it with 2 wilds, it's going to build up to the salts, but then, like, you know, if it doesn't hit again, it's kind of a waste. I kind of cover 2 different terrains this way, you know what I mean? So I think I'll do that. So before I moved this presence out with ThunderSpeaker, I'll place the wilds in there. So 1, and then 1 over here. And of course I haven't gained any new information here. I'm just resolving all my slows in kind of different timing here. So that is all of that. Oh, actually, no. You know what? I lied. Loads. Lied loads. Goes in there, of course. The really obvious place. Because this presence is still in here. So now what I can do is, this is the presence of Emberide Behemoths. Place it in there. Now it doesn't explore, and then now that does get prevented from getting up to 3. And then this is the presence of Downpour, and we put it in here. So there's 2 lands that gets salt solved-ish using this. We now have done everything. We're finished the first turn, and it's 2 hours. That is a long turn. But as I said, we have basically planned out the whole next turn as well. So it's kind of 1.5 turns, which is not the absolute worst. But as we always say, the first turn is the let's figure the plan out. Let's think about Spur. Let's think about Gift of Power. Let's sort of figure all of that out in our head, and then the rest kind of gets moving from there. Slowly now. It does get moving slow. I'm not going to lie. It's not. I'm not just going to go 100 miles an hour now. But again, we're here to enjoy ourselves. Hopefully you're enjoying yourself. Hopefully you've got a nice beverage. I still have some of mine left, and it's still nice and cold and icy, which is great. So, okay, back to growth. I'm already getting ahead of myself here with these 2 other spirits. I've got all my Downpour stuff done over here already. So yes, Downpour is going to drop Foundations and Dark Skies. There in the bin. Take from the bottom. Get 1 more energy from the top. Get 2 water. We'll figure all that out after. So we've got 2 presence placements and a move. Move is there. Presence placement range 2 is there. Presence placement range 2 is there. Let's get all this off the board for a minute. That's all beautiful, beautiful things. We need to pay for Gift of Abundance. Over here with ThunderSpeaker, I think I am going to run the G2 with the top. Which gives me the energy, and it kind of feels the rest of my game. I'm not in love with this G3 and then G3 again. What I could do here is I could go G3 again. I could go bottom, and then I'd kind of bank a bunch of energy. I'd pay 2, and I'd bank 3 more. And then when I come back into the reclaim, that gives me shots at majors. But the way I found before was doing it that way. It's like I take a major, I throw away manifestation. Oh, maybe actually the major's not great. I need to take a second major. And it's like I just don't have a great economy to sort of fund that, because then I play the major once and then it's like, okay, now I've just got 2 crappy minors, and then I'm like, am I going to 3 plays? What am I doing at that point? Am I trying to get to the reclaim one? But I kind of can't do that because I basically get forced to keep taking G3. And I just didn't find that made a very cohesive loop. It kind of just took me away from almost everything I was doing, and it just turns me into like a major bot. And if you just don't find a good major, you're kind of turning off your game, and you're not really advancing on the major front, which I wasn't in love with. And I do really, really like the mini game of ThunderSpeaker. Moving all the Dahana around the board is cool and it's fun. So I kind of want to stick with that if I can. So with all that said, I think I'll do G2, and I think I will go top. And that'll fund a little bit of the rest of the game. Now, this probably does mean on my cycle back in here to reclaim, I'm probably going minors as opposed to majors. And then maybe a little bit later on, after I've hit another G3 at some point, I might then look to pick up a major. So this is all well and good now. So this is fine. Dahan at range 2 and Dahan at range 1 may be a problem. I've just noticed. No, it's not. It's beautiful. I mean, I say it's beautiful. It's not beautiful at all. I'm going to lose presence loads, but I can at least make it work, because I can go 1 and 2. 1 in here and then 2 over in there. That is the only way I can get to make that range work. I have range 2 into the land, but it doesn't contain Dahan. So I have to do it this way. And then I'm about to ravage in here and destroy this Dahan, which is all kinds of bad news, because that also destroys my presence in this land. So we really don't love to see this, in truth. But our plan is involving sudden ambush, so I have to get over there. So yeah, it's got to be this way. And then maybe I can hit an event here that stops this ravaging or something. It's the best we can hope for. Over here, G2, top. So we're doing a very similar pattern here, with ThunderSpeaker and Emberhide Behemoth. But I don't mind it. So this is add a presence to jungle or land with your presence, and then the other one is add a presence at range 0. So again, what we talked about here is the moving the Akarna happens. Actually, I suppose it doesn't have to happen during growth, does it? It either has to happen in growth or fast, so it doesn't really matter. I'll do that. I'll push that in there. Then I've got a range 3, which goes to, I think, just here. I could jump over into that land. What does that do for me? Gives me a little bit more access to that side of the board, I guess. We're going to want to start spreading out and doing a bunch of damage here soon with the flipped Incarna and the double innates and all that kind of stuff. So we do want to be a bit spread out, but like we've got, big problem. This right now is going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's going to ravage once, then ravage again. And that's going to put me up to the 8. And then this is now again on the next turn. This is the problem. I think it's the only one. This one is going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 5, 6. So this is the lost condition that has to be dealt with in the fast next turn. But I am reclaiming, and in theory I could do the sudden ambush trick again in there. Maybe. But at that point I've lost my presence in here. So actually that's challenging. I may be able to go over here. No, because that's only... Oh yeah, I could go maybe Voice of Thunder, push them 4 across, and then I could use my innate to gather them in there. So yeah, that's maybe a way to do that. Something like that. Really, really need this to hit like a defend 5 or something. I have no way. Is there any other way I can mez here? No, because I can't let any of these double ravage. Well, actually, it's the exact same, isn't it? It's either letting one of them double ravage or it's letting one of these double ravage. But over here, it destroys 2 of my presence with ThunderSpeaker. And I will satisfy my 4 blight because it'll go 1, 2, 3, 4. If I protect this, that'll keep this board at 4 blight. Over here, we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. So we want to protect this land on this board. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it'd be 4, 5 basically. But and it also loses 2 to hand, which is just really bad news. I have 1, 2 fear gain here. And Terrifying Rampage is 1 more fear gain. So I have 3 fear gain. I mean, actually, technically, I can just do this 1 more time just to gain a single fear. So that could give me a fear card. But a fear card isn't going to do that much for me here. This is so bad if I lose 2 presence on this side of the board, isn't it? I've been thinking about this one for a while. I think I have a slightly different way to play this. So I was thinking about my presence placement at the moment, but in actual fact, so I'll finish placing my presence in a moment. I'll bring that back because I haven't done any of that yet, but I'm actually rethinking this. So I don't think I play the Unbearable Deluge here. I think Mez already does what I need. I'm going to need 4 of these basically. But I think if I put the Unbearable Deluge back in my hand, the 2 cards I discarded were the Foundations and the Dark Skies. Now I wonder if I take Dark Skies here, does that change anything for me? Because I'm thinking about a slightly different approach to the turn. No. I do need the Unbearable Deluge, I lied. So, but let me go back and look at where I moved my presence here because I'm changing this slightly. So that presence was the one that was in there that I moved. And then these were the 2 that I placed, right? I went move, place, place. Doing this slightly differently now. That's not getting moved from there. That's moving in there. This is a placement, and this is a placement. And now I believe we're letting this go. Yeah, I think that's what's happening here. Okay. Slightly different setup. But, you know, we've got to make moves, and I can't abide losing 2 presents from ThunderSpeaker over here. It just really hurts Manifestation of Power and Glory too much. So I just can't allow it. So now, we have a slightly different way of doing this. We're going to have Mez. We have 3 repeats, right? Because it's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 water. So that's going to be 3 repeats. They're all going on Mez Tranquility because the card is nuts in this particular spot. And that's going to be in here, solves that land, in here, solves that land, and then in here twice will stop all of those from hitting us. Now we've got the sudden ambush. We have access to sudden ambush in here. We could, in theory, just sudden ambush in there once. Oh yeah, this is good. Yeah. I think this is pretty good. Okay. I suppose the one thing we won't have over here is we won't have 4 blight. Oh no, we will. Yeah. No, yeah, this is good. Okay. So yes, over here. That was the range 3. We pushed in there. That was that. We need a Sacred Side. So I think Sacred Side over here gives us some options. Yeah. And that gives us 2 energy. 1 and 1. And that is going to give us the first level of this innate. Okay. Now, BlunderSpeaker. It is doing that. It is getting 2 energy. The 2 energy goes. Oh. Ah. It goes here. Okay. I was just checking something and making sure that Terrifying Rampage works on multiple ravages, which it does, which is good news. So, we placed our presence with Behemoth. We placed our presence with everybody, I believe. Yeah, we gained our 2, we played them. We gained our 2, we played them. And then over here we gained 1 and we stuck with the Unbearable Deluge and we did our move and all the rest of that kind of stuff, which is all working out well. So, let us now figure out how exactly we resolve all of these. So Spur on with Words of Fire gives us the extra card play, but it also gives us 1 extra energy. So that's nice. We have 3 repeats. We were all putting them all on Mez Tranquility. That's fine. Do we want the Rain and Mud Suppress Conflict here? The answer is, in some lands, yes. In some lands, no, is the answer. So if we look over here, for example, getting a Rain and Mud Suppress Conflict for 1 would make this Ravage back for 3. That would kill the 2 of them, and then it would allow this to Ravage again, and then it would clear the land. So it would be good in that land. In this land, we don't care because it's going to Ravage for 3. I suppose actually it would be good in this land as well because that will put us to defend 4, which would help a little bit with edge casing. So that's 2 lands we do want it in. This land we very much don't want it in because over here, we, as it stands, would do Mez Tranquility the land. It ravages for 1. It's prone to edge casing, yes. But when we ravage, we kill a town, and then when we ravage, we kill 2 explorers, and then it would salt explore on us, and then that puts us in the spot where it would have 2 explorers. However, if we have Rain and Mud Suppress Conflict, it goes ravage. 1. Ravage again, kill the town, and then it doesn't salt explore. So what do we say? The other way was dead, dead, and then explore up to 2. And then next turn it would like ravage and kind of wipe the land. The other way is attack and then dead, and then we've got 3 explorers, and then they ravage, and then yeah, so actually we'd rather be clearing out this land. So it's not good in there. Over in this land, we're gathering, we said. So now what I was choosing, or what I'm doing over here is we're now Terrifying Rampaging in this land twice, which stops 2 explorers and then 2 explorers. Only 1 participates in the ravage. And then the mining, same story. So that stops any blight coming in here. It also stops it being a lost condition next turn. So that's pretty good. But that means now we don't have the Terrifying Rampage to push those back in there. So now when we sudden ambush this land, we're only gathering 1 Dahan, killing 1 of them to stop it being a lost condition. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But then when we ravage back, we're killing next to nothing. And the land is still a problem. But we need to figure that out next turn when it ravages again. So having 1 Dahan in there would kill like a town and a town. Whereas otherwise it's only going to kill a single town. It's not going to be meaningfully different. But it will be meaningfully different down here. I think I can live with that. Because otherwise over here, if I don't do it, this ravages for 4. Best case scenario, I do that, and then this builds. And then I have to contend with it next turn. A ravage of 4 next turn, whereas otherwise it just clears the land. So I think I do Rain and Mud suppress conflict because, as I said, it also shuts off some edge casing, which is better. So we'll take the first level of Rain and Mud suppress conflict, but not the second. And that means we just ignore the earth, for example, for this. So I take the first level of this. If you've never come across Downpour's fancy shenanigans with this, they often do this, where sometimes they'll take it and sometimes they don't, and all this kind of stuff. Or sometimes you only take level 1 but not level 2 because you're managing your hand counter attacks here. So that's all of that. So we gave the spur over, that's fine. The Terrifying Rampage now is going 2 fear in this land. 4 of these explorers do not participate in Ravage this turn, and 1 of them will. Now, next, Sudden Ambush. You may gather 1 Dahan. I'll gather from there instead of from there. I'll keep them paired for now. Gather 1 Dahan. Each Dahan destroys an explorer. Destroys 1 and stops the loss condition. Now, we have this innate. We don't have the right innate. That's fine. Next, Unbearable Deluge. 1 fear in here. Defend 3. Push an explorer, or push a Dahan. Push that Dahan in there. I think it just kills a explorer, which could matter. Yeah, and it might help set up for defending that land next turn, which I'm going to have to deal with anyway. So yeah, we'll push that in there. Now, we're going to be 1 fear short of a fear card, but we're actually okay on fear cards now, so I'd rather have that fear card next turn if I can. So that's fine. Now, Mez Tranquility. Isolate target land. Each invader does -1 damage. So we'll mark our isolates here. In here. In here. And in here. And then all of those deal -1. And obviously we do this twice. So we've got 2 Mez in here, 1 in here, and 1 in here. That's 4. That's 4 Mezes. That took all 3 of our thing. We keep the three here in the bank, and then Gift of Abundance obviously was already used to do the double Terrifying Rampage. So that went over there, and we had to pay another 1 for that. So all of that is fine. We're basically going to be tapped out with Downpour. We're going to have a Voice of Thunder, so we'll have some movement of the hand and then a bit of damage in the slow here. And the damage can go into that land, which is not unreasonable. All of that seems okay. Done. Let us finally resolve our first event of the game. Relentless Optimism. I'm always very optimistic when I hear the name of this, and then I usually hate it. Yeah, for the rest of this turn, don't generate fear for destroying buildings. That will matter a little bit. Will definitely cost us a couple of fear. Okay. On each board in the land with the most combined invaders plus the hand, min 1 of each. Oh, I hate this. Add disease, 2 damage to the hand. No. Don't kill my Dahan. Most combined invaders plus Dahan. Oh no, it's going to be this land or this land. They're both terrible. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You just hate to see it. And also the disease is going to prevent the ravage. Like, that land was clear, and now this just destroys me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. God damn it. Just god damn it. The optimism. It's the fading optimism. The optimism is fading. I'm not going to lie. This wrecks me. In there. Dead. Wrecked. In here. Dead. Wrecked. Oh, you're kidding me. Look at this. In there. Dead. Wrecked. That is foul. Foul. Genuinely awful. Foreign diseases. Each spirit with at least 2 to hand among all its lands gain 1 energy. I think we have Thunderspeaker, yes. We have Downpour just about. And then we don't have it. Oh, no, we do. 1 and 2. We all gain an energy. 1, 1, 1. That might be nice. Yeah, this is a really not a very nice event, is it? Just kind of wrecks you loads, and then it just gives you one measly energy for your troubles. That was really bad. Awful. Okay. Ravage. Blight. Anywhere that could get saved here by this? I doubt it. So yeah. Blight. Great. Oh, there's the first yawn of the evening. I think that's gonna signal me having to close this out soon enough. 1. This is defended. This ravages for 1, does nothing. In fact, stops the ravage once, but doesn't matter. That's that. Now, this board, Blight. Suppose we'll do all the safe ravages before we flip this. Safe. In actual fact, no, because we have to remove the disease first. Over here, ravages, and we counter for a single point. Suppose I'd rather just remove 2 invaders than 1. So the first one will remove that. Safe. No. Remove. So what's left here is only, I guess, this one. It's the only blight left going out now. I think. Unfortunately, it does flip the card. Yeah. Okay, what do we got? Oh dear. Oh dear is right. All right, well, we don't have a choice. This is not true solo. Burn Bright is before the end. Immediately, each spirit adds 1 to one of their lands and removes 1 from their presence tracks. Adds 1 to one of their lands or removes. I was about to say, does this do both? No, it's or. Okay. All right, we get a prolift, but we only get 6 blight, and that, I dare say, will be a problem. Okay, Burn Bright is before the end. We're about to play several of these on the board anyway, aren't we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we get to go what? We get to go add 1 to one of their lands. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that was here. Immediately proliferate. We're going to reclaim 2 water plus thing. That'll put us up to 5. And it's probably just from there. Yeah, it's got to be that. I'll just place this over here, I think. Okay, now Thunderspeaker can unlock what? A fire. Unfortunately, not a sun. Fire probably does nothing for us, so I guess I'll do this, and then that'll allow me to G3 to the 3rd card play if I need to. So from bottom here, we go, I guess, Sacred Side on this side of the board, and then Ember-Eyed Behemoth can go from there to get 1 more energy, I think. This can, in theory, let us think about majors a little bit. And then we can do G2 to the bottom at some point if we need to. Because again, going bottom doesn't unlock anything because we're going to reclaim. We don't place a presence, so we at least get an extra energy this way. Could be nice. Okay. And that one will go into here, which is good. So that's all that. Now, that was just the ravage, right? Did I pick off every single ravage? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, no, yes, 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 yes. Okay, so that was all the ravages. Now we go build. And we go blight. Now we go ravage, which is safe. Now we go ravage, which picks off another explorer. Now we go ravage, which picks off an explorer, because it's only one. And then now we go ravage, which does nothing. Now, after build. I'm looking at this land down here, and that looks like a pretty fine candidate for sudden ambush if I could get 4 to hand in there, doesn't it? So I don't want to do this down there. I can do it in here, get myself up to 3, and then maybe push out one thing. I think I do have to do it in there on that board. So 1, and then upgrade this. Keep that at 3 invaders. Over on this board, it's 1 and 1, the trick I talked about before. And then on the other board, I think it's the same story. I think I'll go 1 and 1. Okay. Pretty awful, but it is what it is. So now we go salt card, explore. And we have 4 blight on every... Kidding me. Do we not have 4 blight on this board? Is that true? God damn it. Oh. My planning, my poor planning. So annoying. Okay, 1, 2. I mean, technically it's only 1 land where it matters, but still, this gets removed because that is going to be an extra land, salt land now. So 1, 2. Down on this board. 1, 2, remove. Over on this board. 1, 2. 3. And then we move. We move, we move. And as you can probably tell, we're in a fair reasonable spot of bother here. It must be mentioned. The downpour's done. They have nothing to add to this conversation. That all goes there, and they'll be going back and reclaiming. That energy is gone. That's there, that's there. We have Smash, Stomp, and Flatten. 2 damage. Kill the town. Don't generate a fear because the event card was sound. That event really wrecked us. That was bad. That was really bad. I mean, this 1 fear is not why this card wrecked us, just in case you've kind of forgotten how wrecked I got. This is not the actual problem, so that's fine. And then again, we've got the innate plus the voice of thunder. And in this case, oh yeah, you can do it, which is quite nice. So I can go, I have 3. Oh no, I can't. Yeah, I've only got one sun, which is annoying. Is there any way I can get the 4 things in here using this combination of this plus this? I don't think there is. So I can go gather 3 in there and then push 1. And then I'll have 2 in here, and then I can only push 2 more in. So I can get 3 in that way. Like I can do like gather 1, or not, gather 3 in that way, but then I can only push 4 to here. So that doesn't work. No. It's a bit annoying. There's no way to get the 4 in here. But it's alright, we'll survive. So I guess in this case then I can either go, well no, I can't do the gather 3 in here because then I'll have none adjacent for the sudden ambush. So I need 1. So I'll basically go gather 2 out of here. And split up my hand here, which is a bit unfortunate. Push all of them over with the Voice of Thunder, I think. And then do gather the warriors into this land. 2, 1, and 1. I think that's the setup. Okay. Done. Might play out just a little growth phase. Little. Might play out maybe a growth phase next turn and just see what all that looks like. All of this is gone. All of this is gone. Get all that there. Everybody's reclaiming. 1, 2, and then this is going to be the reclaim all cards with fire and then empower the Incarna. And unless I'm mistaken, all of my cards have fire. We empower the Incarna, which flips it over, and now that's a sacred site as well as I get the double innate, which is pretty cool. These all go back in my hand. I've got 2 card plays and I'm going to be gaining 3 energy. So we can think about what that looks like in a moment. We'll go and draft some cards here. So we're gonna go back to growth with downpour. We're gonna go up to 5 energy, and then we're now gonna start thinking just a tiny bit about what a major power might look like in our game. Just a very tiny amount. We'll think about it. Take this back for now, this back for now, because technically none of those are actually being solved at the moment. This is a lost condition, as we said, but the sudden ambush can solve that. Any other lost conditions out there? No. It's likely that we're solving this land with BlunderSpeaker. A sudden ambush plus a defended 3 just solves that land, which is quite nice. We have the 2 cards that can do that. We're going to be gaining 2 energy. I have to imagine that a gift abundance on spur on with words of fire has got to be somewhat interesting this turn. So if we imagine for a moment that we get 4 card plays with downpour here, does that do anything for us? Technically not exactly, because if I do that, I'll spend 4 card plays. Just let's say for argument's sake, I play 4 card plays. I've only got 2 left in my hand. And then I kind of just don't get to use my G2, which is like basically the best one. So, of course, I could, for example, do 2 card plays with downpour and then spur on with words of fire twice on BlunderSpeaker, but then I'm just back into a reclaim with BlunderSpeaker, which I'm not really in love with either. So I'm not sure the spur on with Words of Fire is this turn. I think it might be next turn where I go over here, downpour, you know, this turn gain a minor. Puts me up to 7 cards. One of the cards I play is Gift of Power, and let's say anything else, doesn't matter. Not Gift of Abundance, I need that next turn. For example, Mez Tranquility. Then I've got 4 cards in my hand. No, I've got 5 cards in my hand. Gift of Power myself up to 6 cards in hand. Discard 2, and then next turn, Gift of Abundance plus Spur gets 4 card plays out of Downpour's hand. And at that point, we've gone top. We went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 4 card plays, all containing water, is 9. And we unlock this, as well as this. We only unlock this if we find exactly a water plant card. But that all sounds kind of broken on the turn where the Salt Ravage is going to happen. Does that not just sound kind of broken? Unfortunately, we don't have a fast damage card really here that can sort of take advantage of the max rain mud suppress conflict. But still, getting as much presence as we can around the board for this max innate could be pretty decent next turn. That means we definitely have to play the Gift of Power. After that, it kind of looks like Mez Tranquility here looks decent. You know, 1, 2. We get 2 repeats because we've got water, and then water. So, Tranquility, 1, 2, and then 3 in there, but that's still requiring a defend then. But we have to play the Gift of Power. We know that, to make all of that work. Sounds like a plan to me. Is it a good plan? God only knows. But it does sound like a plan, if nothing else. Now, what else do we have? So we don't have a repeat. We have got a gain a power card, and then next turn we're going to be going G2, so we won't get another chance at another power card, but we have to take a minor. As we said, taking a minor enables this whole plan. Is it even a good plan? I actually don't even know. I don't even know if it's a good plan. I have no idea whether this is actually a good plan. Let's look at the other spirits and see whether or not this is a good plan. What I'm thinking is this turn I go Sudden Ambush and Words of Warning to solve this problem. That plays out 3 of my energy, bank 1, and then next turn I can play like go bottom. Maybe even bottom. Actually, no, probably G3 bottom, up to 3 card plays. And then that gives me like 4, 5, 6 plus the 1. That's 7 energy for next turn. And that can be like Voice of Thunder, Manifestation, and a major that I find. This is kind of the spot I was talking about, where then when I go to reclaim, I'll be in trouble because I'll have no energy. But, you know, what can you do? I'm probably going to need some pretty good cards going here. And if I just go double minor, they have no impact until next turn. Whereas at least now, if I find the major, I can kind of plan for next turn. So I do think I have to take a major power. I think that's just kind of nailed on. And I sort of like a little bit how we've gone to 2 because it kind of funds it just a bit. 1, 2, 3, 4. What do we have? I'd really like to find something like Vigor the Breaking Dawn now is the one that I'm really thinking about. Bargains of Power and Protection is another one that I'm thinking about. I'm definitely going to think about that. I'm not going to lie now. That's worthy of consideration. Sleep and Never Waken. Maybe not quite. Insatiable hunger of the swarm. No. Focus the land's anguish. No. Now, if you know me, and you do know me likely by now, bargains of power and protection comes straight to mind. Let's have a look at that little doozy there and have a think about if we can do anything with this card. So straight off the bat, bargains of power and protection could give us the defend in this land that we're looking for without having to play the words of warning. So that can happen in there. But straight away, the other thing it does is it starts to give us defend on some other lands potentially. Now, it gives us a defend of 1 in there. Not great. Gives us a defend of 1 in there. Also not necessary. But it's the type of thing where we can be thinking about next turn. I will say it's not nuts here, given that we've lost a bunch of the hand. This board only has, what, 3 of them left? This board has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them left, and then this board has 7 of them. It's not great. What else am I taking? Sleep and Never Waken. A single skip land. I can't threshold that at all. So the threshold would be pretty nice because you might be able to pick off multiple salt lands. Insatiable Hunger of the Swarm, not a chance. And then Focus the Land's Anguish. Like, I'm just never going to be able to make that work. So I think if I take Bargains of Power and Protection here and try to... I don't even know. I don't even know. What does it do for me next turn? So if I played Bargains of Power and Protection and Sudden Ambush this turn, I've got a gather of 2 with my Gather the Warriors. And then what? So it's like, okay, it'd be wipe this land, gather 2 in the slow, back in there, and then what? That defends for 4 next turn. It's hardly exciting. The rest of my hand are just kind of poorly positioned. I've got to defend a 2 up there. You know what I mean? It's not exactly world class, is it? Sure, I've got, Dark Skies and Unbearable Deluge that can do some movement of the hand, but again, it's a bit of a miss, unfortunately, this major. It is a bit of a miss. I don't think Bargains is doing it for me here. We just don't have enough set up on the board for this to really work. If we had some good lands already in place that were like, 3, like this kind of land, if there was like 2 to hand in that type of land or something like that, like if we already had a good setup for it, I think Bargains could be really good here. But I think I'm going to have to go again with the major and look for something a bit higher impact. Don't think this is the high impact card that we're looking for. Don't think any of them are. So I think I'll take the Bargains. Throw that away. Can I make this work? What I'm thinking here is I'm going into the tank a little bit and I'm going to cut those gaps out. What I'm thinking here is with Downpour, can I go this turn, dump that mez, play the Gift of Abundance, and get BlunderSpeaker. playing bargains twice is what I'm getting at here. Which will be cool. I'd really, really, really like to hit a way to threshold it, which will be super cool. Then in that case, like this will be defense 6 down here. You know, it's like, it makes it more tangible. You know, it kind of gets more done. 1 on its own is not great. I don't like playing this card a single time. I like playing it twice. So what I'm thinking here is if I take the bargains and I commit to this, I throw away the manifestation and then I dig for a minor. And hope to God I find a sun, earth, water card. And if I do, then I can go Gift of Abundance, the bargains. I can spur to get the other card out of my hand, and then I have the threshold and I can threshold it twice, which will be kind of cool. Would it be good? I just don't even know. I could not tell you whether that would be good or not, but it would be cool. I think I'm going to do it. I must be insane, but I think I'm going to do it. You know me, I did say it when I saw it. I like this card. So I am going to throw away the manifestation. It's just too slow. It's not getting it done for us. And we're going to go dig for a minor. And we're going to hope. Hope. It's just, hope is a beautiful thing in life. 1, 2, 3, 4. Always have that little bit of hope. That was pretty close, wasn't it? I still have hope. I still believe. Believe and have hope and do all of those things, and what you're owed in life will come to you. That's what we say over here. That's the kind of hope we have on this channel. Strong and constant currents, get in the hand. It even costs 0. Look at it there. Look at it. Look. Get in there. Strong and constant currents. We love this card. Get in the hand now. Now we're sucking diesel, is what they say. Give me the Voice of Thunder back. Play the Stronger Constant Currents. Now we have options. Get in there. 1, 2. We're doing that, and we know we're doing this. Now, Strong Constant Currents lets us do nice things with the hand, is the other point. For example, this land over here, I can pull these 2 across the map. Teleportation. You know I love playing Finder. I love Finder, so I get any chance I get to be Finder, I'll take it. I will take it. And then we can just throw a little cheeky Voice of Thunder in here as well. We could Words of Warning, but I don't think at this point that we need the Defender 3. We might. To be fair, we actually might. But that's the start of things. Now, the next part of this is... I do not have the sudden ambush anymore for this land. We know that. But now this is good enough, I think, that we can make things happen. Because we can go... So all of this will be in our hand. The Words of Warning will be here. We can go... what's the word I'm looking for here? Remove 2, prolift 2. They won't go on the board, but we can go bam, bam to the reclaim. And then we can go G3 next turn, get one of the cards back in our hand, and play like 3 cards or something like that. You know what I mean? That could be an option. We could also just reclaim back, but then we'd be with 0 energy, so it's not ideal. So that's kind of the general gist of what I'm thinking about here. So let us enact this plan. I'm excited. I'm excited. Something's happening. So one of us needs to do something about this land. There's multiple ways to do this. I put these 2 cards out here with Gift of Power and Gift of Abundance because I can hit the right innate with that, with the gain 1 energy and remove a blight. So I could jump myself down there, remove a single blight, gain a single energy, and that's kind of something that can be done. But maybe I don't want to do that. And because now we're going in and we're trying to make bargains work, that means this whole thing I was talking about doing with Spur next turn, that's not a thing anymore. So now I could give up on the Gift of Power if I wanted to. Play the Gift of Abundance. It has to be played. And then we'll see where we are from there. But I still haven't drafted yet with Downpour because I'm making a choice with Emberhide Behemoth now. We know we need to play the Spur. That's one thing. We can move this Incarnate if we like. We may wish to. We have a bunch of energy. What's good here? Blazing Intimidation lets me push stuff, which might help. So this will have defend 2. And I could give it 1 more, so it could have defend 3. So that is not currently solved. I can solve it with Blazing Intimidation. Or the Terrifying Rampage, one or the other. Terrifying Rampage will give me a hand push. So I could push, or say 2 invaders don't participate in Ravage, push that to hand in there, and that pushes a defend of 2 into that land. No, it doesn't, because it's not adjacent to my presence. A few bits and pieces happening here for sure. I could, for example, on this side of the board, I have to play Gift and we have to play Spur. We both then have an additional card play. I could do something like Unbearable Deluge to start pushing some Dahan around the board, and that might help. For example, if I get a presence in there, move a presence, I'm going to have 2 moves. If I move into here and move into here, that can allow, move into here and then move into here. I could go push those 2 in there. That puts a defend of 4 in that land and it solves the land. Push those 2 in there. That puts a defend of like 6 or whatever into that land and it solves that land. As it is, this land right now only has 1 Dahan. So it's only being defended for 2. Up to 3 with my presence of Downpour. And I'll have what? 2 repeats on Unbearable Deluge. So I could have 3 Unbearable Deluges. It seems pretty good. So how do we make that work is the question. We've got 2 moves. And still at this point we haven't solved this land. I can get myself a defend at 3 over here, which probably isn't terrible. I can't afford the sudden ambush. But the defend at 3 might help. In actual fact, defend at 3 in there will be good, right? Yeah. Defend of 3 in here means that the defend at 2 from this plus the defend at 3 is solved. Counterattack killed that, and then that land is entirely solved. So that's good. That can work. So that's the words of warning. So we've got solved. Then we go Unbearable Deluge from here. Solves that. And then from here solves this. And we've only at that point used 2 Unbearable Deluges. So if we do that, we could go here and here. Now we're in this land. So at this point, this has 3 Dahan. If we go Unbearable Deluge in here, it puts a defend of 3. It pushes 2 of the Dahan in here. And bear in mind here, our presence with the Thunder Speaker is moving. So it goes in here, and then it can go either in here or in here. Now we'll have a defend of 4 in this land, and in here we'll have a defend of 3 plus 1 to hand left behind, defend of 5. Which all sounds pretty good to me. And at this point here, I haven't used my my minus thing at all. So none of this is getting minused. In here, this would just go ravage and then counter attack back for 2 and kill 2 of them or something. I'm not sure there at that point. But that solves everything with an unbearable deluge. And what I need to do here is I need to move 2 presents, 1 in here and 1 in here. That's all I need to do there. And I can do that. I can go jump over. I can move one of them in there, and then I can move that over there, for example. So that all sounds pretty good to me. So we gained the 1, we put that there. So now we've solved 1, 2, 3 lands. Getting our the hand a little bit away from here or whatever like that, but you know, it is what it is. I still have a trillion problems for next turn, but this is kind of, we have to do something this turn. So, you know, we do what we can. So that's all of that. And then we still have to solve this, which is the Blazing Intimidation. Push 2 things to a land without the thing. Goes in there, I guess. What more can I do? It's about the absolute height of what I'm going to be able to manage here. So we just have to see what happens. That's all of that. Next turn we can, you know, maybe get 1 thing back on the card by going top with the Gift of Power. But for now, this just gives us a chance, it feels like. It's not a great chance. I won't be overly positive. I don't have relentless optimism. It's the 3rd turn, the growth phase of the 3rd turn, and I'm not relentlessly optimistic about it, but it's at least something. And something is better than nothing, believe it or not. Have faith. Ye of little faith. Me of little faith. Have some faith. Let's make it work. Right. 2 plus 1. Bank 1. Over here, we have our 2 plus our 2 ready to go. The 1 from the spur will pay for the words of warning. Over here, we gained our energy. We need to move 2 presents. 1 goes in there. We're not activating the innate, so it's fine. Probably leave some presents on this side of the board. It's probably not a bad idea. So we will, maybe I will just move this over here into that land. So that was a move 1 and then a move 2. We don't have to. Oh, actually, yeah, move Incarna 1. But I think that's up to 1. Yeah, you can move the Incarna within the land. But I will have here, I'm not even going to have the innate. Can you even believe it? That is a real stinker. How do I not have the innate? This is the turn where I get the double innate, and I don't even have it? No! That is vile. Oh, it's vile. I'm looking for a major with downpour. This is going to be play 2, and then next turn I'll have 4 in hand. Major won't change that, and then I can go discard 2 and play 2 more. 1, 2, 3, 4. It feels like this needs to just be like a magic card. Jungle Hungers is not a magic card. Blazing Renewal is not really a magic card. Forest of Living Obsidian is not a magic card. Exaltation of the Incandescent Sky is a rather magic card. Exaltation of the Incandescent Sky is a rather magical card. Unfortunately, I dare say we won't be able to afford it this turn. Will we? One, two, three, four, five. Now, if you imagine for a single shiny moment here that I don't play the Gift of Abundance from here, no. Don't play this. This goes here. I go Unbearable Deluge plus a 0 is kind of what I'm getting at. So just bear with me a second. Imagine it's like this. Bank 5. That gives me 2 energy off the 2 blue. That puts me up to 7. Now if I spur over here, I can go Exaltation for all of my energy. Well, actually not all of my energy because I just got one from spur. At this point we haven't spurred you, but then can Exaltation do something? If I Exaltation myself for the 1 gives me Gift of Abundance. Which gives me the bargains. And then I play a 0 from my hand. Instead of the Words of Warning, I play the 0 cost from my hand. And then we have some slow to fast, but the slow to fast actually don't matter. The 3 damage might. I mean, it surely will. But how good is all of this? There's a lot of all in. And I've kind of just gone massive on this turn. Spent all of my energy. I've activated 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I've activated the right innate, which gets me 2 energy back, and it gets me a blight back. At this point now, I spent the 2 and the 2 to get the first 2 energy. I now have 2 more blue, so I do 2 more water, so I do technically have access to 1 repeat here. So also bear in mind here, we haven't done the all of those Unbearable Deluges. We've only done 2 of them as opposed to 3. But we could change how we move our presence around. So what did we do? We did that and we did that. Now at this point, we don't have the Defended 3 in here anymore. I'm thinking if I now do something like in here, actually no, we don't need to do that because the Exaltation can take care of this land, just kill the city, which gives us a fear card. And then the rest just gets defended. So that's kind of nice. And then we don't have to play this over here. We can play anything else that gives us the innate, which helps. This goes back in our hand. We basically play any of the other 3 cards. I think Surging Lahar is a kind of a no-brainer there. So that gives us the innate. The Grasping Roots gives us a better innate, but this gives us damage and Badlands, which has just got to be better. than the level one more up. So that can work pretty well over there. Now, the question is, exaltation, what has it actually done for us? It's given us a solve here fast. Technically, we can still do this solve and we can do this solve. This hasn't been solved and we can't get a presence in there to solve it. So rather than, yeah, because we've only got 2 deluges as well. So at this point, maybe we use the Raid and Mud Suppress Conflict to help us. So we go 3 damage in here, kill the 2 of them, and then Rain and Mud Suppress Conflict solves the land. We could also do something similar over here. Just, yeah, kill the city and then the Defender 2 solves the land. We'd have to move our presence out of there, though, to do that, which doesn't work. Can't kill it and also attack back with the Dahan. But actually, it doesn't matter. We don't need to attack back with the Dahan. As we said, that's fine. So we can keep that presence in there. And we can move maybe 1 and get that out or whatever like that. And then, but now we also need to, get the Dahan in there. So it would be the 1 and the 1 in there. But now this isn't solved at all. It takes 1 blight this turn. It's the only land that would take blight. A single blight. But we also have a blight back on the card from all of this. So it seems reasonable. I still need to forget a card to the exaltation as well. We can make all of that work. I mean, it's just none of these other cards, right? Blazing Renewal and all that. No, it's none of that. It almost certainly is the exaltation. But the question is, do we do it this turn or next turn? You know, I just noticed we can do slightly better. So we can, in here, do the right innate, remove one of these blight, and gather a Dahan, which will put that defend 4, which is pretty good. So we don't have to exaltation in that land. We're still at the point where we feel like we need to go move 1 in there and then move 1 in there to push those and push those. But I think I might be able to get myself a 3rd Unbearable Deluge. I think. So if I change the ordering on how this works, and if I do it this way, and I play these as my first 2 cards, that will cost me 1. I now have 4 in the bank. I now have 2 plus 2. I'm short this. Damn. Yeah, I can't do this until after I play the exaltation. That's the problem. Go back and look at this again in the other order, but it's not going to work. So 0, this goes back in the bank. The thing is, I don't want to waste this because I now need to gather the Dahan. I need the second part of this, so I can't actually use the right innate until after I've played all of this. So it'll be 2 plus 2 to start. I need 2 more energy. I can get 1 from Spur. So I use 1 copy, one of my pairs basically, for an energy. So I'm going to get 3 total pairs this turn, 2, 4, 6. Right, I'm going to get them all. So let's just assume we have 3 pairs. First pair goes on an energy. The spur gives me the next energy. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That gets the exaltation into play. I have 2 repeats left. We've no energy left. The exaltation, I need to use it to get the gift of abundance into play. And that will require another one of these for another energy. Then I play the gift of abundance. That unlocks the energy over here, but it doesn't unlock any more repeats. At this point, I still only have 1 more repeat for this card. However, if I did this the other way and I wasted the water nourishes life's growth and only used the first level in here, that can give me the energy first. I can get that right at the beginning of the turn. And then I don't need to use one of those other repeats for an energy. And instead, I can get the double repeat on Unbearable Deluge. Because it means I start the turn with the 5. This gives me the 6. I ride an 8 up to 7. Play the exaltation. Use 1 repeat for the 1 energy for Gift of Abundance. And then I've got 2 repeats left for Deluge. I'm tapped out of energy completely, but I do have 3 Deluges. And at that point, I can go move 1, move 2. I want to leave those where they are. This is going to disappear because we removed that blight, but it gets 1 back on the card. And then we go push in there, solve the land. Push in there, get 3 to hand in here, and then push 2 in there, solve that land. And then what's left behind in here is 1 to hand and a defended 3. And we have not used our left innate at all here, because we want to attack back and kill that with that, as well as over here. Actually, there'd be no presence left in that land, but it's okay. I'll take an edge case here. I'll edge case myself for the sake of getting this to fight back, which would kind of need to happen. Now, that just taps me out entirely. That means I've basically got nothing left in the tank. I can get the gift of power out of my hand, and I can gift of power myself, which will put me back up to 4 cards in hand, and it would allow me to do G2 next turn if I wanted to. Which I probably would. I think this kind of feels like this is it. It's so all in. It's outrageously all in. But it like solves all of the sands. It doesn't take any blight. It gets a blight back on the card. But like it doesn't solve. Like these are all the problems next turn. 1, 2, 3. Technically not 4 because it's got a disease. Here. Technically not because it's got a disease. This one for sure, but we'll still have some. We'll have two of them in there, and we're actually going to pull both of them over. So that'll defend for 8. So that actually technically is solved. So that's not a problem. Has a disease, so we'll ignore it for now. Over here. Every single one of them is a problem next turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 lands. And almost none of them have the hand. 1 to hand in all of that. Good God Almighty. What we can do is we can do like Surging Lahar type of thing in here. And then move, so we can go. Oh yeah, because we have to move the incarnate as well. That's rough. So we can go damage, move, damage. Oh, we've got to move here. Sorry. Well, that's good. So let's move that there during that. That's way better. That goes there. Then we can go Lahar in there. If the thing is present, add the Badlands, and then 2 damage. So that would deal 5 damage in that land. 2, 3, 4, 5 stops it being a problem. Then we move with the Behemoth Rises, and we can move into 1, 2, 3 different lands. And then we could do 2 damage again in there. So that can solve maybe one of these lands. So that kind of, between the Lahar and the thing, we can solve 2 of the 9. It's really not great. But then next turn we also have 2 fast things, which hopefully can solve 2 more lands. So that's 4 of the 9. Then we have a Voice of Thunder to move some presence. At that point, how much of the presence is grouped? We've got 3 here, so we could push them 3 back in there, and that puts a defend a 6 in that land, which solves it. So that's, so we're kind of getting there a little bit. Sudden Ambush and Words of Warning technically maybe can solve some lands next turn, like Words of Warning maybe over there. I don't know. There's something happening. There's something there. Is it great? No, but it's something. So let's, I think, try to just get this finished. I'm going with this. This is the plan I'm going with. It's big and it's meaty and it's juicy, and I don't know if it'll work, but I can't turn it down. I do need to still forget something to the Exaltation. Oh no, I forgot about this. So I won't be able to get up to 4 card plays next turn, or 4 cards in hand, because the Exaltation needs a forget fodder. And Mez, Tranquility, and Dark Skies, Lucis Singing Rain both sound like they may come up, whereas this Foundations most likely won't. The 5th out of 5 games where I haven't touched it at all, but that's fine. So that's gone. These are in my hand. We know what we're doing more or less now. So we go play the 2 zeros. These are both still in my hand to come out soon. Over here, we did all of our growth. Placed our present. No, we didn't place any presents. That's fine. This is still in our hand. These are our 2 card plays. Next, we moved the incarnate. That's done. We empowered it as well. Spur. Give 1 to my boy Downpour. He goes up to 6. Well, I lied. We don't have the right innate until we play the Gift of Abundance. Jesus! Jesus! No! God damn it. I'm sure there were people looking at me going, what on earth is this Lula talking about here? A Lula is right. It's exactly right. Nonsense. A big old pile of nonsense. An utter Lula. We still want Unbearable Deluge for sure. So Unbearable Deluge to solve this land with the range move of 1 is like a no-brainer. That's 1 deluge. I don't even remember how we were solving this if we gave up on the right innate, but I don't think we can give up on the right innate now, so we're just not gonna... We're not going to have to worry about it, in a sense. So this would be this. Gave out the spur, that's that. We need another energy. So the other energy has to come from copy. So again, doing terrible maths here. So we're going to have to pitch 2 of these to generate 2 energy. 1 to get us to Exaltation, and then 2 to get us to Gift of Abundance. And then we only have Unbearable Deluge twice. A single copy remaining. Once in here to push into there. And then at that point, do we just move one presence into this land, do 3 damage with Exaltation, which kills 3 of them, and then we have the left innate to solve the land. And then I guess we technically don't need Unbearable Deluge a second time at all at that point. I know we do in here. But it means then that we go defend 3, we go left innate, to defend another 2 in here. So that's defend a 5, but there's no to hand to counterattack. In here we've gone kill them, and then we've gone defend a 2, and then we're going to build a town and stuff like that. So that's kind of gross. But sort of is what it is, isn't it? I suppose defending this with the Unbearable Deluge makes no sense. It's better to move in there. Oh yeah, because we don't have the move. We've only got 2 moves and we need 3. This is the problem. Ah. Yeah, that doesn't work. Range boost would be nice, but we don't have it. Okay. Well, look, it is what it is. So yeah, that's the way that works. So it's a bit less efficient. It doesn't work quite as good, but we can't, like, again, if I play the Gift of Abundance first, that doesn't help because it's playing 1 to get 1 back. So it doesn't actually change the maths. This doesn't change the maths at all. Pay 1 there, 1 more comes over. That puts me back up to 5, and I still need to double repeat to get 2 more energy. So that just doesn't do it. It does not do it. Right, well, we have to do this a slightly inefficient way then. It's the same both ways. So I don't think it matters which order I play this in because we have to pay them and we're going to max this anyway. So, yeah. So, the spur came over. We were on 5. We go up to 6. At this point, we have 2 repeats. Use one of them to gain an energy. In fact, actually, you have to use 2, don't I? Yeah. So use 2 of them to gain 2 energy. 1, 2. And then we have, I'll convert this to make it easier, 3, and then 3. No, hang on, hold on a hot minute. What am I doing? I started the turn with 5. I'm going to have 3 repeats. Spur puts me up to 6. 1 repeat puts me up to 7. Yeah, and another repeat puts me up to 8. How did I get this counting wrong? Oh yeah, because this is 6, not 7. Oh, I'm all over the place. So it's way too late for me to be doing this nonsense, but I just want to see what the event is. So there's cash in that. 7. That's the exaltation. And of course, I can gain those 2 energy off the 2 repeats at the start to get me there. Which is the exaltation. Now, the moving presence and destroying stuff and all of that kind of fancy business. We went move in there. That was move 1. And then we went move in there. That was move 2. That's our 2 moves. Now we go. It's so sad that basically everything is slow. Oh, we could get Voice of Thunder, actually. That's interesting. Now that helps. We get a fast Voice of Thunder. So exaltation. Pay 1, get the Gift of Abundance out. You get your Voice of Thunder out. We also get Lead the Furious Assault fast as well if we want it. Actually, well, we can have either the Gather the Warriors or the Lead the Furious Assault fast. So actually the slow to fast, I was about to say they're terrible, but they're not terrible. Because they can give us options. They can do stuff. I don't think we'll need Lead the Furious Assault fast, but the Gather the Warriors might be somewhat helpful. So we said then, because what we said was we'd like to get them in there, didn't we? That would be nice. We did say that. So yeah, now we won't be activating the innate after all. We're back to not activating the innate. Because what we can do here is we can go so we did all that, we did that, we played the Gift of Abundance, we've got the slow to fast this turn. We're not really anywhere, we're nowhere on the threshold, which is fine. This is the Voice of Thunder that came out of our hand. Now, everything else you're doing over here, Behemoth is slow, that's okay. On the side of ThunderSpeaker, we now have the Bargains threshold. We're just going to do this twice. And we're going Fire, because that's going to activate the right innate for us. And then we're going Bottom, I think. That can give us a Reclaim 1 next turn, which we need if we want to do that. So yeah, so we go top and bottom. Let's get the reminder card. There it is. Bargains of Power and Protection. We like this card. I was talking with somebody on the Discord there yesterday and saying this is a very real card into 6/6, and they were saying, no, you don't get enough out of it. You do. Very often you do. The card is bananas. 2 presents there. Now, of course, that is going to very much harm our income the next turn, so we have to cover that up. But that's okay. Now, that's 2 of them. Next, Strong and Constant Currents. We do have both if we want it. So we can go push something to an adjacent coastal land and move up to 2 between things. So we definitely want to do the move up to 2 across the board into there. Do we want to push a town out of this land to an adjacent coastal land? I don't think so. That's just going to make that a bigger problem next turn. Because here, this is going to go Ravage, defended for 8. Well, actually, it's going to be 7 because we're going to push one of them out of there. But it's going to defend Ravage for 6, which will kill 2 buildings, and then it'll just stop it being a problem. So we don't need to push anything out of there. Don't think. Then what do we have? We have potential slow to fast for Voice of Thunder and the Gather the Warriors and the Lead the Furious Assault. I think we said we'll keep the Voice of Thunder and Lead the Furious Assault for slow, but we will fast the Gather the Warriors. I was a bit of panic there. I thought we didn't have an animal, but we do. So we can go Gather, range 1, into a land with 2 air. As in, for the value of 2 air, which is 2. So that goes in there, target there, push them up, and then push my presence with them. Now, do I want to do that first, or do I want to do the Unbearable Deluge first? So that puts a defend of 6. I have the Unbearable Deluge in the land anyway, as well as in here. So we'll definitely be taking the Unbearable Deluge as our thing. The other thing we need to do here is, the Exaltation is going to go 3 damage in there. Oh, I can't do the 3 damage. Oh no, I'm not doing the 3 damage in there. Where was I doing the 3 damage? Oh yeah, in here. So that kills the 3 of them. This kills this city, which is 2 fear. Our first fear card of the game after about 4 hours. Literally at 4 hours runtime right now. So this is going to be the 10-hour game, almost certainly. There's a bunch of that is thinking, but yeah, we've been running absolutely long here, folks. I did say at some point we'd probably hit a 10-hour video, and this may well be the one. So that's that. Got the fear. I said this was going to be simple, and it just never is. It just always ends up really complicated. So that's that. We did the fast Gather the warriors. We push 2 in there. We do technically have a push. We have a gather and a push with this. So in actual fact, we could do this in there and then push 1 in there. So gather at 2 and then push 1. That now solves both of those lands without having to use the Unbearable Deluge. So we can now save that energy, which is lovely. And we don't need the fear or anything like that. So Unbearable Deluge now, 1 fear, push 2, and then defend 3, and then we can isolate it if it's a wetland, which it is. Isolate. That's now defended for 4. We don't want to activate our left innate because we don't need it anymore. This has defend 2, this has defend 4. This is going to be right innate, which we have. And it's going to be gain in energy. I may remove this, which I will. So remove that, put it back on the card, and then generate +1 energy and gather up to 1 to hand. Gather. And then I think I'll move my presence with that into there. And then now that's 2 more energy for downpour. We've used Unbearable Deluge once, and we have a single repeat left. We have a slow to fast. We don't need Gift of Power slow to fast. It's not changing anything about our decision making, so we can just... I mean, I guess I might as well, right? Well, no, I suppose I can get the information from this. It might change my thing. It's not actually... There's no other plays that change right now based on that information, so I think I just won't bother. And then, as I say, I'm giving up on... I'm allowing myself to be edge cased here because I want to counter attack in here for the full 4. I want to counter attack in here for the full 2 because if I only do 1, it goes... Oh no, it goes build and then it's actually okay. Maybe I will. So in here, if I allow 1 defend, I can go 2, 3. Yeah, no, so that builds up, and that will be a problem next year. And so no, I'm not going to do the edge case defend. I won't Unbearable Deluge the second time, so I'll cash this in for an energy. So funny, we spent most of this turn trying to find a way to Unbearable Deluge 3 times, and in the end we only did it once. That is the power of Exaltation of the Incandescent Guy, folks. But that's good because now that gives us 3 energy, so it puts us on the path to getting back to this card, which I like. Yeah, it's kind of cool. Okay. Now, next. Next is what? So we did this. We did this fast. We said we want this slow. We said we want this slow. This is all slow. So we actually finally made it. We finally made it. If this event is +1 damage, the game is over. So, you know, that's a thing. But, you know, we'll see. Let's have a look. Hopefully it won't be. After all this effort, hopefully it won't be. What do we got? Bureaucrats adjust funding. Ugh. Maybe it's fine. Don't think we got punished anyway on the +1, so that's okay. If it was tier level 3, we would have got wrecked, but no. So bureaucrats are just funding on each board with 9 or more buildings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. God damn it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Unfortunate. Over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then over here it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so we do qualify on that board. That says build card, skip the highest numbered matching land. So that's kind of nice. And then the rest fall in the middle, so we won't be having the extra build. That's fine. 2 fear per board with 2 or more beasts, which is none because I forgot to put beasts out at the start of the game. Land 3, land 4, and land 1. I do it every game, I would say. And then when invaders ravage, if the land has both thing and thing, defend for 5. That was the card I was talking about earlier on. But we're not going to need that here because we already have our land set up and defended quite nicely. It's funny, I could have just done nothing and then all of these would have been defended. I put so much effort into a double bargains and the thing just would have done it anyway. But, you know, it's fine. So that's okay. So that's the coordinated defense. We didn't get wrecked, which we're happy about. Now we have a fear card, a single fear card. Terror level 1, push some stuff from a land with whatever. We want to be pushing into lands with the hand, not from lands with the hand. So that's unlikely to be good business. We have no wilds. We have no badlands. So it's just pushing stuff from lands with the hand. I doubt we're going to be wanting to do a whole pile. Actually, this is really nice over here. We will do this. Oh, it's a pity. Pushing out of this solves it, which is great. I think we do have to push that in there. That's fine. So we'll go in there. And then next turn, that will be defended for, yeah. That'll be fine. Push from there on each board from a land with the hand into there. And then now this gets solved by the disease, provided we don't explore into jungles. So that's good. Now, this board, do we want to do that anywhere? Yes, we certainly do. From here into that land. That now solves that problem. And then on this board, all of this is going to die. Almost all of this is going to die. Push 1, we have to. Okay. Well, if all of this is going to die and almost all of this is going to die, then let's push out of the almost land. And we'll push into the land over here. So this would be 3, 5, 7, 8. So this was being solved by pushing those 3 to hand there, and no longer will be if we do that. If I push in here, we said we were doing how much damage in here? 5, which is 2, 3, 4, 5. And it leaves behind two invaders, right? 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that'll leave behind 2 invaders, provided it doesn't explore, the land doesn't explore. So that's an okay push in there. That's done. Okay, flee from the dangerous lands. I think at this point, before I start processing ravages, I'll probably just go to bed. Nah, go on. We'll see the explore. We'll see what card explores. We'll do this quick enough. Okay, ravage. Over here. This was defended. We'll kill the... No, we won't. We'll kill the 2 explorers. And then this won't be a problem. It will build a city, but it won't be a ravaging land next turn. What I was thinking was I could kill the town, get a fear, but then it's going to build a town back up and it'll ravage again next turn. I will have a defended 2. I'll probably have my my presence defend as well, so that kind of will solve that. It'll just get me an extra fear in the bank. I think I'll do that because I don't really want the city in play, so I'll do that. Done. Over here, safe. I cannot remember anything about how that got there. Oh, we cleared the land, didn't we? And then it just explored a single explorer. Yeah, fair enough. How did it... What did I do with that land? God only knows what happened with that land. Was that land supposed to build at some point and I forgot to build? Ugh. I wish I could remember what on earth happened with that land. The end of last turn, there was a bunch of Dahan in there, wasn't there? So then I went out and then in. That was in the slow on the previous phase. So that had like a 4 Dahan in it. Oh, was that... It ravaged, and then instead of building... Yeah, it was empty. Sorry, the salt deposits just put a single explorer in there. What am I talking about? Yeah. Thankfully, I didn't lose the head, or I didn't lose the game, should I say? So yeah, that's all defended. All of them die. It's a nice little pile of 5 off the board. Over here, this is all defended. Those die. Generate 1 more fear. Over here, the city dies and the town takes a ping. That's 2 fear. Over here, defend a 4. Those die. 1 fear. That is all of our Sans Ravages. Now we go build with the mining thing, and then it's on this land where we skip. So let's do that first of all. It says build card, skip the highest numbered matching land. So what's the highest numbered matching land? This land here gets skipped. Such a pity, because that's the one that's defended automatically. Typical. Okay, gets skipped. So because this doesn't match, because it's a mining land. So that's fine. This skips. No. Yes. 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 No. Oh no, sorry. There's 3 invaders in there. I didn't see the town. So that's all fine. Now this board. Yes, that's a good skip. Over here we build. No, no, yes. Yes. There's definitely terrains here that we get wrecked by, and I think, yeah, definitely mountains is the worst. So over here we're going to go build. I'm almost certain mountains is the worst. Actually, jungles is pretty bad as well. I can see 3 different jungles. Actually, no, yeah, jungles is worse. Jungles gets hit in 4 lands. Thing. Yeah, so that's all of that on that board. So we've done all of our boards now. So yeah, I think jungles is the worst explorer for us here. They're kind of all bad, really. Sands is fine, I think. Yeah, jungles will be pretty bad. We also have to do the after build thing, so let's think about that. Well, we've one easy one. One. And then one. Well, we can't hit sands, of course. So that's easy. Over on this board, then, I'm not sure we have an easy one. I think we're already having to solve this land. But actually, no, because the land is already solved. Yeah, this is a problem board for sure. There's a whole bunch of stuff here, and there's no Dahan around any of it. Technically, there's the hand near that one. We've got Words of Warning next turn. Can just pull 1 Dahan into a land and ping and stop the Ravage. And then we've got Sudden Ambush to do some, or well, the other way around. Sudden Ambush is a defended 3 somewhere in a land with Dahan. Which is probably going in there. Oh yeah, that is isolated. I could hope for Beast's damage. I could do it in here and just hope Beast damage does it for me. I could just do it in here and then use the Surging Lahar to clear the land, which is probably not the worst idea. Because I was going to go Surging Lahar and then push in and solve another land. But if I eat the HME 5 in like either here or here on these 2 boards, where I was thinking about doing the Lahar trick and then the innate trick, I basically only have 2 points of damage. So in here we go build a city and then upgrade this into a town. That's 4 things, and 2 damage won't solve this land anymore. Over here, I guess it will. So over here, if I eat the HME5 in here, it'll go town, and then build a town, and then upgrade a town. Actually, I won't solve it in there either. So actually, the hard trick doesn't solve any of those lands if I do it that way. I suppose it would solve in here, because I'd go city, upgrade this, and that goes up to 3 invaders, and then the 2 damage will put it back down to 2. So I guess I can eat it in there and then still solve 2 lands. Whereas if I eat it in here, I'm only solving 1 land with all of that. So yeah, that is better. So let's go this and hope it doesn't explore jungles. We're already in the jungles is wrecking us, so let's just lean further into jungles is wrecking us. I don't even know what the best terrain is, because they're all terrible. Jungles is definitely bad. Mountains is really bad because we've got 1, 2, 3 over here. But jungles is 1, 2, 3. I thought it was 4. 1, 2, 3. No, I thought it was 4. Maybe it's not. So that was that. So yeah, jungles is now 1, 2, 3 worse off if we hit it. Mountains is 1, 2, 3 worse off if we hit it. Wetlands is 1 worse off if we hit it, because I think we're already solving this, and then these were, I mean, we already had to solve them. So wetlands is the one that's kind of least impacted. So we probably need to insulate ourselves from one of the other terrains, I guess. And that maybe means taking it down here and then hoping for the hand or for beast damage. Beast damage to kill a building is awful though as well. No, I think I've got to imagine that there's something involved here with doing it in here and then using some of this to defend. So I think I'll do it in there. It's a land I have to solve anyway, so I go 1, and this is now not putting cities on the board. I can, in theory, maybe defend this land. Okay, so we did it. 1, yeah, we did it on all 3 boards. So again, the terrain that we least want to hit is probably jungles. We hit mountains. That was the other bad one. But it's okay. Now beast damage gets us a bit more out of jail down in that land. So okay. So first we explore. Yeah. Then we advance the invader cards and we do the other thing. So okay. 1. Oh good lord, we're still exploring with double explorers on that board over there. Jesus, mother of God almighty. Anyway, 1, 2. Oh, that also shuts off the Lahar solve as well. Beautiful. So it was actually 4, not 3. So 1, 2, get wrecked. Over here, get wrecked. In here, get wrecked. Over here, get extremely wrecked with 2 invaders. Over here, get extremely wrecked with 2 invaders. I couldn't possibly get more wrecked on that board. Now, that's gone. This is gone. Salt deposits moved over here. Build moves over there. And now I can choose the terrains that I like, as long as they don't match that. So I think this is 1. Let's not be ridiculous. I have 2 empty lands there. Let's make those them 2. God only knows what I'm doing on this board. This board is a giant problem. So is the other one. I guess I can go up there because that doesn't really change anything about that land. Like if I go in there, it ravages and I defend automatically for 4, which isn't the worst, but I was thinking about getting them out of there is the problem and pushing them into kind of that land. So, but Don't want to put them in the mountains. Don't really want to put it down here because I can solve this with just getting one of them out of there. And I similarly don't want to put that in there because that'll now ravage for 6, which is too much for the thing. The other funny thing here, I guess, is could I reclaim bargains and bargains again next turn off the bottom track? Go add presence. Gain 4. Oh, I'm 1 short, haven't I? Yeah. Unfortunately. Yeah. That could have been helpful. I feel like I need to do that in there anyway. And then over here, I already did this board. This was the problem board. The Voice of Thunder now is going to go get the 3 of them in there. Kill the town. And then we're left with a Defender 6 against that. But actually a Defender 6 already solves that land. So instead, the Lead the Furious Assault can be used in a different land. For example, this one. That's got to go in there, surely. I think that goes in there. Tough decisions. Okay. Very, very, very difficult setup here. That was obviously tapped earlier on. Okay. So the Voice of Thunder gathers those 3 in there. I just played this whole turn, didn't I? What am I up to? Anyway, Voice of Thunder goes in there. That goes in with it. Done. Don't need this Lead the Furious Assault anymore. These reminders are both gone. 1 and 2. That's set up for next turn already, so we have it solved. The Surging Lahar now goes 2 damage in there. If your thing is present, add the Badlands. And then this becomes 5. So again, well, actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's pretty good. It does actually solve the ravage. So it doesn't ravage, and then it doesn't. Yeah, that's great. Okay, 2 damage. If your thing is present, place a Badlands. Hold on a hot minute. Hold on a really hot minute. Have I made a mess of something? No. I was thinking for a minute, should Emberoid Behemoth have started with a Badlands? No. 4 unique pairs, 0 energy. Put 2 and a thing in the highest numbered wetland on your board that's adjacent to any jungle. Yeah. So no. It certainly does not start with a Badlands. So, Surging Lahar, put the Badlands in. That's 2 damage, and then we go 2 more damage in the land. That's 5 total. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Happy days. It's a partial solve. Still a problem, but it's not immediately a problem, so we can take that away. Now we can do the push the Dahan, or push the Incarna, because we haven't used that yet, and then we get to use the Smash, Stomp, and Flatten again. And then we said we can either do it in here, or we could do it over here and hope that this is beast damage. It's kind of one thing. So this next turn can't be solved by wondering where the sudden ambush goes. Next turn. What can sudden ambush solve on this board? If there was a Dahan next to that, it could solve that. There isn't. Oh, if I return strong and constant currents. Oh, I won't have the do 2 both option. Damn. So what I could do is push. Oh no, because I need those Dahan in there. Yeah, no, that won't work. I could pull 1 Dahan out of there into there. That gives me a defend of 2 in the land. which is just kind of really rubbish. Maybe I get Downpour's Presence across in the land, and that gives me another defender too, something like that. Ugh, it's kind of rubbish. Dark Skies, Luce's Stinging Rain. I suppose Dark Skies can solve that land. Any other lands Dark Skies can solve? Not as such. That one. Okay, so let's maybe make 2 Dark Skies next turn part of the plan for us here. So we go, Downpour's gonna solve that one, and it's gonna solve that one. This is a huge problem. God only knows what we're doing with that huge problem. We need to get two. We need to get those 2 explorers out of there. That's a huge problem. But for now, it's going to be either this or this. I suppose a Mez can solve that. Actually, Mez can solve probably a bunch of this. Mez can solve like 1, not this, but it can solve this, this. Okay, so Mez might get us a little bit out of jail next turn. Might be quite good, actually. This as well, yeah, Mez is amazing. So we won't be Dark Skies. That's a lie. Dark Skies won't be happening in those lands. So these are back to being a problem. It's going to be as many Mezes as we possibly can, I think, next turn. Oh, we still have a Gift of Power. So I still have to resolve the Emberoid Behemoth thing the second time, but we're going to Gift of Power first on myself. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thriving Choke Fungus, Veil the Night's Hunt, Purifying Flame, or Shadows of the Burning Forest. Thriving Choke Fungus can give us a water plant. Go from the top track, it unlocks the right innate for us, and that gives us some blight back. And that'll give us the second level of the innate as well. So it's got to be that. The rest of the cards aren't exactly doing a huge amount for us. Veil the Night's Hunt. It's probably reasonable. But I've got to believe the Thriving Choke Fungus is good here. It also gives us the 5 on the left as well. So it's just got to be better. I'm not going to overthink that. I'm going to put the Thriving Choke Fungus in my hand. Yeah, that'll give us a Blight Remove maybe here. Or maybe over here. Blight Remove into that land and then get that out of there type of thing. That might be something. I don't know. Anyway, okay, so then this Smash, Stomp, and Flatten. If I do it, I'm not doing it in there because that requires another action to solve. Well, no, it doesn't actually. I could just kill the 2 explorers and it wouldn't require another action. This has a Sacred Side of Emberhide Behemoth, so I suppose I don't really want to lose that. Ugh. Yeah, it's going to be easier to solve something like that with a push 1 Explorer or whatever, so I think I'll leave that. And then this one I can maybe solve with Defend, so I'll do this. I will move Incarna, push it to here, and then do 2 damage. Kill this town. That's that solved. Okay. Done. And then we have the destroy 1 town for every 2 in target land. I can just do it in here and then stop that ravaging next turn. It is already going to be solved as a ravage, but I might want to push those to hand out somehow. Like a Dark Skies in here. Maybe push those in there. I don't know. Push them into that land because we want to defend that land. That type of thing. So it feels to me as if just shut that ravage off for now. Another 1 fear. And we're done. We're finally done. And I can finally go to bed. 3 turns done in God knows how many hours. I've enjoyed it, but it's hard work. when you don't have the broken interactions, you really, really need to go through and think about things here. But I like the look of some things in this game right now. We don't have very much blight to work with, but we do have an exaltation that's waiting in the wings. Next turn, if I do the right innate, that gets me 2 energy back type of thing. I can go bottom, look for another card, maybe get an energy. I don't know, because I'm going to need to play probably all these cards, so I can't do the G2 again, which is okay. And I would like to unlock that plant because it gives me a lot more flexibility here. These are gone. All of this is gonzo. And actually, if we reclaim the Voice of Thunder, we can make these 2 fast with the 4 air, which might not be nothing. It can solve like this or something like that, which is pretty nice. Ugh, dropping stuff all over the place. That's going to be it for me for this evening, folks. It's bloody 3 o'clock in the morning. I did have a little bit of a leeway with my wife to get myself up at about 10 tomorrow. Got stuff to do with the kids, but she gave me a little bit of a leeway to do some recording and get up. So I'm going to catch about 7 hours sleep, but that's okay. I've enjoyed myself. I'm looking at the wrong camera. This is the camera. See you back for the next session, where things will get interesting as they generally do on a board that looks like this. I'm having fun. I hope you're having fun. Catch you in a minute. Welcome back, folks, to the show, to the episode, to this playthrough. It's been a number of days for me. It's been 3 or 4 days, I think, since the last recording. So I've had this sitting on my table the entire time. I've been desperate to get back to it. But I had to kind of move it all over because this is my home office. So I work from here and all that kind of stuff. So I had everything sort of shifted over. So if you notice a slight shift in the table layout, that is why. I didn't really have a chance, unfortunately, to kind of go through and study this, which I like to do if I can between playthroughs. So I'm going to have to suss all of that out as we go here. Not going to delay getting into it, but I am glad that I delayed at least the half an hour that I did. I was intending on starting this 30 minutes ago, so it's actually quite a decent time here. We are at 8:30 p.m. on 10th of September. And it is a Wednesday evening. So I wanted to get started early, finish early, all that kind of stuff. But the last 15 or so minutes have been an absolute war zone here. One of the kids was kicking off big time. My little girl was kicking off big time over bed, and just super overtired since being back to school. It's hit them pretty hard, all that kind of stuff. So it was absolute war. So I'm glad that I didn't start, and then my wife off there trying to sort all that screaming and all the rest in the background. So hopefully that's all put to bed. Pun intended there on that one. And we have the time to kind of sit down and enjoy a couple of hours of Spirit Island. And I play about 3 hours tonight. Does that mean I'll be able to finish off this game? Well, if you know me, that's probably a bit unlikely, but we shall see. Generally, as I've said before, the kind of first turns of these games tend to be slower, and then you kind of get into your groove, you find your loops, and you kind of can move through the game that way. Got a nice can of orange for this evening. That didn't heal on the previous turn for whatever reason that was supposed to heal. The board is kind of a mess. We do know that. We've obviously got the salt deposit cards. We're ravaging for the first time here, which is going to be a problem. We last time out, we were setting out our stall for the board and what we could do in terms of solving as many of these lands as possible. So we had kind of identified a few things. There was a few we felt we were going to have to let go. Now, it won't be mountains, right? Because we see here clearly here we've got mountains in the build spot. So we need to solve basically all of our mountains. Not all of them. We don't need to solve this one right now because there's only 2 invaders in there. So that's not going to ravage and it's going to build as normal. So that one is okay. But all the rest of our mountains all contain at least 3 invaders, which means they're going to ravage twice this turn. Absolute disaster. We know that. So that has to be the first priority on this board. Now, looking at things with BlunderSpeaker here, we talked last time out, we said that if we would go for a kind of a G3 bottom, go to the reclaim spot and take that 4 energy. We know this 2 is cancelled by the bargains of power and protection, but we would gain 4. We could pick back up the one air card that we have here, take that, and then use this to activate the left and the right innate. Now that is got to be pretty good here, because what we can do with that is we could well, that's going to give us 4 air. It's only going to give us 2 sun. I thought for some reason I was getting 3 sun here, which is a pity, because I was thinking that would give us push 3. It only gives us push 2. So we can gather these 4 in here, right? I say we can. We're almost certainly going to have to gather these 4 to hand into this land, and then we can push 2 of them. So we can gather 4 in here and then push 2 out. So say, for example, we push 2 into that land over there. That would immediately solve that land, because it's going to ravage for 5, and we have defend a 4 in there from the bargains, and then that's good to go. At that point, obviously, we gather a presence somewhere in and around here, so this will now be also adjacent. So that's going to start with a defend a 2. Now, if we could get another Dahan in the land, it would be great. If I had the 3 sun, which I thought I had, that would have been perfect, because we could have just pushed 1 in there. We can't do that, but that's okay. It's also a pity that we can't, some of these Dahan aren't a little bit more over here. For example, if some of those were in there, then we could go use the gather into this land and then push them in there. But that also doesn't work, unfortunately, because we can only gather 2 in, and then, we could push 1, but at that point it's the same thing as doing it from here. So we don't have any push of Dahan there. We do have this terrifying rampage from Ember-Eyed Behemoth here, but we're going to need that down in and around this space down here. I think we said we were going to need that into this land. So I think Terrifying Rampage in there solves this problem. So that is going to be likely Ember-Eyed Behemoth's problem to solve. The other problem I think we said with Ember-Eyed Behemoth that we could solve was this one in here, because this from this land can push 2 of these somewhere. To a land without my Incarna. And if I get 2 of them out of there, that obviously leaves behind 2 things, and it doesn't ravage either. So that solves that land as well. So they're 2 pretty clean answers to those 2 lands over here, which is good. This land over here, I believe we're solving with Downpour, which we'll get to. We're going to have the Mez Tranquility here, and I believe I can just grow directly into that land and just solve that with a -1 to all invaders. So that's good news as well. So I think we can solve that one as well. So as I said, this one we don't have to care about. So basically what we're left with here is with 2 cards in our hand, and we have at least 2 card plays with Ember-Eyed Behemoth. So we can make both of these work. That's fine. We need to decide between G2 and G3 here, and I'm going to come back. I think I know what I want to do there, but just sort of getting the bare gist of what's going on here. So we have those 2 and those 2 solves. That's good news. We can play 3 cards if we want, but that's a slow power. That's okay. We can't get the 3 card plays with anything other than G2. So if we gain a power, we'd essentially have to give up on one of these. So we have 2 solves. So gaining a power doesn't really do anything for us as such. You might maybe find a major that destroys the land or something, but we can solve the land, and that's good enough. We don't need to get greedy. So I think likely what I'm going to be doing here is going G2, take the 2 of these off, place the 2 of those, and then play the 3 of these. And at that point, then we unlock the 3rd level. We almost have the 4th level. We're one spot short from the max level of the innate, but that's still pretty nice to get the 3rd level, and then we get to repeat that, which is all good news. So we'll figure out what that's going to look like after we have our incarnate in here. So if it explores jungles, we'd be really in the money, because we go like wipe the jungle, and then we can like push this and then wipe like maybe this land here, and it kind of just solves a whole bunch of our problems, which would be great. So I think all of that sounds pretty decent. Now, after that, we have with ThunderSpeaker, we have a defend at 3, we have a sudden ambush, and we have, of course, this innate and this innate as well. The Voice of Thunder is slow, but the rest is basically fast. So I think we've got some pretty decent stuff going on with ThunderSpeaker there, but we do have a couple of different lands that we need to solve here. So I think that one we were thinking about solving with the Mez Tranquility, but I think we used the ThunderSpeaker innate in there on the previous session, which kind of solved that for us. So we can take that back with Mez Tranquility. Obviously that was an old one from that Tranquility as well. So basically, as I said, this turn we don't really want a G2 because we want to use Mez Tranquility, and we'd also like to get the Thriving Choke Fungus in play in combination with the plant so that we can start to generate the energy from the right innate. That's going to be really important, of course, because we've got the Exaltation over here that we really want to play next turn. So with that said, what I'd probably like to do here is basically go G2, G3, and go from the plant, gain a minor power, because we could maybe find something better than Thriving Choke Fungus. It's unlikely, but we could. And if we do, that could give us, I don't know, like Elemental Boon. Actually, I think Elemental Boon was gone, wasn't it? I think we had Elemental Boon as one of the options in here. I think we might have thrown it away, or was that a different game? Yeah, it might have been a different game. Okay. Anyway, there's maybe something better that we can find than that. The Gift of Power, of course, is in our hand, which would have been one of the great candidates. But so essentially, we can go G3, look for a 0 cost that might be better than the Thriving Choke Fungus, and then see where we go from there. At the very minimum, we could jump over into this land and solve that with the Mez Tranquility. We will be basically playing 2 cards this turn. If I play both of those cards this turn at a minimum without needing to draft at all, that will give me 1, 2, 3, 4. Unfortunately, it does not give us the 5th water. Were we to go G2 and go like top, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that would give us an extra repeat, which in theory also gives us the energy, because the max we're doing here with this right innate is going to be the 1st level, which is going to give us 1 energy. But it also gives us a blight remove, which we also really want to get here. So yeah, we really want that blight remove as well. So that was the other reason I really wanted to go with this. So I think I start here with a G3 bottom, and we don't need to go for a major because we have our major. So clearly here we're going 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And did we find anything better than what we have? Rouse the Trees and Stones, Rain of Blood, Like Calls to Like, and Razor Sharp Undergrowth. So we did find another water plant card, and we also found Rain of Blood. This is a funny one. Rain of Blood here, for anyone not familiar, although if you're watching this, you've probably heard about this combo before. Rain of Blood and Downpour, you can kind of spam this card and generate use like 4 repeats, do like 4 times 3 fear, generate a whole bunch of fear in a turn. I don't like the combo. I think it's bad. But I've heard lots of people say it's good, especially in solo, for example. You kind of just spam fear and just generate a whole bunch of fear cards. So I won't be taking this here because there's no way for the rest of this game that I'll ever be playing this card. So it's essentially a useless draft, I think, to me here, more or less. But the other thing is the other cards we found are 1 cost. Now, Like Calls to Like. I wonder whether that might be good here. The thing about Thriving Choke Fungus is it gives us a disease. It also gives us a Badlands, which might not be terrible either. What I was thinking was, if I put a Badlands in this land, now my Smash, Stomp and Flatten can deal 5 damage in that land. And 5 damage in that land could kill the city and the town. So I obviously could explore in there and then kill like 2 buildings or whatever before I move on. So that kind of thing is probably pretty good. And the other thing I could maybe potentially do is use the Badlands in here. And then that also gives me a better Smash, Stomp and Flatten next turn as well. So just kind of, because I can go here and then here or something like that. So it's maybe not bad. The other thing, however, with this is like calls to like. What is this doing for us? This could be like multi-land, multi-solve. Let's have a look at this. Target land has an explorer. Gather up to 1 explorer. Do likewise for town, Dahan, Blight, and Beast. Like that could be good for like gather some Dahan, set up some Dahan shenanigans. Similarly for explorers, things like this can be used to move Dahan. It can be used to move explorers. We can use it to move towns. Like this could, in theory, solve 2 lands. If we had 2 different lands that were like, I don't know, like this, for example, if that doesn't explore wetlands next turn, maybe 1 gather of an explorer out of there just shuts that off. Or even if it does explore, pull two things out of the land, and then it also shuts it off. So is that better than Thriving Choke Fungus? Because Thriving Choke Fungus is basically a skip. It's a Ravage skip. A repeatable Ravage skip. Which is not bad. Actually, both not bad here. I'm nowhere even remotely close. Actually, I lied. I said that. I am kind of close to thresholding the Exaltation. Because if I took Like Calls to Like, that's another sun. And that means between the Gift of Abundance and the Exaltation, that is a 3 sun. If I can get to the 2 air on the top track, that could give me the 2 energy and an airspace. That almost puts me at this. Then I'd only be an air fire card short of thresholding this card, which has got to be somewhat reasonable. Now that's a few turns away from mattering, but that still could be relevant. Only thing is though, I'm probably only playing the Exaltation 1 more time. Isn't that probably true? Yeah, because if I reclaim and I find the 0, that might do it. Yeah, we'll take the Like Calls to Like here because that actually might give me the threshold. Don't know if I'll be able to figure out all of the maths behind the energy, but I might be able to at that point with ThunderSpeaker find one of the energy boon cards as well. So that gives me an out to thresholding the Exaltation, I think. Maybe. Okay, the question is, do I play it this turn? So we need to play one of these ones, right? We're gaining an energy. Let's do a bit of maths, I guess. We're gaining 1 energy from here and 1 from here. That puts us to 5. This will give us, as I say, 1, 2, 3, 4. Again, it's 4 water. That's 2 repeats, which will give us the top level of this and the top level of this. Let's just assume for a moment, because it's also a little bit tricky to make a sacred site with the Thriving Choke Fungus. I can do it, but I'd rather not, because I'd rather be thinking about my hand positioning next turn and not be forced to move with the Thriving Choke Fungus. So I think I'd prefer to play the Like Calls to Like, if I can. So this will be 1 and bank 1. Now, at range 3, I believe I have to go in there to solve that land at range 3. That leaves me a single move of presence by 1, which we can come back to. Now, Mez Tranquility here, once in here for sure. Don't think we need it in here because this is defender for 6. And I'm going to be basically on the bare threshold of defense in multiple lands right now. So I can't play around +1 ravage damage. +1 damage is going to absolutely ruin me. So yeah, I just can't play around it. Defender for 6 over here as well. I'm also thinking about I'm starting to think about my ThunderSpeaker abilities here. But okay, so say light cost like a slow, that's fine. We could maybe repeat that in the slow. We can save our repeats for the slow if we want to as well. So we'd have 2 repeats here. Maze Tranquility might be needed here. It's defended for 2 this land, which is obviously not enough. And I would not want to dedicate one of my ThunderSpeaker actions to solving that land because I have it already solved with the Maze Tranquility with one of these repeats. So I think I probably end up going to end up needing to do that in there. Now the other thing then is, so I have the gather for push 2 Dahan. So that's gather all 4 of them out of there. There'll be 2 left behind in this land, and then I can push 2 Dahan. And then I could push 2 in either here, or I can split 1 and 1. It's the same land actually. They're both, ravaging for 5. I don't want to have to get beast damage here. I'm hoping for beast damage in that land, but I don't rely on, I'm not relying on it. Whereas if I under defend or something in that land, I will be relying on it. I don't want to do that. That would be a catastrophe. So let's say, for example, I push 2 to hand in there. Then I could do I could do the defend 3 in that land. Then it would go ravage, kill the town, and then ravage again and kill 2 explorers, which would be really good. And the same pattern, well, actually no, the same pattern won't happen over there. That's just going to ravage and then it will actually build, but that's fine. So that's those 2 lands solved. And what's left behind here is 2 Dahan. So in actual fact, I can use my right innate in that land, kill 1 Dahan per 2, 1 town per 2 Dahan, and that also solves that land because then it ravages for 4 and it's defended for 4 automatically. So that's good. So that's actually a whole bunch of our problems solved here. Now, what's left? That one. We have 1, 2, 3 left, but we still have a sudden ambush. We actually also, I'm just looking at it right now, we also have, oh no, yeah, I was thinking the right innate. I need to get to level 2 to gather Dahan. I was about to say I could gather that Dahan in there, but that's not until level 2 because that would have solved that as well if I left the ThunderSpeaker presence here. But that's not going to work. But we do have, for example, sudden ambush available to solve one of these lands if we can get range. So a sudden ambush can solve either of this land, this land or this land. It can't solve this land, which is a pity. Pulling a Dahan into that land with sudden ambush will only destroy one of these. It'll still ravage because there's still three invaders in the land, and that will ravage for 5. So that's actually no good. Unless I want to combo with Maze Tranquility. But no, I need to use Maze Tranquility to gain energy, or I need to use my repeats to gain energy as much as possible here. So, what am I saying? Maze Tranquility in here solves this land. That's fine. Which is good. And then I could just destroy 2 explorers, and then in theory, unless if it doesn't explore again, then it's safe. So that's 1 Maze Tranquility, 2 Maze Tranquilities, 1, 2. Now, the only other thing we're really looking at here then is, well, in actual fact, we talked about over here in this land, we wanted to push 2 things, didn't we? If we push the 2 of them out into there, Our defend at 2 covers the 2 extra points that the towns do, and then the Mez Tranquility takes care of everything else. And at that point, I wonder, do we just sudden ambush, pull that in there, and then allow the counterattack of 4 to happen? But we already have that land solved. So while pushing them 2 things in there, it stays solved. It's then a problem for next turn, right? Which I guess I can just solve again on the reclaim. But at that point, I'm not going to be probably playing the Mez Tranquility on the reclaim. And I'd be more reliant on like Thunder Speakers, the hand stuff, which at that point, there's just no hand on this side of the board. So the other thing about pushing all our hand over here is it's all kind of up in the corner, which is also sort of a disaster. But there's only so many things we can do here. So I guess Voice of Thunder and the Slow can push some of it back out. So we kind of have some amount of that for setup for next turn. We could maybe think about getting over into that land, that kind of thing. Okay. So I guess it's just sudden ambush to just prevent a blight here. So it's either up here or it's over there. Over here, obviously we can't pull any of them away, but we could pull one of them over there. I kind of feel like this land here with this presence and one single explorer is an obvious candidate for HME5 that can go build up to town, and then if it explores sands, I have it solved straight away. That kind of eats the HME5 over there, so I don't really want to break that up if I can help it. So I think I will go over here, and in that case, then I need to go at range 1. I'll go in that land at range 1, and then I can sudden ambush in here. Oh, actually, well, that land has a beast, doesn't it? So that actually might get solved on its own. So that actually undoes that. Now, I may still choose to grow into that land anyway, to be over close to that to hand, but I might sudden ambush this land, which means I would have to split up the old 2 to hand here. Because everything is on a razor's edge here, and I need to try and maximize my chances at solving that land with a beast damage. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do. So I grow up there anyway, that's fine. I will split this over here, unfortunately, and we'll kind of go from there. So we've taken all of our growth. We've drawn our card over here, like cost alike. We have not gained our energy, so let's go ahead and gain 1, 2, 3, 4. We've only got 1 in the bank for a reclaim next turn, and we're going to really need to go zeros next turn and gain 2 miners, but that's okay. So, as we said, we will have left an 8 and right an 8. I'm not going to mark them now because I'm about to use them. Over here, we've got 2 presence placement, and we will gain 3 energy. 1, 2, 3. The other thing here is, I could... The reason I'm kind of looking to do this instead of go for the objectively more powerful growth option in +3 energy, gain a power, add a presence, that's very powerful. It's much better than the G2 for sure. But I really want that spur back in my hand next turn. So I'm going to be reclaiming next turn anyway. So I kind of feel like getting myself up to 3 plays before I reclaim next turn is probably not bad. So let's go ahead then and do this. And we have add a presence to a jungle or land with your presence, and then add a presence at range 0. So I can go ahead here and I can make a sacred site in the jungle somewhere. So what you can do here is you can make a sacred site in the jungle somewhere. Then in the slow, use the innate to deal 4 damage in here, and then move this across the map to your sacred site. And then use the innate in that land in the slow. But I already have like 2 great candidates for this in the slow, so I don't need to think about moving somewhere else really. So don't really need to think about like jump up there. If I'm going to solve that, it'll probably be with a bunch of the hand with ThunderSpeaker would be my guess. 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so like, maybe 4 the hand into that land or something. Or maybe 3 the hand plus the right and 8, something like that. So, and this is going to be solved. I guess Blazing Intimidation down here. If this explores, I might want to reclaim the Blazing Intimidation and push 2 of those things out so that it doesn't ravage. So it probably makes sense to jump down there and make a Sacred Site in there. So that's fine. Okay, so we have 2 plus 1 plus 0. We've got the third level of this that we talked about. And we are basically ready to go. We didn't move 1 presence. That was the other thing that I was thinking about. So when I reclaim next turn, we probably want to go Exaltation. It's probably isn't super clear in here. We want to go Exaltation. We have a shot at finding the perfect on a minor power. If we hit like the fire air card that we talked about, then I could go Gift of Abundance, Exaltation, Like Calls to Like would be the... Oh yeah, you know what? Even that doesn't work. Because I'd be short the air as well. So I'd really need to find Gift and Aegis connection here. So yeah, I mean, it's not, because I'm going to be 1 air short as well as I'm going to be 2 air short as well as one fire. So unless I find like Elemental Boon plus the perfect card or something like that, I basically need element support here because I can have 4 card plays. I mean, hilariously, for example, if I went like Unbearable Deluge with these 3, and then I found a Sun, Air, Fire card, that would do it. I think we've already lost one. I think Fire in the Sky is already gone. And we've already lost Buron with Words of Fire as well. So yeah, Fire in the Sky is here. So that's actually, Manifestation is a unique. And Purifying Flame. So we've actually already gone through 2 of those try thing cards. So I'm not even sure that any more exist in the deck, let alone many. So yeah, the chances of us hitting that are pretty slim to none. But anyway, that's all fine. Those cards are all discarded. Don't cheat here. Lucy boy, they're all gone. These are in my hand. We know we'll be reclaiming anyway next turn. So that is fine. So the move, anyway, sorry, the point I was making there was on the reclaim, I may well want to Unbearable Deluge, but I also probably want to think about where am I using the Exaltation. And that's going to be important. And something tells me that an Exaltation in that land has got to be pretty good with the Badlands. So let us go ahead in there. That's my push 1. I want to keep my land, I want to keep my presence. Yeah, no, I'm going to go there because the Unbearable Deluge pushing 2 to hand out of here could be useful. And we already know in this land I'm about to split them. So yeah, thinking there. Okay. And we're not activating, I think, the first level of this because we want to fight back and deal 2 damage in that land. As I say, we can't be +1 damage here. +1 damage will probably just kill us. So I'm not going to play around it. Yeah, because I need to wipe this land and stuff like that as well. So well, I need to kill those 2 explorers. That's the one thing I really do want to kill over there. It's actually generally not bad anywhere else because it's not bad here, and it's actually fine here because we're only dealing 6. So 6 isn't enough anyway. So 5 will just kill the 2 buildings. So in actual fact, the only land where the left and 8 is a problem is this one, but it is a problem in that one because I'll only get to kill one explorer, at which point that's going to ravage again next turn, and I don't want to have to dedicate an action to it. So I won't. Famous last words. I don't want to dedicate an action, so I won't, and then I just lose to a +1 damage, but it is what it is. Now, big old drink of orange. We'll top up our drink. It's I can't remember if I said this last time. It's exactly like the Fanta you get when you're on holidays in Spain or something. It's like lovely, tasty, kind of okay. Saying Fanta and taste natural in the same sentence is ridiculous, but like when we get Fanta over here in Ireland, it's like very fizzy and sugary and sweet. It's not nice. But when you go over to Spain or something like that, somewhere in the continent in Europe, it's a much different drink. Like the labeling, the branding is all different, but the drink itself is totally different. Much less fizzy, much less sweet, tastes much closer to a natural orange flavor. Actually, or more or less exactly what this is. So that's good. I rant and rave about these, don't I? You'd be sick of listening to me. Okay. Well, if you're still here, you can't be that sick of listening to me if you're still here after God knows how many episodes and playthroughs of God knows how many hours of this madness. But anyway, we did our growth. We gained our energy. We played our cards. Let us go ahead and start resolving things. Now, Terrifying Rampage. One fear. In here. 2 invaders don't participate in ravage. Choose the invaders when ravaging. That's fine. That's that land. Now, over here, Blazing Intimidation. 1 fear. Push 2 of these things. Oh, yeah. That was the thing, wasn't it? Pushing those was already making that a problem next turn. So we weren't solving the problem. And I don't love pushing it into somewhere like here because technically a fear card could solve that, or maybe an event or something could solve that land. Whereas if I push into it, it definitely won't. So I think I do push the 2 of them in there. At which point I believe I do. No, I still don't want to use this. Oh no, I have to at this point, don't I? No, I don't, because there's a defender 2 in the land. So I can actually I can even +1 damage in that land safely, but I can't in here. Or here. Or here. We're already getting wrecked by +1 damage, so we're not playing around it. I already identified this earlier on, about 10-15 minutes ago. I identified, oh, sorry, shook all of that up. I identified that I can't play around +1 damage, and then I sort of was trying to play around it anyway, but no. So I won't be using the left innate, so that's fine. Now, we do have, of course, the spicy. We have the remove a blight effect. Oh, hey, I just remembered something hilarious. I meant to say this at the start when I came back. I played this game wrong. So you may well have noticed this on the very first turn, and if you did, fair play to you. I didn't, and I should have, but I'm a terrible Spirit Island player, so I make stupid mistakes all the time. Let's have a look here. This is a side tangent, but it's a funny one. Let's have a look at Habsburg Mining Expedition and read HME 6. Set up and during the explore step, on boards with 3 or fewer blight, add +1 explorer in each land successfully explored. Oh yeah, we did all that just fine. And then I ignored this bit in parentheses at the end. Max 2 lands per board per explore card. Very first turn of the game, this stage 3 card over here, the Sands Mountain card that we put loads of plastic all over the board, I explored with 2 explorers in every one of those lands. And it wrecked me, and it made a million ravages, and it was awful. I didn't have to do that. I only had to do it on 2 out of 4 of the lands that I was exploring into. And that probably would have changed the game fairly significantly, I venture. Now, it is interesting because it's not necessarily strictly harder. Playing the way I played is not necessarily strictly harder, because by forcing the explorers onto the board in every land, in theory, that can make you place Blight faster. Which can help shut HME6 off on future turns. But in reality, the way it plays out is, if I wanted to do that, I could just control the ones that I wanted to ravage earlier anyway. So I do dare say there's almost certainly just a lot harder the way I played it, but it is funny. So I'm playing this at extra 6/6 plus, basically. And it's showing, because I'm struggling to stay alive here. But I do want to get the right innate going here, which gives me an energy, but also lets me get 1 blight back on the card. But I'm just looking at this right now and remembering that this is 1, 2, 3, 4 on this board, and 1, 2, 3, 4 on this board. So if I remove a blight on either of those boards, which is where my presence is, that'll put HME6 back on. Now, I do have 1 land on this board and 2 lands on this board that are about to ravage. So I dare say that I likely want to solve that problem. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's up to 7. And then down here we're at 2, 4, 6 from a loss condition perspective. I do have 2 lands that are about to ravage here, so even if I get my beast damage up here and I solve that land, I'm unlikely to solve this one. This is almost surely ravaging and blighting, so I can probably safely remove a blight from this board. I don't want to dedicate a move presence option to get myself over on this board, which is where I've already been removing it from, because as I said, I kind of wanted to use my move and my placement over here, so that's fine. So I think I will go ahead and do this. And I think I do it in this land, because next turn I think I will use the right innate in this land, removing this and gathering that in there to improve my defend. So I think I'll do it here, which means that I won't be in this land next turn to solve the problem, as in to repeat like Mayor's Tranquility or something like that, which I'm not in love with, actually, because this is double ravaging next turn. So no, I can't do that, because I've almost no way to get down and solve that problem. So no, I can't do that. As tricky as my little plan was there, it's actually no good. You know, next turn I can maybe use my move of presence to move myself in there or something, and I don't know, but I need to be in this land for next turn. That's for almost certain. So okay, so let's start then with isolate and then copy. So that's 2 copies. 1 is going in here, 1 is going in here, and the lands are isolated. We're not using the left innate. This is slow. We've got 1 repeat left, which we may use for energy and we may use for the light cost alike. We'll decide that when we get to the slow. But right now we are able to go gain 1 energy. So that's 1 more, and then we will remove this presence to remove this. Go back up to 7. Which is more than was on the card when it flipped. What was that card again? That's the Burn Bride. It's the one that gave us the proliferation. Okay, so that's back up to 7. Technically, we're still healthy. I'm just going to treat this as healthy, I think. Or at least I'll use the positive. I'll keep a positive, healthy mindset at the very minimum. I won't actually cheat. Okay, so that's that. Now, next. I think we had all of our plans lined up over here. So we said sudden ambush. You in there. Destroy that. That stops that. being a problem, and we keep our presence in that land, I think. Probably doesn't make that much of a difference. It's probably okay. So that's fine. Next thing, we have left an 8. Gather. Gather. No, that's back there. So we go gather 4. We need to bring some of our presence with this. As I said, I kind of want to keep some of my presence on this side of the board if I can, just to kind of give myself a little bit more availability. So if I go in here and then I push 2 in there, that gives me the connector for those, for the bargains. It lets me stay in here for the right and 8, and that kind of covers all of those lands. I could do something like push you in there and then you in there, but it doesn't feel necessary. I don't think. Famous last words, of course, but I'm not sure that that's necessary. I think I'd rather stay over there if I can. Technically, we might need to go push them in there and then them in there, something to that effect, and that might be the way we need to. So no, I'll go 1 and 1. I hope I don't regret that, but I think that's the way. Okay. Now, right and 8, destroy 1 town for every 2 to hand, and that gives me the 1 fear for the fear card, which is pretty good. Still nowhere near tier level. Well, I say no, yeah, we're nowhere near. We've 3 more cards, and we have how many invader cards left? 4. 4 is fine. I mean, things start to really escalate, and stuff starts to get clear pretty quickly. But yeah, 3 more cards is not really great, is it? So that's all of that. Now, defend at 3 in there. Range 1, of course. We've used all of our fasts at this point. We're only slows left. That's good to go. That's good to go. Yeah, we're good to go. We finished the turn. It took us 48 minutes, but you know, I did say this might be the 10-hour game. Anyway, let us proceed to an event. Get wrecked. You know yourself. Healthy Island. No, I did say I'd love to be Healthy Island, but no. On each board, after the Ravage step, add 1 blight to a land with cities and no blight. Damn. That's all 3 boards. All right. Ugh. Oh, I hate this Dahan event. I hate it. Okay, anyway. On each board, after the Ravage step, add a blight to a land with those things, which is annoying, but it is what it is. Plagues bring fear and death. 1 fear per board with disease, which currently right now is 1. Unfortunately, that's on the same board. There's only 1 fear. And then we do 2 damage to the hand in a land with disease, which thankfully we don't have, because that would have been crippling. And then we have during Ravage, the hand only deal 1 damage each, but deal damage before the invaders. It's so annoying. I hate this bloody thing. It's going to cost me here, and it's going to cost me here. Really, really badly. Because now they're at risk of 1 explorer putting them back up into Ravage territory. It's so annoying. Okay, is what it is, I guess. So to remind ourselves of the Ravage stuff. Yeah, shocking. Oh, we also have, of course, the what is it after Ravage step? Yeah, okay. So that's fine. We do have a fear card as well here. What can this do for us? Each player removes stuff from a land where it's the only invader. I'm not sure how much that's going to be relevant. Only invader here is Each player removes a thing from a land where it's the only invader. So right now there's 2 lands that I can see that are qualifying. Yeah, literally 2 lands. Oop, oop. Okay. Not gonna have too much of that when HME is involved. So we don't get a solve, unfortunately, in those lands that we talked about. But that's the way it goes. So let's go and ravage. So as we said, we have blight and blight. They're the ones we couldn't stop. We did stop that one, so that's stopped. Here are my orange tokens, which will be coming back to haunt us again next turn. That's for absolute sure. It sort of felt like we needed to at least solve that. And we certainly needed to not have a thing that added more blight to the board. And we certainly needed to not have an event that hurt our counter attacks here. So feels like that event killed us. But we'll see. Let's get rid of that. Okay, so then we'll go fine. Doesn't ravage. This we blighted. This we have all of it defended, and we only attack back for a single point, which kills 1 explorer. Who earns? Over here, 2 of these don't ravage, and then 1 explorer ravages, so that's a safe ravage. In here, then we ravage and we kill the city, which is 2. Because we only attack back for 3 and not 6. The rest of these are all safe here. Over here, then we attack back for 2 in this land. That costs us. It's costing us fear as well as everything else. But it's only ravaging for 4, and we're defended for 4, so that's okay. Over here, then same story. We kill the city. That's 2 more. 2 more fear. Up here now, so we ravage in here. We've got the same. Actually, no. In here, we're fine. We attack back for 2, and we kill that. So we'll actually have good mats in that land. It's funny, actually. The event helped us in this land, funny enough. But it hurt us in the other one, obviously. So in the other one, we'll get to deal 1 damage, and then we'll get to deal 1 damage. I guess that means we just take the fear. So 1. Yeah, that's all of our salt deposits. Now, after the ravage step. So the ravage step is complete. Add a blight to a land with a city and no blight on each board. And we have over here 1. On this board, we have 2. And then on this board, we have 3. So we have qualification for all 3 boards, which is bad news. And I certainly cannot be taking 3 blight here. That's for sure. And then spirits may prevent this on any or all boards by destroying 2 from each board to be protected. So technically this land is already a sacred site here. So I could like destroy those and still have my, my my innate in there. I mean, also on this board here, I think destroying 1 of BlunderSpeaker's presence sounds kind of no-brainer. So 1 of BlunderSpeaker's presence. And maybe 1 of Behemoth's presence on that board, I think seems pretty okay. So that's that board solved. This board over here, if I place a blight in this land, it already destroys 1 of my presents. So essentially, I get to sacrifice for 1 instead of 2, if you look at it that way. Definitely can't be sacrificing BlunderSpeaker's presence. We need that around there. And we can't sacrifice this. So I think, unfortunately, I just have to do this with Behemoth. Behemoth's getting slaughtered here. 2 more there. And then the other board. Also dreadful. I think I'll go 1 and 2. Actually, do I take a blight, I wonder? No, I can't. Too many problems to solve next turn. I highly doubt I can take a blight here. Okay, sacrifice the 2 of them, so I pay for all of it. Yeah, it feels like that. It feels like this event lost me the game. Okay, now we go to the build, which is those 2 dead. Now we kill the town and generate a fear. We build over here. This ravages again, but 2 of it is skipped. That's fine. This builds, and then this ravages again. And now, after all of that, we still have a big fat problem. Well, I mean, it's got to be 1 and 2 on this board, because that's just solved by BlunderSpeaker. So that's an easy one. This board over here, God only knows what I need to do. God only knows what I want to do on this board. It's all a nightmare. Removing those 2 explorers earlier on has hurt me here, because now I don't have a candidate for the HME5. HME5 is forced into either this land or this land, which is pretty hilarious. So that's another funny thing. Oh, Lord. Lordy me. What does a man do here? I mean, I guess like calls to like in the slow allows me to gather them 2 out of there. So that solves that land. Which is not nothing. Putting them in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Technically, I can go in there, and this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So both of those go up to 7. There are more jungle stage 3s left in the deck for sure. They're both problems for next turn, of course. I'm definitely at the point here where I need to almost choose my stage 3 card to survive. And by that, I of course do not mean go through and actually pick the card out of the deck and place it on the top of the deck. I just mean, again, my usual sort of stance on this stuff is when you get into a bad enough position, you have to play as though the thing is the best card for you. So in this spot, what is the best card for me, and how do I play into that? I guess Explore into Sands is probably not as bad as some of the others, because at the very least we've 2 lands over here that don't immediately ravage. So maybe Sands is one of our best terrains. And then the other best terrain is what? Explore into here is solved automatically by the defend. Explore into here is not. Explore into here is already a problem, so we already have to deal with that problem. Explore into here then doesn't get solved by like calls to like. And similarly down here, it makes some of this harder as well. This already requires Mass Tranquility, so explore into that one's probably okay as well. So, two of our mountains, I think, yes, are okay explorers. So far, I'm talking about Sands Mountain being the best explorer for me. It's the only one we've actually seen. I guess jungles kind of get solved straight away by the innate here. So jungle here is fine, but jungle's bad down here. It's actually fine over here as well. It's back to back up here, but we already need to solve that problem. And then it's also a problem here. But that makes three jungles okay. And then obviously this one is a problem. But forcing us to deal with this after a back to back on jungles is probably all right, because maybe we can go in here and then in here. So I think probably jungles is our best explore. The last one there is wetlands, and wetlands makes this a problem. Doesn't make that a problem because it's already defended. This, we kind of have to hope for beast damage there next turn as well. Wetlands in here is fine. Wetlands in here is a problem. So we've maybe one. It's also a problem over here as well. Actually, I forgot to remove that. That should have ravaged this turn. So should that. Those should have been removed. Apologies. So yeah, wetlands is also kind of just a massive problem as well. They're all a massive problem. Jungle's the only one that we said is maybe not a massive problem. So how do we play in such a way that we make jungles one of our easiest solved lands? I'm going to reclaim next turn. It'll be 1+3. I'll be up to 4 energy. I have to play the spur. That leaves me 3 energy more. And then after that, I could probably play the 2 fast cards again. Give me a bit of a chance to recover somehow. In actual fact, at that point, maybe the exaltation goes to Behemoth, and then Behemoth can play 4 cards, max this innate, and then get it fast, which could be this turn. We're going to go here, and then we could go either in here or we could go in there. Yeah, we're forced anyway. Well, actually, no. I was about to say we're forced to do the thing in there, but we're not. So even though I said we have to play in such a way as jungles being one of those explorers, technically this doesn't ravage if we miss jungle explorers. So I can't really do it in that land because that's just forcing it. We already have to deal with this land, so maybe I just do it in there. Yeah. It's really not ideal, but I think I do. So on this board I do it in there. One, and then upgrade this. And then on the other board, I think I just do it in here. I mean, genuinely, no idea. No idea if it's good or not. No idea. Okay. That's all of that. I mean, it's really bad from every single angle. Actually, here, just like just none of it is good. And then we do finally the explore, and we do indeed hit jungles, which again I've no idea if it's even good, but we have hit it. So 1, 2. Oh, I forgot this is doing the HME6 stuff as well. Jesus Christ. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then on this board, this is 5 blight, so it's 1, 2, 3, and that's that solve problem that we talked about, and 4, and then that's now ravaging like we talked about. And then on this board, we have 1. We have this can defend for 6 on its own, so we can double explore in there. That's 1 double explore. That's a single explore because it's solved on its own with 1 single explore. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This already isn't solved on its own, so we might as well go 6, 7, and then it gives us a chance at maybe doing something in there instead of making that worse. A defend at 3 will solve that land, and we have 1 on the reclaim, so I've no idea. No idea. I also remember have to escalate here, because for God's sake, as if this isn't bad enough, I also have to escalate. So escalation is on each board with buildings. Yeah, that's all of them. Add a town to a land without a town. And you'd think at this point in the game, somehow, I wouldn't be getting wrecked. But think again, fine listener. Fine listener, don't make assumptions about my game like that, because I'm just about to get really wrecked with a town in there. Somehow, somehow, I get wrecked with a town in there. Fine listener. Indeed. Over here, we can just put that in there. That one's easy. And then on the other board, wouldn't you know it? Wouldn't you just know it? Town. Wrecked, son. Twice. Oh, Lord. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's vile. So I'm actually ravaging 3 times in mountains this turn, provided they have 3 invaders each, which they all have, of course. I mean, you just love to see it, really. So, let us say sudden ambush might do something here, but sure, I can't bloody pay for the card next turn. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know at all. Yeah, I'm so dead here. I couldn't be more dead here. Okay, we'll do that, and we'll just finish the game. We'll just go quickly to the next turn, gain our cards, and then die. So what do we have? We've Exaltation of Grasping Roots. Now, maybe, just maybe, 2 Wilds tokens might change this game. What do you reckon? No, you're right. I doubt it too. Okay. Exaltation of Grasping Roots. Target Spirit may add a Wilds in one of their lands, and you may do likewise. There is a thing where you get defend 3 per Wilds, isn't there? So I wonder, does that help us anywhere? Is there anywhere we need to do a defend in a land that we're in? Something like this. I just hope for the 1-outer. It's like a 1 of for your card. Because at this point, planning for... oh yeah, we can move all this across. Oh hey, we had 2 things, didn't we? We had After Ravage. We did the After Ravage, and then we did both of them. And of course, Salt Deposit doesn't move because it's good and sound. So that's that, and that's that. Yeah, we can't be playing around Wilds tokens for the following turn because we're just dead in 100 ways by the Ravage next turn. So we should use those defend 3 outs. So that means in here, that's a land that needs to be defended next turn. And we're not in any of our thing. I mean, technically we could put one in here, but it's not really going to do anything for us. I suppose a defended 3 in there could maybe matter. We'll put it in there. Okay, that's that. And then we have the innate in 2 different lands. One of them will obviously be this one, which is great. But then where after that, I am unsure. We have like cause to like. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going to reclaim, and we're going to gain 1 more energy up to 6. We are then at that point, I'm way planning ahead here, but I need to figure out the maths. So we go 6, we go up to 7. No, 2, 4, we go up to 6. Then we're going to want to play, we need to play Gift of Abundance. 6, and then the spur gives us the 7th. So that covers the exaltation. And that, oh no, sorry, gift, that doesn't cover the exaltation because gift is going to be, it's going to be 1. Now, if we play gift, we're still in this spot, aren't we, where we can't water nourishes life's growth before playing the exaltation. That's bloody annoying. So we may need to go gift of power. Then that gives us the exaltation. The exaltation gives us either Unbearable Deluge or Maze Tranquility at that point. Yeah, it's probably Unbearable Deluge. So again, 5 up to 6. The spur gives us the 7th. So we haven't done anything to gain energy yet except for the energy track. We have 2 card plays. We played those 2. No, we play these 2. Then the spur gives us the 7th energy. That lets us play this. And then we've now no energy in the pool. But we can play a card out of our hand, which technically could be Mez. At this point, we haven't played Gift of Abundance either. If we gave up on the right innate level 2, and took the level 1, we could play the Gift of Abundance. Because the exaltation forces us to play it right now. Target spirit may play 1 power card by paying its cost. You have to do it now. It's not later in the turn. So I'd have to immediately pay this. So there's no point at which I get my 5th water element to activate this before playing this. So essentially, I'm trying to avoid using my repeats for energy so that I can use them as much as possible for effects. But I either have to give up on the 2nd level, or I have to waste one of my repeats. That's kind of how that all looks to me. But a big part of what I'm thinking here is the chances of me being able to dedicate an energy to the like calls to like right now, repeat, is very slim. So I'd likely have to use, oh, actually, yeah, no, if I use this repeat now, that gets me 1 more energy, doesn't it? Yeah. So I'm +1 energy if I take this and put it in my bank. But if I use this to repeat this, that's -1 energy. So it's a 2-point swing. And I definitely cannot afford a 2-point swing right now. So there's no way I'm repeating the like cost of like. That's not happening. So that gives me 1 energy back in the thing. And that helps the maths of all of this stuff next turn. Because now I'm going to go 6 up to 7. So I'll have 7 before anything else. And then I'll get to actually play the exaltation plus the gift of power, for example, then I can go spur, give me the energy, play the gift of abundance. Haven't used exaltation at this point yet, and now I have the 5 and I have the full innate that I can use before playing something. So in actual fact, one key minor draft might get us there, maybe. But anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself here. I'm trying to find a way to not lose the game. I'm just getting excited. So the point anyway is, as we said, we definitely cannot like cause to like more than once. That's for sure. We will actually have access to this, I think. Oh no, we won't, will we? Unless we get the spur twice. Because it'll be play 2 cards, spur 1, exaltation the other. And then if I give gift of abundance and get another spur, get me up to a 5th card play, that will hit my right innate. And that would actually be really, really nice, because that would allow me to remove one of this blight and then ignore the land entirely. When blight will be added to target land, instead leave it on the card. And then I don't have to dedicate any actions to this except for the right innate. And wouldn't that be nice? Technically, I could do it at any of the lands on the board, so you know that's also a thing. But yeah, wouldn't that be good? That would be pretty sweet. So that's actually probably what I got to look to do here. And at that point, somehow we're still looking for a sun, fire, air combo. But yeah, okay. Anyway, again, I'm getting ahead of myself here. The point being here is the like calls to like now potentially has another target. This old juicy target over here is a problem. And if I get the stuff out of that land, I can also pull that Dahan in here and stuff like that. Although actually, I'm only, in theory, if I target this land to do the gather, I can gather like a town, an explorer, and a Dahan out of that. Put it all in there, and this will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then it's defended for 4, so 1 mez will be enough, type of thing. In actual fact, raid and mode suppress conflict to be enough, would it? If I can get a presence in there, something like that. This I have to hit beast damage. That's absolutely not getting any actions dedicated to it. And then this land, I don't even know. And this land, I don't even know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. At least it's not a lost condition. At least I technically don't have to deal with it. But I mean, I do have to. And I have essentially no majors for next turn either, because we know we need to kind of do the stuff over here. So what's the stuff over here actually do for us? But if I get down in here and I deal 4 damage, I can kill 3 of those. And then I can just say 2 invaders don't participate in Ravage. So that solves that land. The Blazing Intimidation can solve that land by pushing 2 things in there and just allowing it to Ravage because it's safe. So those 2 cards can solve this and this. The problem is, what I really wanted to do there was think about getting the exaltation fast so I can get the innate fast, which could let me do 2 innates type of thing. But I don't have a way, because I lost all my presence, if I had the sacred site down in here, this would have been absolutely perfect, because I would have gone move in there, deal the innate once, next turn fast, deal the innate one more time, then jump over here and deal the innate. It would have been amazing. I think I had one in there, didn't I? Oh no, I didn't. I lied. But anyway, the point is, yeah, I have to push my thing either here or here, and then I get 1 and 8 now, and then next turn I can go 1 and 8, and then push, and then another and 8. But then just this whole problem down here is just a disaster. I guess one thing I can do is the water nourishes life's growth. Technically, I could jump down into a land like this and use it without using the blight removal part. And that would mean over in this land here, I just do a mez and it just solves the land. One mez solves that land. And then I just don't dedicate anything to this. And instead I do what I talked about, which is go in there, innate once now, next turn, innate fast. So that's 8 damage, 3. It's actually not 8 damage because innate fast will get an extra 2 damage next turn. So it's 10 damage, 3, 5, 7, 9, 10. Solve the land. And then push in here and 4 damage in there. Solve that land. Doesn't sound bad, does it? So you're telling me there's a chance? Is that what you're telling me? I mean, I'm still a million miles away from this being in any way fine, but you're telling me there's a chance. On the reclaim here, I go move a presence 1, 2 over here, and then that gives me the right innate. It's Devo to not get the blight removal, but this is an easily solved land, so I hate kind of, you know, doing the thing in there. Like we talked about exaltation, and this land gives us 4 damage. We are then going to have an exaltation. Actually, we also get an exaltation of 3 damage over here, so that just solves this land immediately, because we're going to give exaltation over here. Exaltation in here solves that, and then we can instead use the terrifying rampage in a different land, maybe in there. Fortunately, we can't do it in there because we lost our presence in there, because that would have been a good candidate for the terrifying rampage as well. Also, in theory, maybe in there, because after we do that, destroy the 2 of them, and there's only two invaders left behind. So yeah, so we definitely have some candidates for the terrifying rampage. So I dare say we're getting somewhere. The problem here is this land, as well as other things for sure, but that's a big problem over there. So let's think about what we can solve here. This is really, really thinky. But whereas a minute ago, or maybe probably about a half an hour ago, this looked dead and buried, now all of a sudden it's maybe not so dead and buried. So I think we have to do what we said, which is the water nourishes life's growth and stop any blight being added to here. It solves this 3 times. And it means that almost every other land is easier solved than this one. This is the only other challenge, but it's only ravaging twice. So we also have the hand on that side of the board. So, we can go push to the hand, right? We can go to the hand in here, 1, 2, and we can't push that presence, unfortunately. This is the problem I was talking about in the previous turn. Our presence is now isolated. But we have to keep it adjacent to all of these lands. Ironically, that's the only one that would have been adjacent with this one. It's a pity, but we don't have a choice. We have to do that. Now we can't lead the Furious Assault in that land either. That's frustrating. was going to say, if we lead the Furious Assault next turn fast, maybe, then, you know, kill that. And now it's like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Maybe we can, you know, do something. But lead the Furious Assault now. I mean, I guess it probably just goes in there, yeah, after we gather the hand, something like that. It's rough. It feels like I have to like cause to like in here. So pull that in and pull those two things in. And just make this not a problem for next turn. We've enough multi-ravaging problems next turn that feels like one that we just have to just stop. Because we can. And that gets 2 to hand. It maybe helps us solve this land in some way. So that's kind of all of that. Not awful. So that's that. We already used our last repeat to gain our last energy. So actually that's all of Downpour done. We have 2 cards left in our hand, but we'll be reclaiming. You better believe about that. You better believe that, should I say. Now, that's that. Voice of Thunder. We've already said what we're doing with Voice of Thunder, because if we're to have any chance up there, that has to be that. I mean, we also have this other nightmare. Like, we have... we really have some challenges on our hands here, but look, what can we do? Let me think about this. If we push those in there, that now defends that land for 6. What does that do? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It solves the land, doesn't it? That's now both of those mountains completely solved. This is a mess, and it goes 3, 4, 5, 6. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right? No, it's 6. So it's 6, and it's going to ravage twice. We will have no blight back on the card, and we have ravaging and not solved, but it's only ravaging once. Every other ravaging land is kind of nearly solved, except for that one as well. But we're hoping we hit we have a reasonable out to hit that. So I think we just let this go. Let it ravage twice. Let this ravage once, but hope we can push an explorer to maybe stop that. And then solve this next turn. As well as obviously this and all the other nightmares that we have to solve, but one thing at a time. Because if I push them in there, that's 2 different lands I now need to defend next turn. And my defend a 3 will be live. But defend a 3 in there only puts it to defend 5 total, and it's not enough. I need to get that to defend 6. So I think I just have to do this. My defend a 3 might go in somewhere like this. I also might not spend the energy depending on what miners I find. So yeah, that's what I do. And as I say, I think I just leave my presence here. Well, actually, no, because my Voice of Thunder next turn will be a push up to 4. So if I put my presence in there, after this land is solved, I could maybe go left in 8, gather 1 in, and then push all 4 of them in there. And then that might really help solve that other land next turn. So yeah, that's that. So I go in here with that. This is grueling. Grueling. I know I say this all the time, but it really, really is. Okay. So everybody's reclaiming. And you know what we would just be really, 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 really nice to find Gift of Nature's Connection. I say it all the time, and I mean it when I say it, that it is just my favorite card, and it just gets you out of every problem you could ever be in. So let us start with BlunderSpeaker searching for Gift of Nature's Connection. We know we're taking 2 miners, so this is the obvious start. Watch me get screwed here. Watch me find the absolute perfect 0 cost fire, sun, air card. Watch it. Just watch it happen. Right now, right in front of your eyes, it's exactly what's going to happen. And then I didn't have it on Downpour. Right, reclaim. We've got no energy coming our way. We know this. Let's get screwed. Come on now. Disoriented landscape. No. Sear anger. No. Renewing rain. No. Teeming rivers. No. We don't want any of these cards. None of that is useful. Pushing Explorer from somewhere isn't likely making any differences. Oh, clearly here, we already made our plan. I just forgot to use my innate over here. So we had the level 4. That meant in here we were dealing 4 damage, which was the city and the Explorer. That's 2, and we get 1 more from the thing. So yes, I have technically I have information here, but we already talked about our plan. So that was that. Then we pushed this, and then we did 4 more in here. 4 more in here looks like. Yeah, we said we were killing all of it anyway. So 4 more in here looks like those 2, which is 2 fear plus 1 more. That gets us to there. Now, so that was all of that. And then we, of course, are going back to reclaim as well. So the first BlunderSpeaker hit here was a swing and a miss. I may be forced to take the disoriented landscape just because it has air. So this turn, really want to hit that fast air. Actually, do I? I don't even think I do. I don't even think I care about the fast air, but I want to hit. Maybe I need to hit zeros then. Do we need the defend at 3? I suppose we said we probably do need the defend at 3. Strong and constant currents. Can that do anything? Unlikely. No. It's just a dead card because we're only in 1 coastal land and it's already just defended. So, and we definitely play the Voice of Thunder. But other than that, we're kind of drawn a little bit dead here. So yeah, we're gonna need another 0 anyway. Technically, we could put Disoriented Landscape in our hand for the following turn, but it sort of feels now like maybe we're forced to reclaim loop with BlunderSpeaker. Could be wrong. So this stuff in our hand is useless. What does Sear Anger even do here? Actually gives us an additional push, doesn't it, with the left innate, which is kind of funny. It's also a Sun Fire for the right innate, which is not impossible to come up. Yeah, I think I'll take the Sear Anger here. Kind of hilarious, actually. The Sear Anger, in theory, it could deal 1 damage if wilds are present. That's kind of funny, but yeah, that's unlikely to come up. Okay, Sear Anger, and then come on now, BlunderSpeaker. Come on now. Gift and Aegis Connection. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on now. Come on. Delusions of Danger. It's not it. Promises of Protection. It at least costs 0, and it moves the hand. Call to Guard. Now that's a good. That's a card. We'll potentially make use of that. Flesh Rot Fever. No. Call to Guard is our elements. It's defend, it's movement of the hand, it's everything we could ever possibly want. Promise of Protection, not bad, but it's not Call to Guard. That's in the bin, and that is a fine card to find. It was almost the card that I talked about, Downpour hitting, but unfortunately we haven't hit the support that we really wanted to be able to threshold the thing. So Downpour is going to have to find a Windmill Slammer off the top. Come on now, Downpour. Don't let me down. One time you need to find the money shot. The Stone Nutter Butters is what you need to find here. Oh boy. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nature's Connection probably still does it because it always does it. No. Shore Seeds. Gifted Twin Days might be interesting. Steam Vents. Close but no cigar. Call to Isolation. Close but no cigar. Now there's some interesting choices. But they do not get us the water that we need. So finally, but they may be able to, we may be able to make Gifted Twin Days work. Yeah, but we're still short the, yeah. Anyway, let's go. Reclaim over here, and I mean, I dare say at this point it has to be a minor power. And then we look for major next turn, I think. So what did we say? We said with 3 card plays this turn. Spur, the Intimidation, and the Terrifying Rampage. Now, we needed to get the Exaltation of Grasping Roots out of our hand to be able to max this innate that we talked about. To go 6 and then in here and then solve that. That was kind of how all of that worked. Because we had to hit 6. We have to hit this. 4 is not enough in here. Actually, technically 4 is enough in there. Now that I look at it. If we do 4 in there, we can go wipe 3 invaders. And then it will build, but it solves the land. We go 4 and then we push in there and we go 4. So in actual fact, we still have a shot at Gifted Nature's Connection. I'm going all out. I'm going max Gifted Nature's Connection here. Max Nature's Connection. Come on now. I have another shot at it. 1, 2, 3, 4. This will be my 4th shot at it. Come on. 1 time deck. Entrap the Forces of Corruption. Uncanny Melting. None of these are it. Territorial Strife. That was also almost the card that Downpour needed. And Call to Bloodshed. It's just so Devo. It's so bad. None of these are it. I mean, I guess I just take a 0 with reasonable elements as far as things like Vigor the Breaking Dawn go, but I mean, I'm probably just going to be reclaiming next turn. Let's be realistic and honest with ourselves. But I'll take the Territorial Strife anyway. Trap the Forces of Corruption is not it. Because yeah, I'm just going to need all this next turn, haven't I? So I'm just going to have to reclaim Loop here at this point. Although, actually, interestingly, oh, no. Just realized the error of my ways. I cannot play Spur again this turn with this. So I think I'm going to have to likely swap out either the Intimidation or the Rampage with the Exaltation, and then play the Territorial Strife as the extra free card from the Exaltation, I think. Because I have to be able to play Spur on twice, I do believe. So let's have a look. Downpour. We said we wanted to hit, we have to hit the Water Nourishes Life Growth. That's just imperative. So we reclaim and we go up to 7. That's what we said before. This is our draft. That's our BlunderSpeaker cards. And our draft for Downpour, we'll just move this up here a little bit. Here, we'll move this down. These 3 are here. And then our draft have some good options in there. Some really good options. But I don't think I can use any of them this turn. So let's say we've got 7 energy. We play Exaltation. We play some zeros. We have to play the Gifted Power. And let's say, for argument's sake, we said we needed the mez. Yeah, if we take a fire here, we're one fire short, unfortunately. So we play these. Well, we have only 2 card plays, right? We play these, then we get a spur. Spur gives us this. At this point, we still only spend 7. Gained our 1 up to 7. We spend it all on this. Spur has given us. So let's say, for argument's sake, 1, 2, 3. This is after we've gained our 1. Need to remember that. Up to 7. Now we get a spur. Spur gives us 1. We play mez. No, we don't. We play. Actually, I don't think the order of this matters. We play Gift of Abundance with the spur. Gift of Abundance targets spur, which is why we need the extra energy on this side. So Abundance targets spur. We play the spur, and then we get another spur, which gives us another 1 energy. And then at this point, we play mez. And we're still 4 water, but we haven't used exaltation yet. We've 1 in the bank. And then let's say, for argument's sake, exaltation gives us another 0. Unbearable Deluge. Is that all in shot? Yeah. So now we have the 5 cards in play. 5 water. Plus these 2 is 7 water, which is 3 repeats. And it's the max innate over here. Max innate over here gives us 2 more energy. We do, of course, have to, as I say, move from, for example, here into here. We get 2 more energy, puts us up to 3. And then we have 3 repeats. One of us gets to get some destroyed presence back, which is quite nice. We get to go mez in here. We get to... Technically, actually, we get to do the Unbearable Deluge and push 2 of these to hand somewhere, which could work quite nicely as well. Technically, we could push them in there to solve this land. But I think we're already solving this land with the exaltation. So that's not necessarily a concern. We could push them in and maybe solve this, because this is doing 5 damage. No, sorry, it's doing 4. So this would now do that. Push that in, it would defend a 4. Which would be good. So yeah, that sounds pretty good. So that's Mez and Unbearable Deluge. The exaltation we know is the damage. So yeah, that's kind of most of all of that. And then we haven't used any repeats. So then we can bank this 3 energy. So we're going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Next turn, back up to 7. Rinse, repeat. And in the meantime, we've had a gift of power to try turn on this exaltation. And we have some other stuff. I don't know. Oh, God only knows what we have. I mean, again, we've so many problems coming back and hitting us next turn. But rinse repeat just kind of seems like something. The only thing is we're not really advancing our game at that point, are we? Like, we are a little bit. You know, we're getting bits and pieces done. I suppose we're going exaltation, which is doing some damage. We're getting a fast innate, which is sort of doing something. But again, if you look at it here, I guess at this point, we go in here and we deal 4 damage. It doesn't ravage, it builds. Then maybe we go HME 5 or something in there, and then, you know, next turn we can go like, you know, innate and then move on type of thing, you know, in there, maybe something like that. So yeah, I don't know. It's kind of something. It's like, it's really once per turn during the spirit thing, you may either push. Yeah. I thought I'd been playing this wrong for a second. But yeah, you don't get to move this incarnate except for the one time. So if you want to move it first, you only get to do the double smash in the same land. So it's a little bit awkward. But you know, whatever. Okay. Let us see. So this is kind of all of this. We've laid out this. It's all not bad. So over here, we said we're going to gain 3, first of all. So let's do that. 1, 2, 3. And we need enough to be able to do this turn and next turn if we can. So we have to bear that in mind. So we'll gain 3. We'll go 1 here and 1 here. We need to be able to play that twice. And then we've 2 in our bank. We play a 0 for this. But next turn we need 1 in our bank again, ideally. So it's kind of like play the 1. And then the intimidation is just too expensive. And then we keep the 1 in the bank. And then we play the territorial strife for free, which gets us the 5th fire, but it does not give us the 1 remaining plant that we need. I don't think we had access to something better than that. No, it was the only 0. Yeah. It's a pity. If we had had access to the Seer Anger, it would have been perfect element. Would have actually gotten us the max innate. But that's okay. And then we have Territorial Strife for something in the slow as well. So 3 damage. Actually, this isn't bad in the slow because that could maybe turn off something. Actually, you know what? We get that fast. So that can turn off this land, which is pretty damn good. We said we had it anyway by pushing this, but so where else can the Unbearable Deluge go then? Nowhere, unfortunately. Just remembered something. Where did I use my Mez last turn? It was in there, wasn't it? Yeah, because that shouldn't have explored this turn. It was isolated. Our last turn, that shouldn't have explored. It was isolated. There's 1 less explorer in there. Yeah, because it was 2, 4, 6. So yeah, that explorer shouldn't be in there because that was isolated. This was also isolated, but it didn't explore, so that's fine. Okay, it's a small thing, but it's a thing. Yeah, so unfortunately, we just don't have anywhere useful for that deluge to go because we have to move. Oh, we can move a 2 and a 1, can't we? Actually, yeah. So we can move a 2 and a 1. So is there anywhere we're moving a 2 is relevant? Well, 2, sorry, we know is relevant because we have to be in here and here. So we have to get down there for 2. Where can the 1 be relevant? Is there anywhere where defend 3 matters? Yeah, I mean, technically you land like that. We can't get in there though, can we? No. Anywhere else? Well, now that I look at this, actually, don't move that. Move maybe this one. And if we go 1, 2 down to here, that gives us what we need for the right innate. Then we go range 1 in here. And then we can mez in that land to solve it. Then in here, we can Unbearable Deluge for 3. 1, 2, 3. Plus our left innate solves that. But left innate in here shuts down 2 the hand counter attack. But I get this with no extra actions. And now these cards over here can all be dedicated to other actions. But where? I don't even really have anywhere. Because all of my Dahan are otherwise used. Now, I mean, I guess maybe I just keep Territorial Strife and use it slow instead of forcing the thing, because I can just push this in here with the defend anyway and use the defend. Because as I said, I'm kind of forcing the issue with Unbearable Deluge here. So let's undo that. This goes back here. This goes back here. So now we again use Mez in here. This is already defender for 4. Like, I don't have anywhere to defend for 3 right now, but it's kind of the only card I can play. But I mean, I guess I don't actually have... That's not necessarily true. Maybe I can play the Seer Anger. Also, I suppose Strong Constant Currents might be relevant if I push the hand somewhere. But yeah, we're not really pushing here, so no, that's not gonna... It's not really gonna be relevant, but Seer Anger giving me a Badlands, in theory it could be. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, this is ravaging for 1 million. Actually, even Words of Warning is no good in there. Technically, I do need a Mez in that land. Ravaging for a lot. Yeah, no. Yeah, we will do the thing I talked about there. So we'll push 1 in there. We'll push those down in... yeah, you in there. And that gives us, yeah, this, and then this, and then we use the Unbearable Deluge to push these 2 in there. That gives a defend 4 in that land. We keep the Territorial Strife for the slow. Could help us up here. And then we do Words of Warning. Actually, do we need Words of Warning now? Where do we need Words of Warning? I don't think we do. Definitely want Voice of Thunder. Call to Guard. So at this point, this is going to be ravaging for 4 plus a Badlands. And the land will be defended for 4. So the Badlands won't actually count for dealing damage to the Dahan. So we don't really need Call to Guard either, technically. Oh, we needed to keep this in here to deal 3 off the what do you call it? The Exaltation. But now that I say it, do we? Because actually I've got a bunch of defend that I'm not really using here. Because we're gonna go, if we push the 2 things in there with Unbearable Deluge, that immediately gives us a defend of 4. If I then call to guard the land and pull in 1 more Dahan, that's another defend of 3. And that's a defend of 7 total. And the land is 3, 5, 7, no, 3, 5, 7, 8. Plus a Badlands, which is 9, which would destroy a Dahan. But I have a defend of 2 in the land. So that then gives me a somewhere else to use my Exaltation, but I don't actually have anywhere. Because I start the turn like this. And I need to be in this land and this land. And if we move out of there, then I can't push those to hand. If I move out of here, I can't Exaltation the land. Or sorry, I can't defend the land for 2. And then if I move out of here, I can't jump in there for Mez. And I kind of have to get in there for Mesmerized Tranquility, don't I? Otherwise, that's just way too hard to defend. So I think I have to do this. That's my move 1. It feels forced. And that means I don't have Mez for here because I don't want to use my repeat. So then at that point, I'm either going to Exaltation the land and then left innate it to defend. And then at that point, that allows me to Unbearable Deluge this in there. I think that's the way I have to do this. And then it probably does mean I need to actually dedicate the Words of Warning. Oh no, I don't, because I get to stay in the land, don't I? No, because I need to move one of these presents. So these have to stay here, which means this has to go here. I think that's it. And then I can decide how I want to. Okay, so at this point, it'll be push 2 in, then do Call to Guard, which gives me defend 4. Oh no, it doesn't give me defend 4 because once I push the Call to Guard in there, then that increases the defend. So it gives me defend 3 plus defend 6, which is 9, and that is enough. Okay, perfect. I was doing my maths wrong. So I don't need the Words of Warning, which is great. I can save that 1 energy. Might need it next turn. And then at this point, it's Call to Guard plus Voice of Thunder. And then it's either Strong Constant Currents or Sear Anger. The Strong Constant Currents does literal nothing. So it's just Sear Anger. The Badlands somewhere might matter. And then I don't have the Fast Innate, but I don't need it. Yeah, what we talked about before is I might need it in this land, but it doesn't make a meaningful difference. The Mez is the way we solve that land. Okay. Got there eventually. I am desperately struggling for dear life to stay in this game. It looked dead and buried. So we've made our choices with BlunderSpeaker. We keep bank the 1 energy. We go right innate and left innate is on, but they're slow. We have over here, we figured ourselves out. That Territorial Strife is going to come out after the fact, which is going to give us our level 3, but not level 4 of the innate. And then the other thing which we did not do was look at this draft up here. Now, next turn, it feels to me as if this steam vent might be useful because the steam vents will give me the water to get that right innate back online. It gives me an air to get the exaltation, and it gives me a fire to get the exaltation. It feels to me as if that opens up potentially more avenues for thresholding the exaltation, which I might need next turn. So despite the fact that this is by far one of the least exciting of those cards, Call to ISO is so much more exciting. But it's one, this opens up the avenue for finding a miner next turn to do it. Whereas if I take Call to ISO, which is by far the better card, it doesn't unlock the threshold of the exaltation for me. Now I know 0 versus 1 is also very relevant here, but at this point, I might have been able to use, for example, like one of these repeats to get 1 energy to play a Steam Vents instead of an Unbearable Deluge. You know what I mean? So I think the Steam Vents gives me a chance, and I might well need that threshold, because next turn I'm going to have to dedicate my actions to mountains and jungles, but there's every chance. You know, it's funny. Any land that goes up to 3 invaders is immediately ravaging twice. because it ravages straight away into the side. It's funny because I actually never get to this stage of the game against HME. I've never really seen this play pattern because the game is always over before the salts really get rolling when I'm playing against HME. So this is kind of unfamiliar territory to me. So um when you hit a terrain, say for argument's sake, this terrain here. Imagine this explored right now. Imagine we're in the invader phase. This explores and it goes up to 3. Now, when you reach the next turn cycle, it's immediately ravaging because it's up to 3. But that land is also in the build spot, so it ravages again. So as soon as you get to 3, you're automatically ravaging twice. So like whatever's in this build spot, I have to make sure that that terrain is not at 3 invaders. So all of my actions have to be dedicated to doing that, which means that like I've got random other lands on the island that either are or aren't up to 3, but there's going to be very few where skipping one action is enough. Like this one, for example, here and here right now are like the only two lands on this board where skipping one action will be enough. Otherwise, it's like skip one action up here, but then it immediately ravages as well. So exaltation is actually much worse here than I was thinking about from a threshold perspective. It'll only skip one. Like it says, in any 4 lands, skip one invader action. There's no way I'm getting anywhere near repeating this card. Well, actually, I don't have the repeat, do I? The gift of abundance can only give other people repeats. But yeah, the gift of twin days as well. I mean, it's just not going to do it. Like technically, I could like twin days, the abundance, and all this other kind of nonsense. But no, the exaltation is just not quite the actual threshold of exaltation is not really it, is it? Like it's never going to be bad. It gets you 5 fear, but it's not solving lands. You also could, in theory, you could go any land that has 2 invaders that's primed to explore. You could go skip that, skip that, skip that, and skip that. You know, so there's maybe, but again, at the point by the time another one of these is explored, the amount of two invader lands are probably very few and far between. But it just might be the case where that might come up. So you know, again, it's sort of rarely going to be bad. But anyway, all of that is getting ahead of myself. That's still to say that I think Steam Vents is the choice. Call to Isolation is great, but we have enough ways to move the Han around the board here. I don't think that pushing stuff out of the Han lands is the problem, really. Not really. It could be in that land up there, but I'm just going to have to pray that that land, I have enough to make that land work next turn. So I will take the Steam Vents. Wow. It's a really tough one, guys. Really tough one. I know this is slow, but if I don't take the time to go through every single line here, I'm just dead. I would have been dead an hour ago if I'd have just skipped through and made the obvious concession almost. So I'm desperately struggling to stay clung on to something. So okay, these were the 3 card plays over here. Gain their energy. I believe we are at the point where we can start resolving our powers. So let us do so. These are all in my hand. My 2 card plays over here are Exaltation and Gift of Power. 7 and 0. This was a lie. That was just, we were doing spur maths. I only got myself, that's also a lie as well. But I'm going to need that energy. I don't know why I'm throwing it back in the box. I'll need it soon. But I got up to 7 this turn. Let's just convert this into 3s because it looks neater on the thing. So there are 2 card plays. We'll have extra card plays over here. We'll do it momentarily. Let's start. First, spur on with Words of Fire. We'll do it once. That's still in our pool. Let's do this the right way. Spur Downpour. Downpour gets an energy. They play Gift of Abundance. Downpour uses Gift of Abundance on Emberide Behemoth. They pay another 1 and they spur again. So either you or a target spirit may add a destroyed presence to a wetland where you have a presence. So that's in here. So either me or this guy can do this. And I think it's more important for me to have more presence on the board here, because there's shenanigans with Tranquility and Deluge and all sorts of stuff. So I think that matters more. So that's fine. Now, now I get Spur again, which gives me the other energy. I bank it this time and I play Mesmerize Tranquility. Okay. Now I go Exaltation. Me and Emberhide Behemoth are the characters involved here. Oh, I only took 1, 3 there. It should obviously be 7, not 4. Me and Behemoth are the characters here at play. So first things first, we both get to deal 3 damage in one of our lands. That is a 2 and a 1, and that's a Fear. And then over here, it's a 2 and a 1, and that's a Fear. Okay, next. So that's the thing. We may play 1 power card also out, so I'm doing this in the wrong order, but we both get to play an additional power card. There's the Territorial Strife. Over here, there's the Unbearable Deluge. I see all of this in play, more or less. Unbearable Deluge. Next is we get to use 2 of our powers fast this turn. And then the 3 damage. So we did the 3 damage, we did the 3 damage. We get 2 slow to fasts this turn, which isn't really making much of a difference over here with Downpour. I think we'll probably keep the Gift of Power for slow anyway, but the slow to fast will very much matter over here. So that is good news. That's Exaltation. It's a great card. Now we have all this in play. So now we're here. And we are at our max innate over here, which is great. So gain 1 energy. You get to do the blight removal here, which I won't be doing. Gain another energy, and we get to gather the hand, which we won't be doing. So it's basically just gain 2 energy in this land. And then let's have a look at this here. It doesn't come up all that much, but it's nice when it does. There you are there, right in 8, max level. So we do the gain energy stuff, and then we do when blight will be added to target land. Instead, leave it on the card. So really, really nice for this turn, obviously. And that is this land here. Do we have where's all of our blue things going? Wait, we'll just use that one there. In there. So that's fine. We are activating our left innate here to do the counter attack stuff minus thing. So that's going to be relevant in that land. It'll also be in this land as well, where it's actually not relevant. I'd rather not have it in that land, but we don't get our choice, so that's fine. Now, what else? What else? Oh, actually, hey, we get a terrifying rampage here, which is pretty good. Which can solve that land, which is quite nice. So we like to see that. Now, next, one of our slow to fast is going to be this innate, which now has, unfortunately, not quite the max level, but it's got the 3rd level. So 4 damage and a Fear in here is we're not going to get to 4 damage and a Fear. I could get 3 there, and then in the other land it'd be 2 more, and then 1 more from the terrifying rampage, but we would be 3 short. Technically, territorial strife can give me 1 more, but we're still 2 short, and then unbearable deluge, that puts us 1 short. Does it really? Kind of annoying. I guess it does. Leaves me 1 short of doing the stuff that I'd like to do. Okay. I didn't really want to force the territorial strife anyway, so no big deal. So what I was thinking here was, what was that? That was 3 and then 2 and then 1, 1, 1, I think. Yeah, I had 3 down here. So I can kill either these 3 invaders, or I can kill 2 invaders. It's going to go build, and I'm likely going to have to go in here and then almost back in here next turn. I think. Yeah, and then I just let this build 1 invader, and then I maybe use the territorial strife or something in there. Not 100% sure, but I think, yeah, because I think I might need to go back in there next turn. So either way, I don't think it makes a difference. So I think I'll just take the extra fear. Like the number of invaders in there isn't going to matter because I have to solve it anyway next turn. Technically, it does with 2 invaders don't participate in Ravage, so maybe it matters, but I don't think so. Okay, I'll just take the 1 extra fear here because it might be relevant to get an additional fear card. So we first deal 4 damage, which is 3 plus 1. That's 2 fear plus the 1 from the innate. Push in here. Deal another 4 in here, which is this time these 4. That's 1 fear plus 1 more. That's the innate done. We're in there now. Now we have terrifying rampage. Which I'll come back to. Now, Mez, isolate the land, and all of that does -1 damage. Unbearable deluge, 1 fear. Push 2 of these. Defend 3. Push them in there. If the land is isolated, if it's wetlands, isolated, which we will. Where's my isolate that land? That's back. So that's isolated, which is actually quite nice because if it explores, it won't go up to 3, which is great. Now, this now has defender 4. Do I want to move my Dahan with that? This is again my Dahan getting caught up here. I suppose I don't need them down here, do I? Because there's no Dahan down here, so I will actually move those with that. That's fine. And then I have over here with BlunderSpeaker, I have gather a Dahan, and then if Dahan are present, either defend 1 per Dahan. So I can gather a Dahan. Where do I gather it out of? I have 1, 2, 3 options. Probably want to keep that there for ravaging purposes. Next turn, I think I'll gather out of there. No, don't gather the town. I just gathered the Dahan. And then I can leave this presence here, which is protecting this one if I need to move them away. So something like that. Actually, it's probably better to do that the other way, is it? No, maybe not. Okay. That now gives defend of 3 plus the native defend from the other thing. So defend of 3 plus 6 is 9. Voice, seer, and all of the innates are all slow. This is 3, 5, 7, 8, and it's defended for 9, so it's pretty well defended. So I don't have to care about Terrifying Rampage in there. Is there anywhere where I do need to care about Terrifying Rampage? Yes, of course, over in this land. But I can't reach it. How can I not reach it? You're joking me. Oh, it's such a pity. Interesting. So, I can't reach this land, which is where I wanted to reach with the Terrifying Rampage. But I can reach this land, and I can push the Dahan into the other land, which solves the other land. So now we're at this being our only problem, I think. So let's go ahead and go 1 fear. 2 invaders in that land don't participate in Ravage, but I'm already on full mez as well as a defend of 2 from the innate here. So that's all fine. So push 1 and 1. And I think I do go with the Dahan. Again, I don't have anywhere here that I need to be, so I'll push in there, and that gives me a defend of 4 in that land. That's about as good as I'm getting. I removed the defend of 4 in here, but I didn't need it, because this is only ravaging for 1, 2, 3, and 2 of it is defended, and 2 of those towns don't even ravage, so it's way defended now, so it's completely safe. So our problem land is this one. It's, the best I can do. We have the territorial strife, but again, I can't reach over there. If I could territorial strife over into there, I would, but I can't. It'll be a nice way to stop that. But push 1 explorer will do it here. Push 1 explorer inland or something like that. So let's see. We're making the best stab at this that we possibly can. If nothing else, we're making a stab of it. Let us go to an event. What have we got? Why does it keep forcing goddamn blighted events on me? So annoying. I actually got the beast destroys an explorer, so this is it doesn't even ravage. Oh dear. Dear. Add 1 to a jungle or wetland with the hand. Oh dear me. We're not getting the blighted events, or we're not getting lucky with the blighted events. 2 more presents per board. That's just going to ruin me. I might have to take a couple of blight here because I can't just keep sacking all this presents. So annoying. Fighting so hard, and it's just nah. It's exactly what happened in all my previous games against this combo. It just forces you to take so much blight, and then I just kept hitting blighted after blighted after blighted after blighted, and it just wore me down. On each board with cities, add 1 blight to a land with a city. Actually, here is nice. So I do get a freebie on this board, because that is going to do the instead. It's the downpour stuff. So this is an easy one here. This is clearly here a freebie. On this board, fortunately, we do have a land with a city, and I can't sack the presence on that board, so I'm forced to take this. Cannot sack that presence. Typically enough, the one board with loads of presents is the one that I get the free shot on. That's just the way life goes, isn't it? So I take the blight on that board, and then on this board, I am currently taking... I'm actually dead. Might be dead here. because I'm taking 2 blight from here and I'm taking 1 blight from here. So I can't actually take another blight, which means I'm forced to sacrifice presence. But if I sack presence off this board, I just die to the ravages because my defense relies on Thunderspeaker's presence here and here. So I cannot sack presence on this board. So I actually have to rewind here, and I can't take the blight on this board. I have to sack presence on this board. So it's funny. This stopping, this not ravaging actually matters now. It's so typical. It's really typical. I don't love the idea of isolating 2 random Dahan over there without Thunderspeaker's presence. Like, it kind of feels like I can't win this game without my maximizing the bargains. I can't give up on that presence. Can I? I really don't think I can. It sort of feels like I need to fade wetlands or something and then go in there to defend that or something like that. I just don't see how. Because again, this is just going to double ravage next turn. So my innate next turn will be solve, and then Mez. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Geez, I thought I had lost condition that land for a second. Yeah, so Mez in there, and then I don't know down here. You know, basically, as I said, just run it back next turn. Maybe I can go 1, move 1, and then move 2 down to there. So that lets me sack this. And if I don't mez that next turn, I'm just dead. So I have to mez that. I do believe. Maybe I try to rely on going innate here and here, and then do something else with this land, like use my 2 invaders don't ravage in there. That's probably better. And that means I'm less reliant on this presence. And then maybe I can do something like gather in there with the gather the warriors. Range 1, gather them 2, something like that. So they're the 2 dead on that board, because I just don't think I can sack the other 2. And then on this board, I can't sack, so I have to place a blight, and then I have to place 3 more blight. It's kind of the way this looks. And I can't place this in here now because it'll blight Cascade. So if I go 1, I can still get saved by the fear card. And then this is 2, 4, 6. I don't want to put another blight in here because it makes it harder to avoid the loss condition next turn. Like, I can use my right innate to get an invader out of here, and then I don't have to fast phase do anything with that next turn. I'll just defend the land. So I don't want to put another blight in here. Either way, they're both going to do the blight upgrade thing this turn, which is 3 of the last 4 blight. So yeah, that's it. Place it in there and really hope that this fear card saves me. The problem is the damage is already done. I just have so few little presents left. The damage is already done. Pity. Okay, so that was that. Got screwed again. So annoying. Right, so each beast destroys 1 explorer. And then it's technically over there as well. And then add 1 to a board without 1, which is none of them. That's okay. And then on each board, add a Dahan to a jungle or wetland with Dahan. So this board, there's our wetland with Dahan. This board, I guess, there's our jungle with Dahan. At least I'm actually hitting this. They're not really useful, but they're still, I'm technically hitting them. See, that one might matter next turn if it explores wetlands. Anyway, that's all fine. Now, fear card. Please, fear card. Push an explorer one time. Isolate a land. Isolate a land. I mean, isolating a land on each board. Away, will you? Isolate a land, he says. Says he. This one. This one. On each board. Probably that one because it's furthest away. And sands is less likely to hit. So yeah, wetlands is actually probably a certainty to hit at this point. Can I avoid wetlands here? So I've hit mountain. The mountain wetlands is left. Now sands jungles is one. So sand jungle can hit, but the other three are wetlands. So it's got to be wetlands. Yeah, that's now solved. So it won't be that one. Oh no, that's already isolated. This is going to go. This is ravaging twice. So that'll just get cleared. So I suppose we just don't want that exploring. Getting these off the board. I actually do want this exploring. So I want that off the board. Oh yeah, I don't necessarily want that exploring, I think. It's going to build. And then it'll explore. I mean, again, I have to deal with the land. But having less invaders in the land might matter. So let's go ahead and not have that explore. And then on this board, probably just having one less invader in that land will matter. So I won't have that explore. This one can safely explore. So that's it. Okay. And then we're going to go down to one blight. And it's going to be all kinds of fun. Let's do this. Ravage. Salts first. Ravage. Nothing happens. Nothing else. Ravage. Blight doesn't come in. Over here. Ravage for 9. Or defend for 9. Ravage for 8 that we said. 3, 5, 7, 8. Plus a Badlands. Not going to matter. So we will attack back for 7. And this isn't going to matter because the land is ravaging twice. So attacking back for 7 is going to kill 3, 5, 7. That is 4 fear. We'd love to level the two of these up to stage 2 here, if we can. Not sure that we can, but we'll try. So that's that. Now on this board over here, defend for 8. Kill all of this. 2 more fear. It's a nice little land clear, to be honest. We're happy with that one at least. Blight. Upgrade. So we said we're isolating the land. So if we upgrade the town, make that a city, it makes it a slightly easier to solve that land by a fear card next turn. And we might have to just ignore the land and just hope a fear card does push 1 explorer. We can upgrade either, can't we? Upgrade 1 explorer or town. Yeah. Okay. Now, doesn't ravage yet. This ravages. And then this ravages. And we said up here, this was defended for 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's going to go attack back for 6. And again, it's going to ravage twice. So it's not going to matter here. So it'll be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that's 1 more fear. And that's all of our boards taken care of from the salt deposits. Now we go mountains ravage safe. Oh no. Okay, well, let's not be dead on board because that was actually literally dead on board. I sacrificed this presence instead of this one. This had to stay in this land to defend this land. So hopefully you'll forgive me that one. It was face up. I needed to keep this in here, obviously, because it was providing a defend 2 in the land. And I didn't need this one for the defend 2 because I had the -1 on everything, and then we already said that 2 invaders in the land from the terrifying rampage. So that actually was solved without the defend of 2 from downpour. So yeah, hopefully you don't mind me retconning that one just a tiny bit here. So that protects that. That's the 2 mountains. Now over here, mountains is fine. Over here, this is dead. Over on this board, now we get these 2, which is 2 more fear. And then we have this, which is a dead explorer. And these are all going on back here. Now we go build. And we start to add more plastic, which is always a barrel of laughs. Plastic, 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 plastic. Down here just ravages again, does nothing. Over here, plastic. Over here, plastic. No, 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 and ravage. And now we have to upgrade something. We'll upgrade an explorer into a town. One blight left on the card. So that's all our builds. Now we have to go back and do this bloody thing again. Well, here next turn. Oh God, I don't know. Next turn, I don't know. Is the truth. Next turn, like Terrifying Rampage can solve either this or this type of thing. I'm wondering whether I can do the upgrade, the HME5 in that land, and then I don't know, because then I need to hit the full innate. I basically need to hit a 0 cost fire plant card, which is asking a fair bit. But if I did, I'd get this leveled up to the 6. But the point here is I'm going to go build, and then I'm going to go upgrade the explorer, and then 6 won't be enough. So build a city. That's super annoying. If I could upgrade the town, it would be enough, because I could just destroy the 2 cities. But you're forced to upgrade the explorer. It's weird the way that maths works, but yeah. And I can't get over there with the Seer Anger because I don't have range. Seer Anger's only range 1, yeah. God damn. God damn, god damn, god damn. All kinds of nearlies happening here, but... So what's this? This is if I build, yeah, so... If I upgrade in there, that'd be city, and then again, so it'll be ravaging for 6. I could get Thunderspeaker's presence in next to it. Which would give me a defend a 6 in the land. I think that has to be the way. And maybe Call to Guard in there, range 1. Yeah. Okay, so that's the land on that board. 1 and then 2. That's in there. Then on this board, that's ugly. Ugly scenes. Well, so in the slow here, I'm going to get to destroy 2 towns in this land with the lead the Furious Assault, because I'm going to go Left an 8. Oh no, I don't have the left an 8. The words of warning is missing. I don't have the left an 8. Can you even believe it? It's a really, really devastating, crippling, devastating thing. I was about to say I'm about to put 4 to hand in the land. Was going to go gather 2, push 1. I could put 5 to hand in the land if I had the left and 8, but I don't because I'm missing the animal element. Isn't that really beautiful? So in actual fact, now I'm only going to be able to gather 3 of them in there with the voice of thunder, and then I can kill 1 town, and next turn I'll be essentially defending for 6 against 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's frustrating. But yeah, I mean, look, it is what it is. I was going to say if I could get rid of the 2 towns, well then that would be okay. I could do the build thing in here, but now I'm not going to be able to do that. But if I don't, it's like I'm doing it in here. What happens if I do it up here? I'll go build a city, and then I'll upgrade one of the explorers. The land will look like city explorer gone. Move 3 in there and get rid of one of these, and then it will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I'm still at a loss condition. And I may be able to go reclaim and then use my right and 8 fast in the land to put it below a loss condition and then defend the land. I have to do this because I can't do it in here or here. I need to do this. So I'll do it in there. You hate to see it, but it is what it is. It's so frustrating that I don't have that one animal element, but look, it is what it is. So that's that. So we've done this board, we've done that board, this board now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, it's easy. We'll just do it down there. Build a city, and then upgrade and explore. The other thing is I've absolutely no idea how I'm actually converting this game into a win, even if I was to not lose. How I win this game with this much plastic on the board is also beyond me. But, again, we shall see. So that's all of our builds and our after build effects. Now we go explore, and it is jungles and wetlands. So we kind of did it on our isolates. We planned well, it has to be said, or something like that. We've got isolate, explore. We're not in love with this hidden jungles. I won't lie to you. Won't lie, folks. I will not lie. I think we really wanted this to be mountains. We wanted this to be mountains, probably wetlands. Jungles hurts here really badly. Jungles does a lot of bad things, actually. One, one, and we sort of were already thinking about what was going to happen up in that land, although now it contains an explorer, which kind of puts us over the edge again. But anyway, look, it is what it is. That's that board done. That was isolated. This was isolated. We missed on it again. Okay. Jungle, that was isolated, so we missed on that, and that was isolated. And then this is actually that as well. And then that one is going to get a free attack, which is quite nice. Over here, we're happy enough for that to go in there. That's no problem. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so we're maxed on blight over there. We're maxed on, but we're back to max blight on every board, which is okay. So it's 1 isolated, 2 and then 3, and that's well above territory for loss conditions. And then, of course, we have to BP um, escalate, which is bound to wreck us, surely. So I actually miss on this board. Every land has a town, which is kind of funny. So I can't escalate on this board. This board over here we have. So why I was saying it was interesting there was I have some obvious lands like this that get defended next turn, but in actual fact I'll probably be thinking about pushing some of those Dahan out of there somewhere along the way. So I probably can't choose them. What can I do here? Let me think about this. This is so much thinking. So I have 2. I need to escalate on this board and that board. I mean, I suppose this is a freebie, isn't it? That's not going to cause us any issues. The only thing is, if I'm thinking about trying to close out the game here, I might need to remove like all of this plastic. I might need to remove all the towns. I'm not sure how I'm getting through all of that and getting to a stage 3 victory here. That's another thing I have to consider here somehow, is how do I close this out? Ridiculous. It's like putting that in there. It's just like it might matter later. It's like, oh, there's that random town I can't kill, you know? So on the reclaim next turn, Seer Anger won't be played. Play the defend 3. So it'll be probably the words of warning. Strong and constant currents. See, what I was thinking was strong constant currents here can push 2 things in there. And then I could, sort of defend that land type of thing. Strong constant currents. Words of warning is almost certainly going to be needed around the place here. Actually, I can't strong constant currents because I need the air. So I need words of warning, call to guard, and voice of thunder. Unless, of course, I find a better miner. But that kind of is more or less what I need to do next turn. It's nasty. Absolutely nasty. I suppose the other thing I can do here is technically I can G3 again. Because those cards are not all that relevant, are they? Call to guard is good, but other than that, I don't really care. I could G. Oh yeah, no, because I can't look for a card. So I'll get 4 energy plus the 1. Technically, I could play all of these. Which still unfortunately puts me short. But I would get the sudden ambush, I'd get the strong and constant currents, I'd get the bargains of power and protection again, which would give me a defend of 6 in there. It's kind of hilarious. I'd also get to, like, technically I'd get to go, I don't know, top on top, something like that. I'd be 1 fire short of this. Words of warning strong. Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's the play. And then I'm just on basically reclaim zeros or bust. Because getting the sudden ambush here has got to be somehow useful, doesn't it? Yeah, sudden ambush up into that land can definitely stop that loss condition, actually. Yeah, I think kind of like that. So I can go place from the top track, get the sun online, and then go remove bottom track, and then I can reclaim, look for some zeros, and just play a bunch of zeros. Yeah, that kind of is the plan. I actually get to reclaim a card. That's even better. Yeah, okay. So I can reclaim like the call to guard or something. So I can technically get the oh, I can reclaim the seer anger, and then I can get the right innate. Oh yeah, I can't make it fast though. Yeah, unfortunately, can't do both. I can either get the max right innate or I can get the fast right innate, but I can't get both. That's okay. So anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit here. I need to place my two things. The point I was making was, how was I planning out my next turn? So I can definitely solve this one okay up here. But the point was, I'm going to move all them out of there. They're going to be gone. But I'll be pushing two of them in there. And that means I can place another presence, which is pretty important for these bloody blighted island cards. It means I'm getting across there, which protects this, this, and this. So that's easy, because that'll be pushed out, but that'll be pushed in there. So that one solves that land. On this board then, he'll be gone out of there, but I'll still have him there, so that's protecting that land. If I put that in there, am I actually moving those Dahan out? Because next turn it's... So let's just think about this. Sear Anger and Voice of Thunder are up there. I don't have that. So I'm going to go a little bit forward and then I'm going to come back. So Voice of Thunder is pushing those three in there. That's for sure. That presence is going with them. And then I'm using the right innate to destroy one town in that land, which gets me a fear. So that's going to happen. I'm doing slow pairs before I finish resolving the BP escalation. I still need to place one town. Where did I put that town? Put it back in the box. Oh no, I put it in this land. Yeah, so I still need to resolve it on this board. So that's that. The Sear Anger, I'm going to be adding a Badlands somewhere at range 1. I think might go in here. Where am I dealing damage next turn? Exaltation. Where does that matter anywhere? And the Exaltation over here again. So yes, a Badlands in this land. Will that matter? I suppose it doesn't really, because it doesn't quite kill off the thing. Push one Dahan in there, solves that. Call the guard in this land, I think. Actually, no, we don't need to, because we're going to play the that's going to have defend 9. 3, 5, 7, 8. Yeah, that's already going to be solved. And this will probably be solved by the defend 9 plus the right innate as well. The right innate will destroy that, and then yeah, that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, and it's only going to ravage for 9. So yeah, right innate solves that land as well. But don't need defends next turn as such. So I might just gather back the Voice of Thunder instead, which gives me a slow push. Words of Warning. Where does Words of Warning go? I actually don't need Words of Warning, do I? Yeah, because I'm actually not gonna have the fast lead the Furious Assault. But the sudden ambush up there would be... What did I just do there? Did I just destroy a town in that land? Christ almighty, what did I do? Did I destroy a town in that land? There was a town in that land. I have one in my hand that I was placing on this board. Did I just destroy a town in that land? My God almighty, I think I did. Because I said when I destroyed the town I was going to leave 7, didn't I? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh no, so that's it. I'm not going to have the fast right innate next turn. That's okay, because I'll have the sudden ambush instead. The sudden ambush solves the land. Now, so again, I'm trying to figure out whether I'm pushing these Dahan out of here or not. Sudden ambush solves this land. The Words of Warning as of right now isn't solving anything, so I'm not sure I'm playing it. The Words of Warning, I am playing it actually. I am instead playing whatever I reclaim. And if I reclaim the Sear Anger into the Wildlands, that actually gives me the max right innate. Slow, but I will have it, which is kind of hilarious. Which gets rid of plastic. So I don't need to defend anymore. Yeah, which is excellent. So if I'm playing all of these three, then I am not moving this fast next turn, and that will get to defend. So that goes in there. I think I got there. I'm just about ready to finish out here and move on for the night here. There's a couple of other things that I wanted to do here. So the Seer Anger itself then, where did I want to put that Badlands? Again, next turn I can go. So now these all actually are moved over. Well, let's not do anything until I do Gift of Power. Gift of Power on question mark. Don't think it's ThunderSpeaker because they're going to have what they need next turn. I think we said we would like to give Behemoth a shot at the max innate. And if it has the max innate here, that can make a difference. Yeah. Because max innate gives us like a solve on this or whatever like that. So, or there type of thing. So I think giving the max innate chance here is pretty good. We already talked about Downpour and the fact that we probably don't need the threshold on the exaltation. So we would rather just loop the exaltation instead. And we have what we need to loop the exaltation, I believe. I think we have a loop here that's exaltation plus this. So yeah, let's go minor. We have what we need. We'll go minor on this side. 1, 2, 3, 4. And it's absorb corruption, entrancing apparitions, poison dew, and dire metamorphosis. Like, where are our zeros? It's about 1,000,000 one-cost cards here. We have poison dew, which technically gives us the fire and the plant, but it's 1, not 0. But it's at least our elements, if nothing else. So we'll take it. I'm not going to use it, but it's fine. So that's that. That's our gift of power. The Seer Anger. I'm still looking at this Seer Anger and trying to figure it out. So I suppose we can Seer Anger in combination with the Exaltation, and that could do a ping of damage somewhere. Does that matter? Does that shut anything off? Sorry, they're meant to be in there. Yeah, Territorial Strife, I think, wants to knock out like 2 of these and then do the Terrifying Rampage in the other one. Or vice versa. No, not vice versa. Because if I do it the other way, I won't have the range into that land. So yeah, I want to do it in there, which means I want to go here and here with the solve on the innate, I think. So that's those 2 lands. Which means Territorial Strife in here to knock out 2 things. But then that leaves this land unsolved. Which is just one of those things. So let's go, and we'll add the Badlands in there because 1 damage per beast can also potentially solve the town. We'll add that in there. Then we'll go Territorial Strife into here. 3 damage among those things, so that's 1 more fear. And then Exaltation of Grasping Roots. will give us that. Wiles in here, and then wiles anywhere else that we care about wiles appearing. Not that I can necessarily see. Maybe just no. I can't. They can't both be behemoth's lands. Here, I guess. Okay. And that's all of that. That's all of our powers resolved. All of this is gone. This is gone. Now, all of this is gone over here. And I have my turn. Oh, well, actually, at the end of the turn, obviously, those 3 repeats that I didn't spend is 3 energy to set me up for next turn. 1, 2, 3 over here. That's all gone. So we're doing again the reclaim with downpour. I'm going to quickly just look at my 2 cards so that I have them in my mind, and then I can sort of try to plan over the next couple of days or whenever is next on the agenda. So I will go downpour, reclaim, and look for a minor power. See if anything interesting happens. 1, 2, 3, 4. Call to trade. Okay. Nature's Resilience, Twilight Fog, and Carapace Land. Again, Twilight Fog, really, really close, but didn't quite get there. Yeah, didn't quite get there. We also didn't miss on the 0 cost to get the Behemoth innate. So we've 1 shot at a reclaim with Behemoth. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on now. We're looking for a 0 cost fire plant. No. Sucking Ooze. Terror turns to madness, not even remotely close. Bat Scout and Sky Stretches to Shore. We did not do it. We didn't even remotely do it. And we've got all the fast, slow to fast that we need, so none of that is going to be in any way relevant. So they're 2 swing and well, no, Call to Trade is maybe not a swing and a miss. Call to Trade could be a useful card here. Is there anywhere where Call to Trade now? The problem is we want our lands ravaging, so actually no, Call to Trade is a miss. Twilight Fog being a 0, maybe, but I doubt it. I don't think any of those cards would be relevant, but that's okay. Look, we had a good night. I had a good night. Hopefully you had a good night. Finish off that orange. This is still about 5% winnable, I would say. We have 2 more Explore. We've 2 more Invader cards. We've obviously been through 6. We've got 2 more. So we basically have this turn. So we haven't taken any action with that. We've got this turn, then we explore. Then we've got next turn, then we explore, and then we've got the following turns. So we've 2 full turns plus a half a turn to try to get rid of all this plastic. It's going to be really, really tough. But now I'm going to basically get to go with ThunderSpeaker this turn. I'm going to get Sun off and then these bottom 2 off. So we're essentially playing full track ThunderSpeaker, albeit with no energy, which is kind of funny. But, it's just one of them things. Yeah, I'll have Fire Sun. I'll have, as I say, the max innate, which is a bit of an achievement and a bit of a kind of a meme build, which is funny because everyone talks about ThunderSpeaker being super weak, but we're nearly getting it. We're nearly getting ThunderSpeaker online. We've got lots to defend. We just don't have lots of the hand, and we've none around this side of the board. So we're doing everything we can to go Behemoth plus thing. But we have a loop. We've got 3 turns of I think we have this loop established now. Unless I'm mistaken here, we have the loop of Downpour plus Behemoth doing the exaltation stuff, which gives us the fast Behemoth stuff, which is nearly there. It's just a pity that we're going to miss because the 6 in here would have mattered a lot this turn. And now that we don't have it, I'm a little bit struggling to understand exactly how we manage all of this. But look, we shall see. That's going to be it. Thank you very much indeed. I'll be back momentarily in your video. For me, God knows when, it might be next week. I'm going to play some board games with friends this weekend. I was thinking about bringing Spirit Island, but it's unlikely that I'll get to bring that now. This will probably have to wait, but might get a couple of hours tomorrow evening. Maybe. We shall see. Anyway, thanks very much indeed. I shall see you soon. Welcome back, folks. It's been one day. I managed to get back to the table. I think I said yesterday I might have a couple of hours the following evening because my good woman, darling wife has gone off gallivanting. Well, I say gallivanting. She's gone for a refined, a cultured glass of wine in the local wine bar with her friend. So yeah, she won't be off drinking a load of cans like my pastime certainly was, up until stopping recently. That makes me sound like a booze hound, which I'm not, but you know, I am fond of an ale beer or two. But anyway, unfortunately, we aren't going to have any beers or two. We're back at home with the can of orange here this evening while she goes off and has a drink. I'm being good, and the kids are in bed. I've got the baby monitor. I've got the place cleaned up. It's what, 9:43 p.m. So I'll sort of just maybe take about maybe 2 hours, and see if we can maybe get to the end of this game. Truth be told, this is a long and thinky one. Not sure I can get there, but we shall try. I've been struggling through a migraine today, which hasn't been ideal. So I wasn't sure whether I was going to get to the table or not. It's not gone. It's still there, but it's kind of in the background. I was kind of hoping to get here and sort of take my mind off it. I actually like to play this game as, believe it or not, a way to kind of get out of my head and forget about the pain and all that kind of stuff. So I tend to actually enjoy playing this when I'm not too bad with the pain. So yeah, let's see whether I can sort of distract myself, shall we say, with the complexities of this particular complex game we're playing. Now, where did we leave things last time? We left it with two drafts that were happening here. I just went and quickly grabbed 4 minors for each of our spirits. Interestingly, I've kind of come to one or two realizations while I was kind of getting through today. One is related to ThunderSpeaker, and I was talking about yesterday that I could grow top track, unlock the sun, and then take 2 presents off my track with the bargains. That's of course not true. I was confusing with when I played it twice earlier in the game. I can only play bargains once here, obviously. So what I think I'll just look to do is go bottom, rather than unlocking the sun. So that means I won't have that max innate with the sun innate, I don't believe, this turn, but that's okay. I think I'd rather get to the 4 plays and see if I can sort of, make the kind of loop on my 0 costs a little bit better for next turn type of thing. So that's kind of one thing. The other thing here is that I've kind of thought about is with Downpour, it might have been, well, first of all, Exaltation. So I'm on a reclaim here. So I've got the Exaltation. We know that we're going to do the Exaltation turn again here. This is basically the last turn in the game where Exaltation threshold will matter, more or less. We talked about it earlier on in the game and how into this HME stuff, skipping one action is not necessarily too relevant in a land. So this is the last kind of turn where, as we talked about, sands, those kind of 2 invader lands where skipping an action will be relevant. And the reason for that is, of course, after we explore on this turn, I mean, we can't skip the 3 the actions in any of these lands where there's kind of 3 things happening. So 3 invaders, and there's also overlap with the likes of jungles as well. So it's very difficult to kind of stop a ravage. Stopping an explore would be relevant if I would stop an explore in that sands and it hits a sands card, which it's highly likely to. That means that next turn it wouldn't ravage twice. It would actually only build once. And if I had skipped that, that would be fine. I could let it build, and then it would be like the next turn where I'd have to kind of act. So this is kind of the last turn where that wouldn't matter. So that's why I took a minor draft this turn to kind of give myself one more shot to threshold the Exaltation. Now we missed on that, which is fine. But the other thing I'm thinking is, I need to be I definitely need to be considering trying to find a major power for my final turn. Because I'm very likely to do the Exaltation loop on this turn as well as next turn. And then I have, as I talked about towards the end of the previous session, I've got 2 cards left in the Invader deck. That means this turn I'll do a full Invader cycle, then I'll explore. Next turn, I'll do a full invader cycle and explore. And then the following turn, I'll do half an invader cycle until the explore, at which point I lose. So I need to basically get to a point where, on that final turn, either I play the exaltation one last time to get the whole slow to fast stuff moving, but then this kind of 6 energy that I've been kind of gaining and stockpiling to loop back into my loop, I'll have all of that available to spend because I won't have another loop. So I'll have basically 6 energy, let's say, where I could then go and play like a major power, and maybe if I find like a 3-cost major, play it twice or something like that. So I need to be thinking about starting to draft majors with downpour here. And it could have been that actually may have been prudent to do that this turn rather than digging for the minor to try threshold the exaltation. It may have been a good idea to start my major digging this turn. I'll have 3 more drafts, including this one, this, and then 2 more. The other 2 I'll definitely draft a major. Probably should have thought about doing it here, but I didn't really appreciate that until I was offline today. So I'm not going to reverse it. I'm not going to go back and put that away and shuffle back in and try for a major. I'm not going to bother. I just, I'll keep it as it is. There's a kind of a similar thing going on with Roots or with Behemoth potentially as well, where maybe on the final turn, instead of looping back and doing the exaltation stuff, if I can't quite get that all to work, it could be that maybe I would look to go G3 and try for a major on the final turn. Or if I'm looping here, I could maybe look for a major on my reclaim loop if I had the likes of, for example, next turn, I'm going to draft 2 cards. If I picked up Gift of Living Energy and Gift of Nature's Connection, that's like 5 energy I can gift over to Behemoth, and that means I could maybe bring a major into my loop. So they're all things to consider. But for right now, we have these 2 drafts to complete, and I think it's unlikely that any of this is going to matter too much. Any of these 3 are going to matter, but the Sky Stretches might come up. It might be one of them where we have to skip on the exaltation on the final turn, and I may be happy to have that Sky Stretches in my hand. So I'll take the Sky Stretches as a kind of a get out of jail free card potentially. It may come up. It's nice to have as a one-off in your hand, so that's fine. And on the side of Downpour, we don't need the Call to Trade. We probably don't need the Nature's Resilience. It can remove a Blight, but right now I'm at the point where on the final turn the Blight won't matter. And I'm likely to have enough actions to prevent all of these ravages, I think. So removing 1 blight, like being at 1 blight and 2 blight, are mostly the same thing. It might let me away with 1 turn where maybe 1 ravage sneaks through, but I'm at the point right now where I think I can't survive another blighted event. That's the other thing I was thinking offline here. I am highly unlikely to survive another blighted event because right now I'm continuing to use my right innate on the land without the blight, which is super frustrating because it's not putting blight back on the card and it's not insulating me from blighted events at all. And I'm also not placing presence with basically 2 of my spirits, and this is the last presence I'll get to place with ThunderSpeaker. So I just do not have enough presence to eat a blighted event. So if I hit another blighted event in the next 2 events, because I've got 1 this turn, 1 next turn, and then on the last turn I could survive a blighted event because I could just sack a bunch of presents. I might be at a point there where it's like the only thing I really care about is just 2 or 3 ravages, let them all come in, defend, counter attack to kill the last few buildings, and then win before all of the ravages go off, that type of thing. So I might be able to survive one on the last turn, but the next 2 turns, if either of these are blighted events, it probably kills me. So that's kind of one thing to consider here. So as a result, I think 1 blight is mostly the same as kind of none. So I don't think I need the Nature's Resilience for that reason. The Twilight Fog actually may come up this turn or possibly next turn, where a fast drive off the Twilight Fog might matter. So I think that's potentially something useful here to think about. It also is a possible option for a thresholded exaltation, maybe like on the last turn or something if I find the right major. So it's not impossible that comes up as well. So I think I'll give up these defense stuff and defensive type stuff because I more or less have the defense on knockdown here, and I'll go ahead and take another defensive card, but it's a 0 and it's, you know, element sort of relevant. So I'll take that, and then we shall see. Now, finally, with Thunder Speaker, then we're going to go G3, and we'll take the 4 energy, and we shall go from bottom, as I said. 1, 2, 3, 4, and that'll add to the 1 I have in my pool. So that'll put me up to 5. And we will get to reclaim a card, which I'll look at now in a moment. I'm going to be playing the Sudden Ambush, the Bargains of Power and Protection, and the Strong and Constant Currents. And I said I'm not going to play the Words of Warning most likely this turn. So it's either going to be the Call to Guard. I think I actually said I needed to pick up the Call to Guard here. I think that was something that I calculated and figured out. So yeah, the Call to Guard comes back, and I think I'll play that. So that's going to be my reclaim sorted. And I don't have the fast stuff with this, but that's fine because I don't need it fast. Slow will be enough. Over here then we'll gain 3 energy. 1, 2, 3. And then on downpour side, we're going to gain 1 energy, and we're going to get to do 2 moves. And those 2 moves are going to be very relevant here. So we've picked up all of this. This is our hand. We've got the 7 energy now for the exaltation. So we'll, I think, just do this conversion again to make life simple for ourselves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is this actually making my life simpler? Maybe not, because I'm having to actually go ahead and swap these things. So maybe it isn't simpler, but we'll do that for now. Now, we're here and here. We know that those are 2 places where we need to be, because we need to go either defend this or we might exaltation it. We probably will exaltation it. The other thing then is we need to get over into this land, because again, this land is ravaging for 1 million. And as we said, we want to get over there and do the Mez Tranquility. So that means we have a move 1 and a move 2. We can do these in any order, although it's not going to matter because we need to do this. We're going to move the same presence twice. So essentially here we're going to go move 1 into this land, and then we're going to go move 1, 2 over to that land. So that means we have used the move presence and we've used that. Then we're going to play Exaltation for 7 with our 2 card plays. We play Exaltation and we play Gift of Power. Same as last turn. We're just running the turn back from last turn. So then we're also going to have the Unbearable Deluge, the Mez Tranquility, and the Gift of Abundance as the 3 additional card plays. And then, we need to see whether we need the Twilight Fog or not. I don't think we do. I think we can get away without it here. Which is okay. We will, of course, have the 2nd level of this, and we'll have the 3rd level of the water nourishes life's growth stuff here as well. So that's all in our hand over here. The 3 things are hidden off to the side here because I haven't played them yet. We'll have 2 plus we're going to have the 5, which is the 7. So we have the 3 repeats as well. So again, we'll move all of that into play once we see. Over here then we're going 3 card play, 3 energy, and it's going to be the Spur, the Terrifying Rampage, and the Exaltation of Grasping Roots. That was again protecting our loop for next turn. So that's all of that. It's a pity we never picked up the any of the Constancy, Living Energy, or Nature's Connection. And we've gone through more than half of the minor deck, but we never found any of those ones. Arguably the 3 best miners in the deck would maybe spur on trying to fit in 3rd place there. But if we had, it would have made this game so much easier because we could have been into a different loop with Ember-Eyed Behemoth if we had have found those. But anyway, that's okay. So there are all those 3 plays, and of course we're going to get the Territorial Strife as our 4th play from the Exaltation, which we can just put here to the side for a moment. So that's okay. 2 there. We will be playing another 1 for that, and then we'll save that for the loop next turn. That's all well and good. Now, that'll of course give us the level 3 of the innate. This isn't getting solved by Behemoth, nor is that. Behemoth is going to be solving these two lands. Actually, it's going to solve that as well. And then it may well be solving this. I think that was part of my plan. I had a small think about this during the day today, but I didn't really get a lot of time to think about it. But I think I have this lined up. So over here, 2 for you. 2 for you, which we have the thresholds for. Yes, we do. And then bank 1. So when we reclaim next turn, we can either Words of Warning or maybe we can find something for worth 1 energy. So we place a presence here as well, which is pretty critical. Right now we have, so we said we're going to push those in there, and then that's going to give us the proximity for that land over there. I'm not sure necessarily which of these lands out here we need to grow into at range 1. I mean, probably this one, because that can give me the option to maybe grow across this way or something like that. Because we kind of have 1, 2, 3 presents over here. We're a little bit light up here, so if I'm going that way, I'll leave these to hand behind. So I think going in there makes sense. So that's okay. So let's have a look now. So we'll have Exaltation. So I have, the Call to Guard gives me a defend in here by pushing that in there. And then my Unbearable Deluge gives me a defend from pushing that into there. So that is how that was going to work out. So yeah. Okay, I think I have all of this lined up. So let's go ahead then. So we gained all our things. We moved all our things. And now it's time to start resolving things. So that was a lot faster of a growth phase than usual, which is not bad. So as I say, I kind of had a half lined up. So let's actually go ahead and activate these things. So we'll start with Spur On. We'll use it once. That gives me an extra card play over here, and it gives me an energy. So I'll take an energy, and I'll play Gift of Abundance for 1 energy. Struggling for space just a tiny bit over here. That's okay. Gift of Abundance now. I'll use it over here. Spur On with Words of Fire. I'll repeat it. Play Unbearable Deluge. Now I'll use Exaltation. Exaltation lets us play a power each. So I'll play Mesmerize Tranquility. And then over here, I'll play the Territorial Strife. So we've played a card each. We get 2 slow to fast each, and we get to deal 3 damage each at range 0. Yeah. In there, 1, 2, which gives me a fear. In here, this is 3 damage. It's unfortunately slightly shy to do this. But that's 2 fear, and that gives me the next fear card and levels those up, which is great news. It's the city dealt with. So that's all of that. We have our slow to fasts. Now, Terrifying Rampage. In here, 1 fear, 2 invaders do not participate in Ravage. Now, next, Strong and Constant Currents. Over here, push, move up to 2 between target land and 1 other coastal land in there. I can also push this to an adjacent coastal land, but I will not be doing that. So I push those 2 in there, and I push my presence with them. That's now going to defend for 6 after I use my my bargains again. And again, we're at the point in this game where I cannot be playing around +1 damage. So I'm now playing around. I'm now not playing around any of the +1 damages, and I can't play around any of the Blighted Island effect. So very clearly here, there's a lot of events that are going to kill me, but it just is what it is. So that's fine. So I mean, I was already dead about 2.5 hours ago in gameplay in this game. So the fact that I'm still alive here is kind of a miracle. So let's go ahead then and call to guard. Gather up to 1 Dahan, range 1 in here. Yeah, now I'm starting to get my Dahan stretched out here, which is a problem. Technically, they're all still going to be covered here, but now if I want to start moving my Dahan down on this side of the board, that's going to become pretty tricky. Well, I mean, technically in the slow phase this turn, I could do something like gather and then push in here. And like, I don't know. I'm not even going to be able to do the destroy 2 towns. It'll only destroy 1 town because I'll only have 3 Dahan in there, which is a bit boo earns. Maybe fast next turn I might be able to do that. Get myself up to the max innate, possibly. That could be cool. If I could do that, that'd be real nice. Push 4 Dahan in there or something like that, and then kind of, yeah, do some work that way. But yeah, anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit here. Again, I was thinking about my presence placement over here and whether or not I needed to put more presence on this side of the board. I can still do the gather and push that way, and then I can use this presence to go with it. And I still have 1 over here, but then that requires me to kind of gather into this to pick it up, which is starting to get a little bit tricky. But again, once I clear this land, then where am I going? That land to be cleared. This land to be cleared. I'm never getting anywhere near this, so this is going to require downpour to solve next turn. Maybe not actually, because I'm going to be in this land. So I might be able to go push in and then bam, bam, double innate. That might be something, because this would be clear. So I could maybe eat HME6 in this land. Something like that. That brings me across this way. Maybe I can do that, and then I can jump in here and then eat this land. Maybe. That will be this turn, next turn, the following turn. Clear some of that plastic. I don't know. But anyway, what was I doing here? I was saying here, this pushing out to solve this land is one possible thing. And then I'm kind of left over here. That leaves the Dahan over there behind. Maybe push those Dahan in there. Maybe something that needs to happen. So yeah, I think I need to keep up here, because if I push that in there, that's left behind. So yeah, no, I have to do it that way. So yeah, we'll figure it out. So push in there and leave my presence in here, I think. If I push that presence in there, I still have coverage of all those lands and I get to stay with that. I think so. A little tricky, but yeah, I think I'll go with it. Okay. And that gives a defend of 1 plus whatever, but it does actually do a defend of 1 by the text on the card. Well, actually, no, because I can do, if the hand are present, either defend 1 or after invaders are added or moved to target land, 1 damage to each added or moved invaders. Let's take the bottom portion, because I'm going to get a defend of 3 in there anyway, and it's only going to ravage for 2. So let's take the bottom portion instead. That could be nice. I might get like a push or something in there and then just kill it. And then a 1 damage plus a Badlands can kind of do something there. So that's kind of cool. Okay, so let's do that with the call to guard. Now, next thing is at range 0, Bargains of Power and Protection. Remove from the bottom. That goes on there. And then we have still -3. So we'll remember that. That's okay. And then finally, we have Sudden Ambush up in the corner. You may gather a Dahan. I won't. Each of those Dahan deals 3 damage. 1, 2, 3. So all of my Dahan are now defending for 3. So that's like defend 9, defend sort of 6, that kind of thing. So there's lots of good stuff happening there. Now, we have our slow to fast still to resolve. So let's go ahead and start with Territorial Strife. Range 1 in here. 3 damage to, in a city land, 3 damage to explorers and towns. That kills them and generates a fear. And then the other slow to fast is this. So it's 4 damage in here. Kill these, generate a fear. So that's 2 total fear. And then push in there, and then 4 more damage in there, which kills the city and the explorer. It's 3 more fear. We're pretty close, but we're not going to quite make it to the next fear card, which is a pity. Well, that's okay. So now, Mesmerized Tranquility is fast in here. That's isolated. Unbearable Deluge is in here. 1 fear. Push to the hand in here. And if the land is a wetland, isolated. So we will. Do we have any other? Where's all of our? Oh, they're all scattered around here, aren't they? Yeah, okay. Well, our move of presence is fine. That's isolated, just in case it comes up. And then we have our right innate finally, which is going to gain two energy. Oh, you know what? We never gained the second energy off the second spur. That was the 1. Because we paid 1 for Gift of Abundance, but the other stuff was free. Still can't really see it. It's off to the side there. So it's 1 plus 2 more from the right innate. We won't be gathering the hand or removing any blight. And then we have obviously the thing in here about it doing the add no blight to the land. So that's all fairly good news over there. Yeah, interestingly, actually, placing this presence has an added benefit. Oh no, I was about to say because it allows us to sacrifice 2 presents from the board, but actually we already had 2 because we had to move in there. So technically we had 2 already. But yeah, if we're forced to sacrifice a presence now, we could sacrifice that ThunderSpeaker presence and still have the proximity for the defense. So that's something, I guess. But losing presence right now, as I say, is not something I can afford. So that's all okay. They're solved. And I believe our ThunderSpeaker presence is adjacent to everywhere it needs to be for defend purposes. So we're clearing a lot of plastic this turn, which is really good. We might still be able to do this. Again, provided we don't get wrecked by the event, which of course we will. We have 3 repeats here. I have them sort of here, but that's going to be 3 energy. Well, I mean, we literally can't repeat any slow powers that are relevant, and I'm not repeating any fast. So as I say, I'll just take the 3 energy and go up to 6. I'll do it now so I don't forget. Technically, if there's some kind of event that does something that wrecks me and I would have preferred to take the 3 energy slow, I can do that. So I'll undo the 3 energy if it becomes relevant with the event. I highly doubt it. So that's all of those things. Pretty good. We've got our slow innates 1 and 2 over here. So we're well set up. I just really one time in this game. Can I one time in this game just have an event that does something nice instead of wrecks me? Like there's plenty of events in here that do not wreck me here. Come on now. There are only 2 more events in this game. Just don't give me another blighted event. Please. Closing my eyes. Let's have a look. Come on now. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. And it's not even the place a blight on the board because I could have tanked it in this land potentially. So it's actually just remove it from the box. So it forces me to sack 6 presents here, which is just absolutely not possible. I can't believe it. It's so annoying. I mean, I just can't pay for this. I have no presents left, like. It's so frustrating. It's really annoying. 3 of them in a row, like. Ah, I don't believe I can survive this, but anyway, we shall try. So there's 2. I think they're the easy ones. And this is on any board. This is each spirit may prevent 1 from being removed, but it's, oh, actually, this is per spirit. So that's 2 from Ember-Eyed Behemoth. Then we'll have to do 2 from Thunderspeaker and 2 from Downpour. We already said 1 from Thunderspeaker up here can be relevant. I got wrecked. I can't believe it. Pushing that presence in there with Thunderspeaker wrecked me. Because now I'm forced to give up a defend somewhere. If I'd have left that presence there, I could have sacrificed this, and this would have covered this land, and this land. But now, pushing that there, I don't have a land to sacrifice presence. Can't do it over there. Can't do it up here. Can't do it in here because that's covering that land and that land. Oh yeah, okay, so actually, yeah, that was always going to be at risk. But sacrificing this now means this land is now at risk. But I have to do that because I can't do any of the others. So that's the 2 from Thunderspeaker. And now I just have to hope that I get defend per the hand. It's typical as well. I took the defend of 1 away from thing. But I do have 2 fear cards, and damage per the hand will do it. Defend per the hand will do it. Defend per token will do it. Obviously, move the invader will do it. So there's a bunch of stuff that could save me in that land, but I could be about to die. It's just so frustrating. But anyway, there we go. So there's 2 from Thunderspeaker, and then now I have to do 2 from Downpour. This can be 1 because that land is now solved. I mean, it'll probably just explore again next turn. But, you know, it is what it is. I'm down to now 2 presents from oh, hey, actually, I'm not. Because with Gift of Abundance, I forgot to return a presence. Now, the way this game was going, I'm definitely returning this presence right now because it's super relevant. But the way the game is going, I'm wondering which one of my either you or target spear. So I was about to say Thunderspeaker's presence back in here would have been super nice, but I obviously wasn't targeting Thunderspeaker. So it was either me or Behemoth would have been taking the heat on that one. And I think it would have had to have been me returning my presence because it's too important to move the presence around. So that would have been back there. So here I can go that one and this one. Obviously, that's slightly to my advantage right now, as you can see. But again, I did this on the previous turn. I talked about Gift of Abundance and why getting my presence back with Downpour was more important than Behemoth, and it would still be true on this turn as well. So that's, again, I forgot it. It's not, I'm not sort of cheating in any way there. But yeah, clearly that is a relevant miss. And it's not really a may, is it? It's just kind of I suppose, actually, I mean, it's quite literally may. The text is quite literally you may return, but obviously here I would be returning that. It's a clear no brainer. So that's that. And as you can see, I do actually survive it, despite the fact that I said I couldn't possibly survive losing or a blighted event here. I have survived one. Well, no, I haven't survived one yet. I still need to be saved in this land, but the land is at least isolated. So isolate a land with thing. 1 fear if invaders are present. And look at that. I'm a fear short. Isn't that so annoying? 3 fear from 1, 2, 3. So all those lands get isolated as well. I have any isolate tokens? Yeah, I'll just use these again, same as last time. 1, 2, and 3. And technically a beast, like damage per something, will also get me another fear card, which might be helpful too. So I've got 2 fear cards here, and I really would like to be saved. Unfortunately, defend per the hand will not save me, because it's only one. It's only 1 to hand. Super frustrating. Damage per the hand is the way to save this game. Come on now. One time. Oh wait. Land with the most to hand. Oh, nearly. I have to finish resolving the event. On each board with 5 or more to hand, which is not this one, but it is the other 2, I get to add some to hand, which is kind of cool. Added a hand to the land with the most to hand. So on this board, most to hand is up here. That's forced. And then on this board, I will choose this land so that I can push that in there if needs be. That's it. That's the event. Got wrecked again, but we're still alive and we're still fighting somehow. Come on now, please. Please. One time. Don't wreck me in this game. Level 2. Beautiful. Saved. Each player may push up to 3 explorers or towns from an inland land, and that is an inland land, which is really nice. So let us go ahead and push you in there, because that's ravaging and getting saved anyway. So that's a solve, and that is a save. So we don't die. Very nice. Next, we've got some good stuff going on as well in a land over here. This is an inland land, which is about to build. So instead, we're going to push these 2 and push them in here. And I do believe that land should be defended for enough. That's defended for 12 right now, and that's 3, 6, 8, 10, 11. Beautiful. And that should kill all of that. No, maybe it won't actually. Oh, it's going to ravage twice anyway, so it'll kill it all. So that's really good. And then finally, can I push the 2 of them? This is defended for 9. Get in there, son. And isn't that a thing of beauty? Now that was a good fear card. Push the 2 of them from an inland land. Inland land, push in there. Defended for 9, ravaging for 8. Fully defended, no to hand die, because it's going to only attack for 9, including the Badlands. Well, in actual fact, Badlands won't count here because it'll be defended 9, ravage for 8. No Badlands counts because no damage is done. And then we ravage back for 6, kill 3 of the towns, and then the mountains ravages again, and that gets solved as well. So isn't that a thing of beauty? Sensational. And we just solved 2 bills as well as the ravage. Now that I cannot complain anymore. My complaint equity has gone in. It's been used. I used it all. So that was fantastic. Retreat. I always seem to love that card whenever it comes up. It always seems to be really good. So now we've got a freebie on this one. Explore does not affect coastal lands. Lands with disease are not a source of invaders when exploring, which I doubt will matter because we have none of them. But do not affect, explore does not affect coastal lands. Now that could be interesting. Maybe it won't be interesting. I have no idea, but we shall put a reminder. And we just might be able to get something done. Just maybe. Just maybe. And we obviously have 1 fear left, so that'll be a fear card lined up for next turn as well. Rather than wasting it this turn, it was actually good that we didn't hit that 1 more, because we don't need stuff like defend or push or anything else. We got saved by the first card. We're still grinding and we're still going. I'm excited. If we miss on the Blighted Island effect next turn, we might be able to do this. We actually got one and we actually didn't die, which is just sensational. Let us get it done. Okay, Ravage. So first, salt things. Here, no. Over here, as we said, 3 buildings get killed. In actual fact, yeah, sorry, one of them was damaged, so they're all dead. 4 fear. 1 plus 3 more. That fear card was just really genuinely beautiful. Over here, defended for 6, ravage, and yeah, we can't force it to ravage twice, so it'll just kill the 2 10s. 2 fear. Over here, defended for 6. Now this is nice. 2 damage each. And then that will be forced to ravage again when it gets to the build, and then we'll wipe out the whole land, which is lovely. So that's that. Now over here, we don't need to do any fancy trickery because we already have the jungles in the slot. So that's going to be 8, which just kills. 1, 2, 3. That's 5 more fear. We're really getting plastic off the board now. This is what we've been waiting for. This was a big turn. That's that board done of salt deposits. Over on this board, -1 on everything, as well as defend a 2 from the presence of downpour, which gives us only 1 damage getting through. And then over here we have again, can we do a similar type of a thing as we did before? So 2. So it's ravaging for, it's defended for 9, 3, 5, 7, 8. So that's all safe. So we can go 6, attack back for 6, which is 2. Oh no. Yeah, no, I can't get as tricky over here. So this is going to force a build. I thought I could do something similar to over here, but I can't. So this is going to do 6, which is 3, 4, 5, 6, which is another 3 fear. So 2 plus 1. That's automatically 2 more fear cards lined up for next turn. Now we're 4 fear cards away, which is still very far away from a tier level 3 victory. But we're starting to look like we might be able to get rid of all of the buildings. Maybe. Still tricky. Our Han are all sort of in the corners and on the edges. We need to get them into the lands that matter here, but you know, we might be able to do it. So that's all of that. So that was thing. Yeah, that's all our salt, should I say, ravages. Now we're going to the mountains and jungles. No, 1 only, and they're both skipped. This board over here, defended for 3, attacks in. We actually only get to kill 1 town here, and unfortunately that will stick around to build, but it's just one of them things. Over here, safety. This place no blight. Over here, safe. Over here, dead. Over here, dead. Defended for 6. That's another fear. Up here, dead. Another fear. That's all of our mountains and jungles. Now, wetlands. Build. Build instead of ravage. Build instead of ravage. And then no build or ravage. Over on this board, no. Down here, build. Over here, no. Over here, build. Over here, now we get the fancy tricks. Because there's still 3 invaders left in this land, they all ravage. It's all gets blocked, and we attack back for 4. They both have 2 damage on them, so that's 1, 2, 3 damage. That's another 4. Really nice. And then no. So that is all of the building. Now we need to think about HME 5. And unfortunately, we actually almost missed it on this board. but it's forced. So we don't have to think about this board. This is 3 and then upgrade this. And then these two boards we have to think about. This is just kind of solved. So we don't want to touch that land. This land is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 invaders. If we do the HME in the land, we go up to 7. But the land is it isolated? No, it's not. It's not. That's isolated. I was about to say then we can it'll be, oh no, it's got a wilds in it, so I can go up to 7 here and then leave the rest and kind of make this my big land I have to kill at the very end. So I think that makes sense. So we're just going to go and add another city, but we can find a way to protect this, I think. So that's 1, and then we upgrade this, and that puts us up to 7 invaders total. Ravaging for 1 million, but we still have that on lockdown. And then finally on this board, so we already talked about this, where we said we can do HME 5 in here. If I do, I'll go build a town and then upgrade this to a town. And that means that will contain 3 towns and a city, which is 9. And unfortunately, 9 is not 8 from a innate perspective next turn. But it is what it is, because this isn't building. At most, it's going to explore. In actual fact, it's not going to explore. And neither will this, because it's coastal. So it is only going to be 9. And that will get stopped by well, what I was going to say there was for my innate, what I've been trying to do, obviously, so far in this game is use the innate once, then move, then use it again to solve 2 lands. But I don't have 2 lands to solve right now. At best, I'm only going to be able to solve 1 land. So moving in there and solving that land, being an active land, is pretty good. So I will do that. So I'll do the HME in there, and then we'll find a way. So this is going to be town, and then explore upgrades into town. And then that solves all of that from being, you basically solve the 2 ravages next turn as well as whatever else. So it's kind of all good news there. So that is that. That's our HME5 done on here, and on here. So now we'll go ahead and we'll finally do the explore. And it is mountain wetlands. So this is coastal. Oh yeah, it's coastal. It's not going to explore anyway. So no. So let's go ahead first and do, well, actually we've got an escalation, which happens before the explore. So we've got jungles ravaging and wetlands, of course. Oh, we never activated our call to guard. Sure we didn't. After invaders are added or moved to target land. Perfect. I'll add this because of the because of the escalation, and immediately dies because it takes 1 damage plus a bad lands. Dead. 1 fear. So that eats that escalation, which is great. Over on this board, then we have less nice on this board, actually. Technically, we could do that, as I say, and we could eat it with the thing, and then moving in there. But I don't want to do that, of course, anymore. So I don't really want to put that there. Could put it up in here, but then when it explores, that goes to 3 invaders and it ravages. So I can't do that. And then this is the only other choice. So that's the choice. So I go in there. It's just more lands to get rid of plastic from, which is annoying. And I don't have the Han over here to kind of help me. But it is what it is. Over on this board, I'll probably look to go, if I can, those in there to defend that. And then I need to leave my presence here, which is also super annoying for this. So yeah, a bit tricky, but we'll see. Anyway, escalation, escalation, and then on that board over there, easy escalation in here. Actually, I say easy escalation, but if I push all those Dahan out of there, then it won't be an easy escalation. Easy escalation in there instead. Okay, now we'll do the explore. So no, 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 none of those get explored. Inland, yes. Oh yeah, it's three coasts because it's board D. Okay. Then we have over on this board, no. Now, what am I talking about? I was looking at the wrong land type. So jungles isn't the thing. It's wetlands, and then mountains and mountains. Not there. I added one there, but that was not relevant. So it's 1 and 1 for the mountains. Now over here, it doesn't get counted. Then we have wetlands, and unfortunately there's no pockets here, so it'll be wetlands in there, mountains in there, and then wetlands up there, and that's all nice and solved as well as that, which is pretty good. And then finally on the other board we have 2 lands that don't count. Then we have inland that will, and then mountains is inland there, which actually is pocketed, which is lovely. So we do have a single pocket on the board after all, and it actually is relevant. So that's all great news. And of course, each board has 4 blight, because I haven't removed any in ages, so there's no HME6 going on. So all of that, we finally got to the end of another invader turn cycle, and there is some amount of light at the end of the tunnel. It's not a lot of light, let's be honest. The light is still, it's a flickering little kind of thing in the background, but there's work to be done, but we can somehow maybe get this done. Let's see. Exaltation of Grasping Roots is unlikely to do all that much for us here, but we'll see what we could possibly do with it. Yeah, like explorers aren't really going to matter here. Remove some things here. That was isolated. That didn't explore. That is nice. Because it's not going to explore and build, which is great. So thankfully I remembered that. We just missed this sands over and over. It's funny, we talked about it was likely to hit the thing, but we actually hit 3 in a row that weren't the sands. Which is interesting and probably helpful in truth. So that ended up coming up. It ended up coming up, which is great. So next turn, you're going to be solving over there. Let's put all these back here for a minute and start to think about what we can possibly solve next turn. This one is solved by ThunderSpeaker. We're going to have to, I think, get in there with ThunderSpeaker and do something with ThunderSpeaker in there. We obviously have this one solved by ThunderSpeaker as well, so that's great news too. But this is a big problem land here. How are we solving this land? I mean, I say it's a big problem land. Technically, Terraforming Rampage solves it, but I'd rather do more than just skip 2 invaders in it. But we probably don't have the luxury to get really anything done there. Again, over in this land, we're just doing the loop on the Mez Tranquility, but for now, those Dahan in there need to stay there. maybe we can eventually gather those in, and on the last ravage, kill those buildings. That could be something. We also have these 2 lands over here, which are going to be tricky to deal with. Next turn, we get to go fast phase, move you in there. Then we get to do the exaltation, which actually does get to wipe that land, so that's good. Other than that, I guess for now I'm just going to add a wilds in here, because this is only really the only relevant place where that can go. And then someone else gets to put a wild somewhere in one of their lands. Does a wilds matter anywhere else on this board right now? Can't really see it. Don't think so. Maybe in there. Right. Okay. So that's that done, and that's all of Behemoth done. Oh, I've got that feeling in my bones. I desperately want to win this one. I really desperately want to win this one. Okay. Gift of Power. Gain a minor power card. Target player. I think at this point we have this downpour loop kind of on lock for the most part. So I think I'm going Thunder Speaker, give you a minor power card, because he really wants to find one of those powerful ones to get in, because they're just going to reclaim loop twice now with 4 0 cost powers. So we're looking to find something really nice here. Scream Disease, no. Animated Racker, we're just finding stinkers over and over. Is there any? There's the Gift of Living Energy. Thank you. Gift of Living Energy, pop you in there. We don't have any Sacred Sites, but that's okay. We'll give out 2 energy with this card. It's a Sun fire card as well, so this can, in theory, be used for the right innate as well. So that's really good. We'll add that to our hand and be super happy about all of that. Ironically, if we'd have given that to Emberite Behemoth, that would give us a card in the loop that activated the final level of the innate. Remember, we were talking before we needed a 0 cost fire plant card, but that's fine. I'm more than happy to get this into Thunder Speaker's hands, so we're happy about that. That's good. And that's it. No, it's not it, because we still have Thunder Speaker's innate. And what are we doing with this is the question. So it's funny here. I say funny, it's kind of really annoying, actually. Yeah, I sort of made a mess here, actually. Because yeah, I made a mistake. I should have put this escalation into that land, but I have new information from Gift of Power now. So, because that was kind of the last thing that happened before the Gift of Power, that was the last thing that happened. But I've now gained information, so I'm not going to rewind that, because that will be cheating. But what I should have done was put that in there. And then use the Lead the Furious Assault to kill it right now, and then push those to hand out. Now it's going to Ravage next turn, and it should be fine, but it's just an unnecessary risk over in that land for no reason. So I'm now going to waste the Lead the Furious Assault, because I'm going to go push. What do I have here? I've got 1, 2. I have 3 air and 3 sun. So I'm essentially going to go gather 3 Dahan in there and leave 1 behind with my presence, because I have to be adjacent to this. So yeah, and then this is going to ravage for 3, 5, 7 next turn. It's going to defend for 9. But yeah, what I was saying there was, even if I could push my presence in there, I wouldn't want to use the Lead the Furious Assault, because that would put that below 7, or put it below 3 invaders, and it wouldn't ravage, but I want that to ravage next turn, because I want to clear the plastic. if I can. So that's all of that. We'd like a Badlands in there if we can, but sure, anyway, we don't have one. So that's the Gather the Warriors done, and the Lead the Furious Assault wasted. Don't have any Dahan in here. Obviously, I can't use it in there, so I can't gain any value from the Lead the Furious Assault, which is a bit frustrating, but it is what it is. Done, done, done. All of this done, and we will go back to Reclaim and see what sort of fancy trickery we can get up to. We'll start with BlunderSpeaker, because they have an easy job here. What do we have in terms of zeros? We actually have some zeros right now to make stuff happen, which is pretty good. But still, it's probably better. We can probably do better with some of this stuff, because strong constant currents doesn't do anything. Like we can gift the living energy, call to guard, like Sear Anger on something else, and then we'll have the slow Lead the Furious Assault type of thing. We'd actually need one more. We could go like Voice of Thunder. But we're looking for minors here, and we can likely do better. So let's go. First of all, minor power. 1, 2, 3, 4. Call to Migrate. Enticing Splendor, Blood Draws Predators, and Favor the Sun and Starlit Dark. So obviously Enticing Splendor here, elementally pretty good. It can gather Dahan, and it can also gather stuff into lands as well, which might matter here too. So it's got to be Enticing Splendor. Like Call to Migrate could let us move some Dahan in and across the board, so that's not irrelevant. But I don't think it can work. And we also have Enticing Splendor can gather some Dahan as well. It's range 0 though, isn't it? No, actually, that's not really going to... It's not going to be great. It might let me... Range 0. Where am I? Where's my presence? Here? Like I can go like gather 2 Dahan in there, but that's not really doing anything. Where was that? Badlands. Badlands was in there, sorry. I can't gather into that land, and I can't gather into that land. So I can actually only gather into this land. And it's not going to come up. That's not going to be relevant, because it's not going to ravage. It's not going to ravage now, and it won't ravage next turn, because it's going to put 1 Explorer in there. It won't even put an Explorer in there. So this land is never going to ravage. So Enticing Splendor does absolutely nothing. It's blank text. Blood Draws Predators is another card that can give me... the right innate. And in actual fact, it can let me empty this land. So after 2 things die, I could go Blood Draws Predators in there and deal the last point of damage to empty that land of buildings. So it doesn't matter for next turn, which could be kind of cool. I now can't get down into this land. Is this my first draft or second? Yeah, no, this is the first one of the turn with BlunderSpeaker. I think I do take the Blood Draws Predators here. Oh, you know what? I don't actually have an animal right now in this pile of 4. I'm missing an animal. So the Blood Draws Predators gives me that animal, so that's probably pretty highly relevant here. So I'll take that, and I'll give up on the Call to Migrate, which we don't really care that much about. I don't think. We'll have to just make do. Hope that this explores. It actually has to. Yeah, so this has to explore because it has to be a sand card. It has to be a sands. So that explores, that goes up to 3 invaders, and then we push the hand into that land so it ravages next turn. So that's one way to solve those buildings. That one will be gone. These will be gone with the blood draws predators. So that board will be empty. This board over here, we can empty this land. If we get the hand in there, we can kill those towns on the ravage next turn as well. These, I'm not so sure how we're getting rid of those. They could be a problem here. This will be empty. 2 problem lands contained down here as well. So this board is a problem. This is going to ravage and it kills this. So that'll be gone. This won't. These will be gone. This will be empty. So it's basically going to be this land, this land, this land, this land, and this land. This kind of pocket down here is the problem. Not 100% sure how we get over to solving it, but it is what it is. In actual fact, we don't even need this to ravage next turn. We can, with the gather and the furious assault this turn, we can just move in there and kill that with 3 to hand. So that can kind of work there. This will ravage and sort of end all that sort of, issue as well. This unfortunately is building, which is another building over there to contend with too. But again, there's only so much we can do. So we took the blood draws predators. Let's finish now resolving the second part. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sunset's fire, treacherous waterways, renewing boon, and desiccating winds. None of that's going to matter. Treacherous waterways technically can push that out of there, but we won't be fitting treacherous waterways into our plans here. I don't believe. I mean, it's the only 0 cost, so we'll take it anyway, just in case. But I highly doubt it. Okay, that's that. Now, Downpour is reclaiming. Downpour has 6 energy in the bank, so we can take back all of this and shortcut that a little bit. We'll be gaining 1, and this time we'll be gaining a major. Let's find something to clear this land. That would be nice. 1, 2, 3, 4. Infestation. No. Ravaged undergrowth. Wilds, you may push it. In each land with wilds within 1 of that, push some stuff to lands without wilds. Yeah, I mean, I don't think so. Let's just get a blight back on the card. Technically, we could get more than 1 blight back on the card if we force it through here, but I don't think that's the way we win this game. Vengeance of the Dead stinks, and Savage Transformation stinks. Isn't that just beautiful? Three damage. Just not going to work. Just range 1 from a sacred side as well. Like, sure, it's water and plant. So technically this turn I could do the ravaged undergrowth instead of um instead of stocking all my, saving up all my energy. But that's just not going to do it. Funny enough, I almost had the infestation thresholded. Nearly. And it makes me feel like I've probably made a mistake somewhere along the line and not taken enough of an elemental spread. I have a million cards in my hand and I've only got one animal element. If I had have had two, I could have maybe been able to make infestation into this land work this turn. Skip the thing twice, deal 8 damage. Kind of look to go about things that way. However, it is potentially a way to deal some damage next turn into one of these lands somewhere. So I still think it's the card that I take. I might be able to threshold it on the last turn together with like another major or something like that. So yeah, I'll take that. It's a way to deal some damage. 4 damage. It's not great, to be honest with you, but look, we'll take it and we'll see. Have to forget a card. Obviously, I'll just forget one of the useless cards I definitely won't use. Like calls to like. Goodbye. Actually, you know what? Let's take something that, just in case I need the elemental spread, let's take something that's redundant. Choke fungus. You're redundant. Goodbye. Now, so we'll be doing the same thing again. Up to 7. Gift of power. And then gonna be again likely abundance. Interestingly, this time we will not be playing the deluge because we don't have any to hand to push. Oh, actually, well, no, that's a lie. We can move, can't we? We'll be playing the maze anyway over here, and then we might play the Twilight Fog. Does that matter for us here? Probably not. Oh, actually, yeah, it could. Yeah, it could. Yeah, I think Twilight Fog helps here a little bit. It's going to stop one building getting added to the board, which I think could be enough. Don't think Unbearable Deluge is doing any more for us. I mean, technically, actually, we can just do the same thing with Unbearable Deluge. And it just generates us a fear, which is probably slightly better. I think. Okay, we'll get to it in a minute anyway. Okay, so that's Downpour. Now finally we have Reclaim with Ember-Eyed Behemoth. And now at this point, we need to think about who's getting the gift of living energy. I think it still is Downpour here. Because Downpour can potentially do like double infestation or something on the final turn. So that could be potentially useful to clear some plastic. Whereas Behemoth is like an extra two energy on Behemoth I don't think is making any difference. So I'll just go minor again with Behemoth. At this point, we're probably just looking for either constancy or nature's connection again. So voracious growth, inflame, boon, elemental boon, and guardian serpents. Elemental boon for the final turn is probably it. The inflame levels up the innate, but the elemental boon might just save our day with downpour for a thresholded major on the final turn. So it's probably going to be better than just a random inflame the fires alive. Despite the fact that it has pretty great elements, I think elemental boon could be the savior on the final turn. So let us take it. So that's fine. So we'll be playing again. Spur, exaltation. We'll gain 3 energy. 1, 2, 3. Spur, exaltation, territorial strife, and terrifying rampage are going to be the 3 here. Interestingly, I guess now technically don't need to save the energy for the final turn. Maybe we do with the elemental boon and sky stretches in our hand. Yeah, we might need those. So okay, yeah, no, we will. So we'll save the thing and we'll come back into the final turn with 4 energy again. We'll probably still need the spur. We might not need double spur. I don't know. We'll find out on the final turn, but it's okay. We might instead need like double gift of living energy or something with the gift of abundance on the final turn to generate the last bit to get the majors over the line with downpour. But for now, all okay. We've played, we haven't played our cards with ThunderSpeaker. ThunderSpeaker is playing for sure Living Energy and Seer Anger because we want to hit this right innate. Well, you know what? We probably don't even need to hit the right innate. Truth be told, like level 1 of the right innate is probably enough. It's a nice meme and all that to get the level 2, but I actually don't even think we need the level 2. We definitely need the Bloodtross Predators. So that's for sure going to be our 1 energy. Seer Anger. Adding a rando Badlands somewhere is probably not really doing that much for us. The Badlands need to be over here to help us over here, but we're not anywhere near that side of the board. So I don't think a random Seer Anger Badlands situation is really doing anything for us. Voice of Thunder pushing for the hand. That actually might be really good. Yeah. So if I slow phase the Gather the Warriors, I can do gather 2 in here after this is wiped, gather 2 in here, and then push a bunch into this land. Then I can do, I'll move my presence in there. Then I can do Voice of Thunder, push 4 the hand from here into this land, and then move my presence down. And on the final turn, do enough. It'll be an air short. Gonna say an air on the final turn can give me gather 4 to hand in here and then write an 8 to like wipe some stuff and then ravage and then defend it and kill that land. And then it means Downpour can dedicate their actions to solving some of these lands. That would be really, really good. So I would much rather do that if I can here. So how do I get that done? It means I don't play the Bloodtross Predators because I need to save my energy for the final turn to be able to play cards and not have to draft. Because on the final turn, I can basically play like these 3 cards plus something else. So yeah, I won't have the lead the Furious Assault, but if I get 4 to hand in this land, I can kill 2 towns. 4 to hand, attacks back for 8. Oh yeah, God, I'm nowhere near wiping that land if that's the case. But it's just one of them things. I'll have to figure it out. But I need to make this play. This lets me get across the board. And it gives me a shot to get down in here. And it gives me 1 energy for the last turn. I might draft a useful card on the final turn. And that means then this turn. So right now, I have the Unbearable Deluge. I can push that at range 1 in there, and then I can push 2 of these to hand out of there. Pushing 2 of them to hand out of there into that land sets that up for next turn. With a call to guard, pull 1 more in, and then wipe the land in the Ravage next turn. So that's all good. That's the way I solve this land without using my innates. Because my innates, as I talked about here, I want to go gather in, you know. Then what, I'm not sure. But in actual fact, I might be able to go, if I play another air. Oh yeah, because I'll have 3 air. I can go gather 3 in and push 1 out, get my presence back in there. Oh no, because then I was going to say ride an 8 in here this turn to kill that town. Oh, it's challenging, but I can hopefully find a way around it. But it does mean I want to save my energy for the final turn, just in case. So what do I play this turn then? I can't play another air card. I can't activate the final level of the innate, I don't think. Well, I mean, technically I can, actually. With the Seer Anger. Doesn't that do it? Yeah. I don't really have anywhere to do it, but, you know. Maybe it comes up. I think this is it. I think. This gives me the best chance. So let's make it happen. We gained all our energy, which is none over here. Gained it all over here, and we gained it all over here. We move 1 in there. That's 1 of our move presence, and then we're not moving anywhere with the other one. Yeah. Let's make the magic happen. Okay. Terrifying Rampage. In here. 1 fear. So we're going to actually have 3 fear cards this turn, which ideally we could clear some plastic with that. 1 damage per the hand would be lovely. That would solve that land, which would be great. Okay. Spur. The usual story. Spur over here gives me an energy. We play the Gift of Abundance. The second spur is going to go to me. The Gift of Abundance is going to let us return. Oh no. I don't get to return any presents now because I don't have a sacred site. I don't have any presents in a wetland. How many presents do I actually have left in this game? 1, 2, 3. But like, if I hit the Blighted Island card here, I'm firmly dead because I just can't possibly get anything done by sacrificing a whole bunch of presents, can I? Because the point here is I need to go in there to push those in there to solve that land next turn. My movement of my Dahan, I'm going to need other ways. I'm going to need to be able to move other things on the last turn. I'm not going to have enough actions left. So I'm going to have to get in here and do the Unbearable Deluge into that land now. It's just going to have to be that way, and I have to miss on the blighted card. If I hit another blighted card, I will definitely die this turn because I just will never survive that. So we just have to cross our fingers. So that's this. Protected. Spur. Played it twice. We did one, we did this, we gained an extra card play, and then we're going to have our exaltation. Exaltation. Interesting. We didn't actually choose anywhere to go for our 3 damage. Like, I can obviously kill a random city down here, which I think is probably what I have to do. Yeah. And then next turn do the same again, and then hope the rest of the Dahan wipe this land. That's kind of the idea. Something like that. Okay. So yeah, kill a city, that's 2 fear. Okay. And then the 3 damage over here is killing this city, which is 2 fear. Sorry, I have to actually move in here with my Behemoth Rises. And now I'm not going to get to move again this turn, but that's fine. So then I'll do the fasts. So sorry, the extra card plays we already played. The Territorial Strife. I think I just kill these 2 and be safe. Kill the 2 of them, 1 fear, and then just in case anything puts another invader in that Dahan, or another invader in that land, I would not be protected from the ravage. So it's not great, but it's okay. Still need a way to destroy this next turn, but we might be able to do that. I mean, we're gonna have to find a way. Okay, so that's all of that. And actually, unfortunately, that's not ravaging next turn either, which is a bit really unfortunate. So actually, do we want to do this? Because we might need that to ravage next turn. You know what? I'm doing this to protect myself, but actually, if we take those 2 invaders out of that land, how do we kill that city? Because we can't force the thing to ravage. I think I might have to leave them in there. So I'll undo that fear. That was the Territorial Strife. Yeah, I don't have a good place for Territorial Strife right now. I think I might look to use that in the slow and deal with the HME6 of some kind or another. So that's fine. So we're giving up on that slow to fast over here. Slow to fast over here with downpour we're not using because we don't necessarily need the gift of power. We'll keep that information for the slow. Technically, I never pointed it out, but one combo that I could have done here was if I'd played my cards in a slightly different order here, and done this in a slightly different order, I may have been able to use Exaltation to make my Gift of Power fast, use the Gift of Power on myself, and then potentially play out one of the cards I find with the Spur on. So if I was in dire straits, I could have potentially done that, but it never came up that I needed to do that, so that's fine. So Gift of Living Energy. Target spirit gains 2 energy, which is going to be over to Downpour. Downpour is going to gain another 2 energy, so I'll take back 1 and give myself a 3 from the right innate in this land. Then we have Unbearable Deluge, 1 more fear, push 2 Dahan into that land. And this land gets defend 3. We are going to have to use our left innate anyway, so this land actually won't ravage back. We'll probably HME6 in that land, I guess. Something like that. Then we have, what else? We've Voice of Thunder, that's slow. Seer Anger is slow. Then we've Call to Guard. And Call to Guard is going to gather 1, range 1 in here, gather up to 1, and then we'll do the same trick in there with the if things are added into the land, they get dealt 1 damage. Yeah. I'll do the trick again. I don't think a defend of 1 is going to matter in there. +1 Ravage will be saved by the defend of 3. And if I lose this presence up here, as I said, I lose to a Blighted Island card. So I don't think that's going to matter. So I'll do the trick again. Those things are a thing. Down here, we've got both of these. These are slow. Those over there are slow. Mez Tranquility, of course, over here. In here, all invaders get -1. And then we will have a defend of 2 in the land as well. So again, we're in trouble with minus or with +1 damage, but you know, it is what it is. Oh, sorry, we never actually used this innate in here, which is twice basically. We use the innate twice. So we'll deal 4 damage, which kills 2 things and deals an extra fear, and then we deal 4 damage again, which kills 1 thing and an extra fear. So that was in there. And then everything else, I believe, is good to go. Yeah. Please, 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 one time. Come on now. Come on now. I can't look. I cannot look. Please, no Blighted Island effect. It's not a Blighted Island effect. Oh no. Oh, it removes Blight from the Blight card. Please let me be able to pay for this. Surely I can pay for this. Yeah, aided by plant. I've got 1,000,000 plant. It's going to be money. We're not getting hit with a Blighted Island effect. We're even giving each other permanent elements and everything. It's going to be beautiful. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. We get to gather to hand. Everything is good and beautiful and very nice. Actually, you know what? Oh yeah, we can still lose next turn to the Life's Web or the other one, the 2 that forced the Blight, the one that wrecked me recently on the 1 out of 55. We can technically still lose to that, but it's okay. Lesser Spirits in Peril. We did it. Come on now. We won't be doing the top thing because that removes Blight from the card. Bottom thing, 4 energy per player aided by plant. Currently, we have 1 plant over here. We have 1, 2 over here. And we have 1, 2, 3 over here. So that's 3 plus 2 is 5, plus 1 is 6. We need to pay 6 energy for this, and we will just forget a whole bunch of stuff. Or discard, should I say. On this side of the board here, we will discard, because we're going to be reclaiming, aren't we, to get back the spur. Actually, have we got anything in the hand of ThunderSpeaker with plant? No. This seems like a no-brainer, but it could be that I need to not reclaim on the final turn. Could that be true? I guess not. Probably not. Because otherwise I can just discard 3 plant cards and it's easy, right? I just go discard 3 cards and we're good to go. But if I do that, it means I'm forced to reclaim with Emberhide Behemoth. And similarly on the side of Downpour, same sort of thing. Like, it just sort of seems like we're definitely going to want to do all of this, aren't we, next turn? How close are we actually to stage 3? We're 3 cards now with 4 fear. Because now we can all of a sudden threshold exaltation type of thing. Oh, we're just not going to do that much fear. Okay. Yeah, I'll just discard these 3 cards with what do you call it, for 6. Plus the 6 we have in play. That's 12. Each spirit destroys one of their presence. Oh no. That's awful. I was celebrating. This is terrible, terrible, terrible news. I was celebrating. Oh, Goosey boy, don't celebrate. That was premature, to say the least. So I can't sacrifice this with Thunderspeaker because it's defending 2 lands. I can't sacrifice this because it's defending 2 really big important lands. So I have to sacrifice this. And that is currently defending that. And it was currently planning to do a big thing in there for next turn. Ooh. You hate to see it. So that's forced. Good God almighty here. This is ridiculous. This has to be... Oh, well, technically, I guess I can do the gather 1 or 2 to hand into a land with setup symbols. Yeah, no, that doesn't make a difference. I could have technically gathered in there, but then I won't be defending down here. So it has to be that one that I sack over there with Thunderspeaker, which is a nightmare, but it is what it is. I think it has to be that one with our boy Behemoth. Behemoth down to 2 presents now. And then with Downpour, it's definitely not that. I think it's that. And it actually does let this Ravage back then, doesn't it? Yeah. And kill that. And then, in theory, I'll have no Explorers left on this board. I'll have no target for HME. Or this board, actually. So I'll skip HME on both of those boards. Which is quite nice. Okay. That's 1, 2, 3. Sacrificed. Ouch. Each spirit gains 1 permanent element for the rest of the game right now. Well, it seems pretty likely to me that we've got to take a fire on the side of Behemoth because that just gives us the max innate. It's probably not going to matter here, I don't think. It gets to just wipe a big land over here, which is whatever. So fire, and then Thunderspeaker. I think it just takes air here so that it doesn't force my hand on the final turn. Gives me a little bit more flexibility. So I'll take the air. And then on Downpour side, so technically now I have 7 water. I can get myself up to 8 water right now, which gives me 1 more energy. What on earth is going on with this energy over here now? Hang on a second. What have I done? Oh yeah, because I did Gift of Living Energy, didn't I? So I tapped out for 7 for this. I gained 1 more for the second spur. I gained 2 from the Living Energy and 2 from the Right Innate. So that's 4 more, yeah. Okay, so I haven't used any of the repeats. So I have 3 more energy left to come, which I can again take right now to simplify matters, because we're not going to be repeating any slows. So at a minimum, I can take the 3 from the repeats. No repeats left, but I do have 1 water floating. And if I take a permanent water right now, that gives me 1 more energy and 1 more repeat for next turn, which might matter. An energy now and a repeat next turn could be huge. I have the elemental boon, so I don't need to start panicking about, I don't know. Like what I was thinking was, if I took a fire for exaltation, does that maybe give me a chance to threshold the exaltation, which all it really does is just give me 5 fear. I think I could do better than that. I think I take the water. So I'll take the water, which means 1 more energy right now, because that was the 4th repeat. Okay, so that is fine. And then we finally have, well, actually, no, finally we've quit the farm. On each board, push a beast to a land without buildings, and then 1 fear if explorers are there. So that's 1. That's a fear. Over here, in here, that's a fear. And then finally over here, I don't get a fear. I have to push you in there. No fear, but that's okay. Okay. So we got 2 fear out of the deal, which was not bad. And then finally, on each board, gather 1 or 2 to hand into a land with setup symbols. I hope we don't get wrecked by this. Oh, I hope we don't get wrecked by this. Into a land with setup symbols. Goes in there and it wipes that land, which is what we wanted to do. So that's good on that board. No the hand setup symbols in that land. There are in that land, so that would wreck us. That it wouldn't wreck us. It would still be defended for enough, but it wouldn't fight back and kill the land. But we can probably do something like, does this have setups in it? It doesn't. Like we can just do, for example, this. So we said what? In the slow, we now have 1, 2, 3, 4 air. And we have 4 sun. So we can do a gather, we can do the 4-4 thing with BlunderSpeaker. We unfortunately now do not have Call to Guard to set that land up next turn. That was going to be a little push 1 in there for next turn. Which is a pity. We may be able to G2 next turn instead of G1. Which could give us like a sudden ambush. I don't know. Probably need the Gift of Living Energy back to make something happen with Downpour, but we just need to clear this plastic up here. We can't be letting this happen, because then it builds as well. So no, that's not happening. So we'll just push this in here. So it was on this board, gather 1 in there. On this board, gather 1 in there. And then on this board, oh no, we're getting wrecked over here as well. Have to do this, which stops this. Oh, that was never ravaging in the first place. What am I talking about? Okay. Yeah. Well, that's fine then. And then we can do the gather 4 kind of thing up this way and then push across in here, which sets us up to go in there next turn. Means we have to gather out of that land. Oh no, we don't. We can gather out of that land. So we can go gather 4, push 4, and then next turn we are then Voice of Thunder 4 in there. Okay. Yeah. That does mean we're also not defending up there. Oh God. All sorts going on. Anyway. Okay. 1 step at a time. So that was what? That was all of the event resolved. Jesus, it took me a while. We are almost on the cusp of winning this game. I can't believe it. Every single step is important. 1. First card, level 2. Each player adds strife to a town or strife in a land with blight. So strife to a town is unlikely to matter. Of course it's going to matter. This is the land that I said was at risk. So that saves that. Great news. That's one. But after that, I don't think it's going to matter. Might make a difference in there. This will be defended for enough next turn. It's just whether we'd have enough damage or not in the land. So I don't think we're too worried about that either. I mean, I guess maybe in there. That was 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Just in case there's like damage to something. I don't know. Okay. So, saved our bacon over here, which was what we needed. Next. In each land with 2 or more explorers, destroy stuff. So it's angry mobs. This is nice. Let's destroy 2 towns in this land straight off the bat. So that clears a bit of plastic, which is great. So that's 2 fear. That's another fear card. Took that one under there. One of the only land. We also have it here. That was already solved anyway, but it's another fear. In here we can destroy that explorer per explorer, and that is going to be it. Not bad. Killed some of those towns that we needed to get rid of there, so not too bad at all. And it got us an extra fear card, which we technically don't need, but we'll be happy. Each player adds strife in a land with or adjacent to towns, invaders, or of beasts, and then invaders skip their normal explore and build in lands with beasts. We skip our build in here. That's beautiful. So we get to do strife again. And technically our last fear card might give us damage per strife. And if it does, probably just want to go 2 in there. Another 1 in there. So that's 2 total. And then where was the last one I did? That one over there is already getting solved. Yeah, what I'll do here is... I don't even know what I'll do here. In there, I guess, maybe. That's fine. Invader skip, explore, and build in lands with things. So we'll make a little marker for that. Build and explore, and then finally, damage per strife on each board. Remove stuff from a land matching a ravage card. We don't mind that, do we? Do we care about that? Matching a ravage card. Yeah, Salt matches a ravage card. We'll get rid of you on each board, so that's on that board. And matching a ravage card on this board is that, so we still gain the fear from there. And then over here, we can do it in there. That was good as well. Which clears up some of the bills and things for us as well, which is great. We're happy about this. We're nearly there. Still got some problems on this board, but other than that, we're nearly there. Okay. Now let's finally get to the ravage. Salt. No. No. Over here, all dead. Defended for 8. Ravage for 7. 4 fear. Minus. Over here, these 2 are prevented, and this one and this one are prevented, and then the explorer ravages, which is safe. So our strife doesn't get removed. Now, next, wetlands over here, all dead. 3 more fear. Same again here. Wetlands blocked and thing empty. Over here, empty. This ravages for thing defender for 3. That's another fear. all of a sudden, we're pushing for a Terror level 3 victory. Let's get rid of that. And if I can win before getting to the event, we'd really like that, wouldn't we? Over here, dead. That's every land ravaged on that board. And then over on this board, we dead in there, which is all of that. Now, what else? What else? That was all of those ravages. Now we go build. No blight added. Build prevented. All of them are empty. Empty, empty. Build a city. Not ideal, but we're going to wipe that land next turn with our friend Emberoid Behemoth over here. And then build a town. So that was wetlands. No. Build and build. And then over here we had doesn't build. No. This has to build, but it just ravages instead. So that's prevented as well. And then we go after build. And unfortunately, we do have in here, we've got, what did that fear card say? Invaders skip their normal explore and builds. Okay, so the HME is now prevented. So we have to HME in there. 1 and 1. That's unfortunate. Very unfortunate. HME is skipped on this board, and then on this board we have to do it as well. And I will do it in here, which is town and other town. And I'm starting to get giddy here because we might have this. So HME is done, and skipped. Now we have Explore, and the final Explore card of the game will be Jungle Sands. Let us go ahead and explore in Jungle Sands. So over this board, this is pocketed. This explores, and that dies because of the trigger earlier from. No, sorry, that was in that land there. So that just explores. Jungles, and then finally that sands that we talked about, which puts that up to 3. This board explores, skipped, and explores. This board explores, skipped, and explores. And then technically we had to do the escalation from BP first. Which, let us have a look over here. Yeah, so we're going to have the fast escalation in there, which will wipe that land, I think. So I put it in here so that my exaltation can kill it. On the other board, we can go. Oh, it's a bit tricky, is it? No, it isn't. We can just go in there because that gets a free kill in the Ravage. I'm adjacent to that. And then on this board over here, I think it's just the same story in there because I'm adjacent to that. Now, this is going to be a little bit difficult to find a way to wipe this and this because I lost that presence up there. I am a little bit struggling, but it's okay. So we did our things, and we did all our explores. Okay, we're nearly there. It's nearly deterministic. Well, actually, no, it's not because I have to get to the Ravage. So it's not deterministic if I have to get to the Ravage. But can I do this without the Ravage is the question. So I have 12, 14 fear left. And I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cities, which is almost the full 14 fear. So the problem here, very clearly, is not going to be fear. So all we have to do is find a way to kill all of these cities. Can I do that? So this land, we know, is solved by Behemoth's innate. I have a way right now, if I want it, to solve this town with BlunderSpeaker right away. On the following turn, I can do, if I reclaim, I can do gather into here with the gather the warriors and then push back into there, which pulls that presence in there. And if I do that, then I'm in this land, and then I could do a Sky Stretches on the Voice of Thunder, which could push 4 to hand in here, and then I could use my right innate to kill that city. Now I'd have to swap a Sky Stretches for one of these other cards, which would reduce this innate back down to level 3 instead of level 4, I believe. But that's probably still okay. Still enough to kill the city plus 2 towns. So, like, again, I'm going to have enough fear here, almost certainly. And then that leaves only 2 cities. And I can kill one of them with exaltation. But not the other one. And I don't want to get I'm trying to do this without getting to the ravage, or to the event card, because I don't want to get screwed. Have I any other way of dealing damage? The max left an 8 nearly gets me there, but not quite. That's -1 health, isn't it? So that still wouldn't be enough. I guess we give the power anyway. And we see what we can find. Gift of power can go to... we'll just give it to BlunderSpeaker. They're the most likely one to be able to use Gift of Nature's Connection, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4. Did we find Nature's Connection or any way to deal damage? No, I'll take the maybe the Swarming Wasps. No, I mean, I'm gonna need my my full right innate here, I think. I'll take Swarming Wasps. Not gonna matter. Okay, that's that. So we're done on the side of Downpour. This is so close, I can almost taste it. BlunderSpeaker can push forward the hand and it can generate a Badlands, and I don't think either of these things matter. Because I'm going for this right now, I believe. I think I have to. But in actual fact, do I have to? Because I said before that I can do the gather 4 in here, push 4, and then Voice of Thunder down in there for 4. Lead the Furious Assault could also, if I get 6 to hand in here, could that be... Because what I'm thinking is Downpour has a move. So wasting Downpour's exaltation damage in this land is wasteful because I can just move that away and kill a city somewhere. Like I'm about to go move all of that in there and use Lead the Furious Assault in this land. But I could just also do 2 moves with Downpour and kill that instead. So this is solved by you. This feels deterministic. I need to figure it out. So right now I can go gather 4 in here, push them in here, and then Voice of Thunder them in there. Then next turn, fast, I can go gather in here and push in here. I have the Lead the Furious Assault fast surely next turn. Or do I? I don't. No, I do. Because I've got 2 air elements. So yeah, just replaying all this next turn is fast. So that kills these. But that leaves behind... That we already know is solved. And it leaves behind 1, 2 lands. One of them we can solve with Downpour. But I just cannot see a way for us to solve the other one right now. Wait. Surging Lahar. Surging Lahar. Surging Lahar. Surging Lahar. In here. Right? I think I have it. Gather the Warriors. Right now. Maxed. We have no animal element. No. No. We have no animal element. It is all kinds of terrible, terrible, terrible news. I can't believe it. I could have taken an animal. Could have taken an animal right now. Well, I'm not right now, but I could have taken an animal with the lesser spirits imperiled. I can't believe I don't have an animal element. I am so devastated. The whole game is ruined. Oh, you're kidding me. I had it. I was just about to say I have it, and I actually didn't have it. So upset. Now I'm miles away from having it. Oh, God. Baby is starting to cry as well. It's great. So the Surging Lahar was going to be the answer next turn. So I got Surging Lahar. Move in there. Wipe this land. And then from this, because this is a sacred site, Surging Lahar in there. But now I can't even get access to this land with the Seer Anger because I was going to move my Dahan across, then I was going to Seer Anger in there with the Badlands and all that kind of good news. But I can't do that now. I can't believe this. If I just had have taken an animal element, if I'd have realised, I screwed myself so badly. That is criminal. Oh, I was so ready to go to bed. I had it. It was locked in. So frustrating. Anyway, range 1 in here, city land, kill a town. And then we get to add some wilds here, and then we can put one anywhere else where we might need to defend or something like that. I don't know. God only knows. In there. Who cares? No, you know what? Oh, no, there's no one even in that land. There we go. That's the exaltation gone. That was so frustrating, guys. I'm absolutely devo. I had it. I'm pretty sure if the animal was here, I still had it, even without the 4 air. I think 3 was probably enough. I think. But now it will not be. So now we're back to square one. Now I really don't know what I'm going to do. Again, I can, because I have the energy, I can fast. And because I took that blood draws predators, I believe I can fast get in there and deal with that land. So that's that sorted. And then I can get rid of that one. And then the Surging Lahar could go in there, but now that's not going to be enough. I don't think I need the fear from Voice of Thunder. How on earth do I do this? How on earth do I do it? I'll go up to 4 energy. I might need to dig for a major power with this bloody behemoth. That ridiculous use case that I talked about before might be coming up. Really do not want to go to this event if I can avoid it. So reclaim, I've got 1,000,000 energy with downpour. Again, like downpour can go in there and it can, you know, exaltation in that land. But I now can't find a way to get down with this, with ThunderSpeaker, and with that. I can only do one or the other. I can't do both. It feels to me like I've got to Voice of Thunder. 13 fear short. One, two, three, four, 5. I can surely get the fear. Yeah, I'll have the fear. I'll have the fear. So I don't need to worry about the fear. So I'm just going to randomly push that in there with Voice of Thunder. The most relevant thing I can see on that board, which is highly irrelevant, but the other thing I guess I could do, no, that seems silly. Because next turn I can do the gather and push in there anyway, which is kind of what I have to do. No, the other thing I'll do is I'll push the 4 of these in here. Because that can give me vigor or something as a wing, as a way to do damage in there. Which still won't be enough. But it, you know, be something. In actual fact, vigor is a win condition because I could go move, because I can do that twice if I don't use the innate. So move in there lets me kill both of those cities with exaltation, and then vigor would be 8 damage in there, push in here, kill the last city. Yeah, that's the out. Vigor is an out. Vigor is a win condition here. Vigor the Breaking Dawn. That's what we're looking for. Sear Anger into the Wildlands. We're unlikely to care about it. Replace a Badlands somewhere. We'll make that land extra bad. Why not? Okay. Done. And we didn't have anywhere to use the right innate, which is horribly wasteful, but it is what it is. Let us see if I can hit the vigor and close this game out so that I'm just done for the night and I can go to bed. Reclaim cards with Downpour drenches the world. And let's see Vigor of the Breaking Dawn to make everybody's day a little bit easier. One off the top track. Major Power. Come on now. Vigor of the Breaking Dawn. Let's close this game out. Here we go. Come on now. Show me the money. Show me the money. Transform to darkness. It might work. It might be able to win the game with Transform. We'll see. Fire and Flood. Oh, this is beautiful. Storm Swath. Okay, that's going to be the win. And then Grand Hatred. Oh, I've got some absolute humdingers here, and I think I can probably take my pick. Can I win with Transform for the absolute ultimates? So what am I trying to do here? Target spirit may choose one of their sacred sites. In that land, replace each of their, oh no, each of their presents. Yeah, that won't work. I could give myself a sacrifice victory, I think, with that card. Oh no, I can't, sorry. What am I talking about? No. Yeah, no, this isn't a win at all. I'm talking nonsense. I do not have a win here. I missed. Well, Fire and Flood might give it to me. If I can afford it, which I hope I can. So I think Fire and Flood might do it for me. And you know I love Fire and Flood. So let's throw this rubbish away for a minute here. I think Fire and Flood does this for me. Gone. This is all back in my hand. We took our one presence off the top, and let me check if I can do this. I'll forget any of these cards that I don't use. So I go Exaltation, which is going to cost me 3, 6, 7. That's 3 left in the bank. I play Exaltation and I play, let's say, Gift of Power. Basically the same story as before, except the last card I'm going to play is going to be Fire and Flood instead of one of those zeros. So I think I go Gift of Abundance off the thing over here. So this would be Reclaim, get all this back in my hand, get the 3 energy again. And then again, we're going to look to play Spur. And then the rest isn't going to matter. We can Elemental Boon, I think, for Flare. Sky Stretches probably won't be relevant either. So 1, 2, we've got 4 energy here. Let's just say Exaltation and Grasping Root, and the other card isn't going to matter. We'll go to max out the innate. We'll play. I think Terrifying Rampage will do it. Yeah. Okay. So let's say that's that, and then Elemental Boon will be fire, water, and plant. So I can max my innate, and I can give. I think I can give Downpour the max left innate. I think here, which could be cool. Okay, so that's that. ThunderSpeaker is going to need to do what I talked about, so they will reclaim. I don't think that we need to look for cards here. I think we're just going to basically replay this same hand again here. No, because I need the left innate. Don't be ridiculous. So it'll be the Blood Draws Predators. It'll be Sear Anger. Oh no. I think I'm in trouble. Can't believe it. I think I might be in trouble. No, I can give Elemental Boon to ThunderSpeaker and stop doing that nonsense over there because I don't need Elemental Boon on Downpour. So yeah, so let's just go Living Energy. So that's, no, I do need at least one or two. Oh no, this is actually probably fine. Yeah, let's say Call to Guard. So that's now 1, 2, 3 air, and then over here with Elemental Boon, I give out all I care about here is an air. It's the only thing I care about. So get rid of all that rubbish, and I'll give out an air instead to ThunderSpeaker. So I think that's the setup there. Now on this side with Exaltation, it'll be Exaltation plus Gift of Power. Then we go Spur, gives us one more, which we play Gift of Abundance off. Did I take the one more? I think I took two more, didn't I? Yeah, because I think I had three. So take one for the Gift of Abundance. I haven't taken another Spur yet, but I think in this case I might spur the Gift of Living Energy. So we go Living Energy is two more. 3, take away 1. I hope I've done the maths right on this. I'm rushing to get to bed, which I shouldn't do at the end of this long game. So then I go Abundance again for a second Gift of Living Energy, which gives me 3, take away 1. Obviously, I needed to move my presence here. So in this case, I've gone a move of 1 and then a move of 2 over to here. So that's the move for this turn, both of my moves. That gives me my Sacred Site now for Fire and Flood. So now when I use Exaltation, I actually have 7, but technically here I have, I already have the 2 energy. So I can gain 2 energy. So I have way more than I need. 2 more energy off the right in 8. Use Exaltation, which gives me slows to fast, which Fire and Flood is. That's Fire and Flood over here. Obviously, I got my extra card play over here from Behemoth. So this cost me a total of 3, which I have. Behemoth now has 1, 2. Let's say I still took the fire off this. So this is going to be Fire and Plant. That gives me the max innate as well over there. Spur is already used. Elemental Boon is used. We don't care about the other 2 cards. And then, of course, the Exaltation is going to be... Actually, no, I needed to swap out the Slow to... No, I didn't. Don't need the Sky Stretches after all. So that's that. So Exaltation is over here. Now, Fast Exaltation. So I went move once and then Fast innate twice. So let's go ahead and start resolving all this. I'm pretty sure we covered everything we needed there with the... Fire and Flood is going to be this 7 over here. Fast innate is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 damage twice, which is going to wipe this land and deal 2 more fear. So that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fear. 1 down, plus 5 more. And we're nearly there. 1 down plus 5 more wipes that land. That's all we care about from a slow to fast perspective over there. ThunderSpeaker now has access to 1, 2, 3, plus the 4. They have the 4 air. They now have the animal that we were missing on the last turn, which gives them the gather 4, push 4. So over here we can go gather these 3, bring our presence with us, and then push these 3 into that land with our presence. Now we use the right innate. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 sun, 1, 2, 3, 4 fire if we need it. Destroy 1 city for every 3 in the land. That destroys that city. It also destroys that town. That's going to be a total of 3 more fear. None of the rest of that matters. And then we have finally Fire and Flood. One of my favorite cards in the whole game. Exaltation is my favorite major, but Fire and Flood is we have Exaltation at home, and boy do I love this card. Let us just quickly throw it back in, because I got really, really excited. And I didn't actually, I don't think, add it into the card cam. It's going to give us at range 1 and 2 from a sacred site into 2 different lands, 4 damage in each target land. So I pick 2 different lands at range 1 and 2 from a sacred site, and you get to do 4 damage in each land. And then if you have the threshold, you get to bump up the thing from that as well. So there, the Fire and Flood. If I come back here, I paid for it already. Technically, I could have done this slightly differently to give myself the steam vents, which would have given me the threshold, but I don't need it here. I only need one of the thresholds. In actual fact, I don't even need the other threshold, because I never use the exaltation damage, which can go in there and then in here. That's 3 more fear off the exaltation damage, and then finally Fire and Flood fast in this land deal 8 damage, because I have the water threshold. So that's 3, 5, 7. That's 4 more fear, which puts us into stage or tier level 3, and then finally range 2 into that land. Deal 4 damage in there, which kills that city. That's the final city off the board. We did it! Yes! Oh, we did it! Oh, and oh boy, that has got to be very, very close to 10 hours if it's not at the full 10. I did say that my timestamp may reach 10 hours. I did want to go to bed an hour ago, but you know what? I couldn't walk away. That was a game of Spirit Island, folks. And I did it with mostly uniques and minors and innates. Mostly. And exaltation, of course. Exaltation of the incandescent sky. People will refuse to listen to me, but I will say this until I am blue in the face, or until I am probably more appropriately yellow and orange and purple and blue in the face. This is the best major in the deck. Number 1, the best card in the major deck. It is broken. This game was dead and buried. And you saw earlier in the game, it was the 4th of 4 mages off the top, and I had 3 other stinkers, and this card carried this entire game. It's incredible. What a game. Spur on with Words of Fire, clearly here doing absolutely the Lord's work. Whatever the Lord's work is, whoever the Lord is, it did work. Spur on with Words of Fire. It's very clearly one of the best minders in the deck. We missed on Nature's Connection, and we missed on Constancy. We drew a lot of minor powers. Like, we have, I don't know, quarter of the deck maybe left. And yeah, Nature's Connection was in there somewhere, and Constancy was in there somewhere as well. There's Nature's Connection, and there's Constancy. So yeah, we didn't need them in the end. We just about got over the line. I tell you what, Bargains of Power and Protection. There's another absolute humdinger of a card. How much work did that do in this game? That's a card that people in the community, the high level community, don't really like that much. Some of the guys on the server, Discord server especially, talk about this being not, it takes too many actions, or it takes too much energy. You have to invest too much over the game. Nah, come on now. Look at what it's done for us, and what it did in another previous very tough 6/6 as well. The card is insane. It's just insane. yes, there's parameters involved. Yes, you need to be able to pivot your game to a game where you can lean more into zero costs and that kind of thing, right? You need to be able to do that. Not every spirit can do that, which is fair enough. But ThunderSpeaker can. We just went minors and we just made it work. Downpour technically could as well. If kind of they were forced to kind of go in that direction as well. So if you can make this card work, it's busted. What a game of Spirit Island. What can I say? I'm a bit frazzled. That is 26 down, 2 to go. We finally got ThunderSpeaker the win. Yes, the namesake of the show. We finally got them over the line. Base ThunderSpeaker. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I'm gonna have my last bit of my drink to celebrate, and I will bid you a massive thank you for being here to the end. If you stuck with me after 10 hours, honest to God, yeah, you're just the best. I highly doubt anybody's getting to the end of this video without being a subscriber to the channel, but just in case, just in case you haven't yet, please do think about hitting the old subscribe and like and get in the comments. Let me know that you made it. Tell me that you made it. Hit me with a comment. Tell me if I made any mistakes. I really hope I didn't. Apart from obviously that egregious mistake of making this way more difficult than it needed to be on the first turn. But other than that, I hope I didn't make any mistakes along the way. But look, if I did, it's one of them things. Anyway, again, thank you so much for being here. I am going to get myself off to bed and prepare myself for game day with friends tomorrow evening, where now I can actually pack up Spirit Island. I don't have to leave it on my table, and I might just bring it with me and go and jam some Spirit Island with friends as well. We'll be playing Gaia Project. We'll be playing Caverna. We may well play Dawn of the Zeds over my shoulder. I'm going to enjoy all of that. I may have an El Cheeky can of beer along the way as well, which I haven't had in many weeks, so I might treat myself. But anyway, that is going to be it. I'll stop waffling. I don't hope, maybe I kind of slightly hope we got over 10 hours just because, but yeah, that's just one of them things. Again, thank you so much. I will see you back here for the next one. Will it be another 6-6? Will it be the final 6-6? God only knows when it'll be, but hopefully I'll see you there. Take it easy. Bye-bye.